My dirty mouth will drown you out, and I won't let you turn me down. I won't let up. I speak my mind and scream until my lungs are dry. I won't bite my tongue or stay in my cage. If opening my mind makes me insane, what's sanity? It's drowning me. I'm not a slave to who you serve. I need to breathe and I need to bleed. No more living with this curse. What's sanity? What's sanity? I'm alien, I'm out of place. I wouldn't have it any other way. I won't fall in, I've had enough. When it comes to truth, I'm out for blood. I won't bite my tongue or stay in my cage. If screaming to be heard makes me insane, what's sanity? It's drowning me. I'm not a slave to who you serve. I need to breathe and I need to bleed. No more living with this curse. What's sanity? What's sanity? What's sanity? What's
himself. He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Wait,
the crazy shot. Hang on. Backstab him from
He's done
Impact.
it. He's done it. He's won the round.
Frozen knows. There's one. Alice from the corner. Molotov towards heaven. Up the time. But Frozen might make something of this. Alice is going to get caught. 118 repulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye Ings. Bye FlyQuest.
Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke.
This position is perfect from Ins. 10 seconds left, not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ins with 4. Dominant defense.
In the corner, into the first, into the second as well. Manesi put himself into the 1 versus 1. He knows Starry was in rotation as well. And Manesi just knocked him out to the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone.
Oh, the flash is so good. Let's Melon though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral lander by Munisi. He keeps on dragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, gonna move his way in. He spotted Star. He gives his position. Wants that to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka finding 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and Ashmau's lining up util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but Naf with the ace does not let them in.
The scout remains against 4. Oh my God, this guy! No scope merchant! What is that? What?
Everyone's low. Brooksy can win this on his own. Essential 1v3. And he's got it in the palm of his hand. Brooksy holds strong.
He tries to make this play. He wins that fight. This is the ball rolling for Monesi. A safe plant nets him the bomb to play around. They think they've uprooted Monesi. They couldn't be further from the truth. Monesi runs him down. And look at this, 2 flashes. Carrigan wants to try and punish top. Skulls safe from the flashes. It's a double from Skulls. Lock it and loaded. It's a triple! 4 from Skulls! 2 in the top side. Monacy, or Hunter rather, dead early. Hooksy followed up 1-2. Impa! 3v3 for G2. Hooksy is the man trying to take them there. Hooksy is on for the ace. And it's just Shui left to beat. Door ready to be swung. And he waits to the final 5 in the round. Timing is bad though. Exertion chases down Nico, and Monacy's got to do it alone. Agile on the AWP. Roland down. Monacy rising to the occasion.
Bro spotting this AWP.
YouTube, but doesn't want to penalize his name.
Oh, no one's looking. Oh, Bro will get 2. A third is crazy. Bro can come on. Clutch! Outrageous from Bro!
Is doable once again for the Mongols, stuck in the shadows, but reveals his position now as he comes out of hiding. Oh, triple kill! What a kill!
Tasked with the 1v2 to close it. First man found, SNX, and it's another one going against him.
salty as well. This is no fun for now, but he finds a fresh AK spam in the way, trying to find him leaping through. It's easy for Perfecto, as they will leave with 7.
Sends with a backstab. Sends with the bomb. He gets them off, but they win the round.
Swinging wide, and now suddenly all in with the backstab takes out another Perfecto. Oh, shot. Oh, Eco Scorcher. Full 10 seconds, it's a full commitment. No one's swinging yet, the spam is missing. They can't win it like this. They can't win it like that. Oh man, the full 10 second stick out of Cloud9 and the ultimate middle finger to VP. Now Flake's gonna get fully exposed to Madden, who comes back and clears it, so he gets ahead of it, knows he has to dive. Oh man, he's giving himself a chance. No way, Flake. He hears it. Oh, yes, time is of the essence, and Shiro can leave this plant, taps on it, tries to bait flanked and 2 players lie ahead of him. Oopsie is suddenly alive. Spam, here's the weapon.
He knows, he senses the timing. Oil Flames have no standing on the A side. That is incredible.
Added from this position, it's the same spot he posted as 1v2. Floppy to the clutch, get his leg shot at, comes out. Whoa, he's got it!
He's alone. If he denies this, there's no more time. Perfecto gets it done and just needs to hide. Exertion's running in with it. And Perfecto is just hiding in the middle of the side. Exertion with a headshot. I cannot believe it. 1 second in it.
them out. Rotates
Nexa.
through. Nexa's got a lot of pressure coming his way, and he does stand in the flames. Delivers! Triple headshot on the P2K. The rest is Hunters. He'll finish it with style. This would be a necessary clutch from Frozen. Frozen aggressive to Nexa. He's bringing it together piece by piece. Frozen! And now it's all on to Nexa. He has some Kev, and he's got a clutch in front of him. What can you do? 5 seconds as he has to hold it, closing the gap. It's Nexa's chance, and it's glorious. Triple kill from Nexa. And oh, Nico's lost his. Oh my God!
This is not going to be happening for us. Oh, my God, Madden!
One great on the dig. Jim Pat stepping out with a triple dig.
And he's done it. No issue for him towards the back of the cake, and now he's separated it. But there's 9 seconds left. He's so damn close, enough time to plant. Bludgeons them to death.
ESL Pro League Season 19 is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Kadia, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Gaming Malta.
Hey, Chad.
Canadian
Previously on ESL Pro League.
People twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous. Dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous. Dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite.
What the fuck?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Yes, Hugo, raise a glass or two, because guess what we've got at ESL Pro League Season 19. That's right, Day 4 ain't just any old day, Jason. It's update day. We got a big fat juicy one last night.
It's update day. Yeah, that popped like real late when I was just going to bed, and that woke me right back up. I was excited for it. Obviously, we all saw the video of the left-handed came back, a little bit of a teaser there, but yeah, a lot of small updates to make everyone's experience a little bit better.
Yes, big one being change to the map pool, right?
Change to the map pool, yes indeed. Dust 2 is in, Overpass is out. You can see up here on the screen the announcement from Counter-Strike and Valve themselves. Here's a little bit of show with the left hand. They've even added a key where you can toggle back and forth. You get to play like the pros in that sense. The buy menu got some changes as well. They've added a little value, the next round minimum amount of money that you'll have in the next round to buy, so you always have that information. At the bottom, it shows all the pieces of utility and weapons that are dropped by your teammates, and you can pick them up directly from this menu. So that makes getting out of spawn a little bit easier.
Yes. Okay, so that doesn't matter necessarily the proximity we're talking. You can just always see that as
correct.
A list?
It'll just pick it up. It'll just pick it up as long as you're in the buy area, not anywhere else in the map.
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense. That makes sense. That would be a little bit OP.
HUD change. They gave you a little grenade reticle lineup. The players, the pros have been using this as well, like a crosshair change to line up the more complex smokes and flashes. Now you get it automatically, and you can change the setting of how long it takes for that reticle to pop in when you line up your nades. So that's a lot of fun if you guys want to get real sweaty and nerdy. And then obviously here's the announcement. Dust 2's coming back for Overpass. Here's the more in-depth release notes that you've all seen that you can all look through at any point. Obviously, there's a lot of cool small things in here. You can adjust the radar zoom level. You can toggle that to a button as well, so the radar gets bigger or smaller depending on whether you're in smokes. What else have they done? They've changed the Zeus a little bit. You get to move a little bit faster. Seems like the I haven't actually tested this, but the Zeus might have a wider cone to it, so it can hit a little bit more.
Hearing that. Also, the CZ update, right? Like, I didn't realize that hadn't been changed back from when the CC got nerfed, like in terms of the kill.
Yeah.
That's insane how long it's been like that.
That was one of like the OG nerfs they tried to do to get people to calm down on the CZ, and it didn't really work. But yeah, now it's boosted back up to 300 to try and get people to start using it again. A few changes to the maps that we can go over as well. So yeah, a lot of cool things. One thing they did add, obviously now with the toggle button to left and right, you can run. I thought that was funny. That was cool. Someone found this out. Someone was just being a little sweaty at the end of the day. This is a new kill feed as well. They've added like the in-air icon, so if you get killed when someone's jumping, you get that extra piece of shame. This is the longest possible kill feed in Counter-Strike, obviously, as you can see from the title.
Yes, okay, so we're no-scoping, we're through a smoke, we're through a wall, and we're headshotting.
Yes.
In air.
In air.
That's sick.
It's all of it.
That's really cool.
Everything.
I love that.
Here are the Inferno changes, or the big ones. There's a lot of tiny changes, but these are obviously the important ones. This is the Inferno we had yesterday. This is mid that we have today, so they take away this big roof in the middle, as you can see.
So just maybe for people who aren't familiar, what does that change in the grand scheme?
Gives you a little bit more access to like the open skyboxes for throwing nades. Obviously, just in general, lets you feel a little bit less claustrophobic, just maybe placebo effect there. But I think the big thing is the nades and being able to have access to that skybox so it's not blocking your nades. This is Banana we had yesterday, the bottom of Banana towards T mid. You could see up here, that's going to get removed, and that's wide open as well.
I like this. We get to see the beautiful blue sky that is in Italy in Inferno. Lovely.
And you know what else we get to see? We have some beautiful people over at the 5-stack station. They're going to walk us through actually in the server all the updates. What's up, boys, over there on the other side of the studio?
Yo, yeah, we've been running around just having a fiddle, as you do, as you tend to do. Yanko's running around on Inferno. Matthew and I have been taking a look at Dust 2. With reality setting in, Matthew, that Dust 2 is back, man.
It is pretty nostalgic to think Dust 2 is back. It was to a point where you would forget it was gone. Actually, it's so natural for us, so obvious to think Dust 2 is part of the update, which I will very honorably call the Vitality update.
Bro,
that's it. I've coined it.
I think there was like 4 maps on people's like radar of what could be coming in. None of them, I think, were Dust 2. Yanko, did anyone expect Dust 2?
I don't think so. I think people were also hoping for maps like Train or something.
Yes, Train Cobble.
That's a bit more spicy, you know, a bit more flavor to it perhaps than Dust 2. But Dust 2 is a staple of CS.
Yeah, and also you have to realize when it comes to Dust 2, I know when CS2 was introduced, we could play, we could run around and have fun. But in competitive, it hasn't exactly been played. It's got no experience on it. So if you just have a look at my POV for half a second here, you can realize some of the smokes that were always used in the game and like the basic smoke as if crossing towards long when you're on the T side, that kind of stuff. Now, the grenades coming to play, like that's going to happen. And I don't know if teams are ready to deal with that. They're so embedded in their brain that when we play Dust 2, it's all right. We're going to do a wall of smoke. We don't cross onto the A side. And then I guarantee you CTs or Ts, for that matter, are going to play with the pop. That's one good example here. The mid-B split. I mean, that's one of the most staple smoke you have in the game of Counter-Strike. That CT spawn already sort of bursted through in general, now with the nade as well. Hello. Talk about AWP paradise. People who like to be outside towards middle trying to get a fight. One nade into this. Up. Here goes the kill with the AWP. Now, I'm looking forward to see how it plays out, honestly. In competitive, I hope that people are going to get creative about it and not just rinse and repeat what was done before CS2 came around on Dust 2.
Yeah, for me especially, the left-hand view model is particularly exciting as well, like having this back. I know for a while it was hard to convince Daddy Valve that it was something we needed. This isn't the best example. Overpass Con is a bit of a better example, but you can see Mathieu is in that short corner, and my view model is possible of fully obscuring him. But I'm on your screen, right?
You're on my screen, yes, 100%.
Yeah,
I was hiding.
Sure. But like just this small quality of life thing, a lot of people, it's just going to be a fiddle. You know, a lot of people have quick switch bad habits. I think this is going to become a lot of people's bad habit. I've got it on mouse 4 right now, and I'm not going to lie, it feels good. Even when I'm just running to the site, I can feel myself fiddling.
I would like your opinion about the fact that whenever you do that quick switch, there is, half a second where you cannot shoot? What do you think about that? I mean, I know people who used to very obsessively switch around when they're playing, but they were ready to fight. Now, that puts you out for a while.
Can you quick switch on my screen, on my POV, so I can see what the animation is? So it just looks like a quick switch.
That for you, it looks like a quick switch. It's just in my POV, the weapon is going to change, not in yours. Otherwise, I think it would be probably a little too complicated for the model, because all guns are right hand,
of course,
so to speak. But I can see you fiddling around with the gun as well.
Does that mean the stickers are going to be reversed like they were last time? I haven't got any stickers. Hang on, wait, what have I got?
I'm on Jason's account. He doesn't have any. He's a purist.
Who do I?
Doesn't have
I must
any.
have
Purist,
someone's
he's a boomer.
sticker. I'm going to go and see if they're mirrored like they used to be. But Yankee,
That is a good question.
Why don't you take us for a walk around Inferno?
Yeah,
while I look
for me,
stickers?
it's also one of the things that I liked, which I saw from Fallen 5 years ago, that he used is this crosshair update that they added for trajectories, right? So if you're just aiming, you know, I turn it off, you can have it on whichever nade you want. But, you know, you're trying to find a lineup or something, you pull out the smoke, and you're watching a pro, and you're like, how does he line that up? Where sometimes this is how. Now you will have this massive reticle pop up all over your screen, so you can use the numbers, right? You can line up, for example, one on the left with the roof of the building and use a lot easier find lineups for yourself from positions that maybe suit you the best. Also, if you're a type of a person that enjoys finding their own nades and doesn't want to just go through guides and tips and whatnot, that's also really helpful. And yeah, you can turn it off for whichever nades you want to. This is something that you can have in your live game as well, and not just in practice games. And obviously the change with Inferno is they've opened up this middle area of the map a lot, which allows for more nade combinations over the top. I wish though, and I've already heard the players say, why didn't they remove this building too?
Yeah.
Right, like in Banana, it's opened up a little bit, but it still feels like pretty claustrophobic in here. I don't think that's a big enough change to really impact it. But seeing how Inferno was already in the pool, you know, it's not a map being brought back or anything like that. They might continue to tweak it a little bit more.
Alex, you're the boss of the server we're currently on. Can you switch us to Inferno as well? I do believe you are the absolute god in this universe. Yanko, are these changes enough for Inferno to buy some love back? Because it was a map that was really lost on love when it moved on to CS2. Are these changes enough to warm people's heart?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'd like to see, you know, this second building as well sort of removed or somehow like made that it has less impact too, in a way. But as always, we need to see a little bit how it plays. It might, I don't know. It doesn't seem enough. It seems like a step in the right direction.
In the right direction, okay. I cannot really join immediately my friend.
Yeah, you might have to join
I might just create on my own. Yeah, I'm going to create my own server.
I think also like
on my own.
This also makes it easier. I'm on my own and it's on the warm-up server where you now have this option in practice. Let's just show it to people. So when you go to play, you have practice, competitive, and you have these options on the left, right? Grenade, camera, infinite ammo, infinite warm-up. Now, we don't know if this is, you know, we tried. So when I create the server and other people try to join, that's where it bugs out.
Yeah.
You know, it adds a bot, the warm-up appears, and it becomes a little bit iffy. So maybe that's something they need to hotfix. But yeah, this makes it really easy to just not have to go through all the commands. And you
I think the combination of the grenade camera, but also just having this new reticle, that's going to mean that, as you said, if you want to, you know, you have a problem that you and your teammates encounter, like, oh, if only we could smoke X from Y.
Yeah, you can figure it out.
You can figure it out on your own, and it's going to be a lot easier as well. I used to find it so silly how some of the lineups are like view model specific. Like, well, I don't know what view model he's using, but I think he's putting the pin here and the blah here.
That used to be an all like art interpretation. You would have to figure out, okay, I'm in his mind. Is the pin actually on something? The hand, maybe the thumb. We used to do it with the thumb as well.
Yeah.
We used to do it with the thumb as well. Look, my thumb is going to be on that window over here.
Whether you pulled the nade or not, sometimes it's when you pulled it.
Exactly, that was all complicated. But I got to say, the first feeling is less claustrophobic. That's how I would characterize it. I'm very glad about these changes.
Well, gentlemen, I don't want to spoil the party.
It's all right. It's all right.
I do care about your thoughts, but I care more about what the players think of this new update. Sorry.
That's fair enough.
Okay, then.
Personally, I think this is an absolute waste of time in the kitchen, washing your hands. I mean, at the end of
Hey, Minusy, just the man I wanted to see. Dust 2 back in, yay or nay?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
For Overpass, you think that was the right one to switch out?
I think I like every map in CS.
Okay.
But I think Dust 2 is much better for me than Overpass. They're both good, you know, like they're both good, but I like Dust 2. Oh, sorry.
We can keep walking. We don't want to delay you guys. Inferno changes as well. Have you had a chance to have a look at any of them?
I saw some on middle. I think they opened the skybox. Not the skybox, but the roof. I think it's much better to throw utility now. And on Banana as well, not bad.
Nico, just the man I wanted to talk to. Dust 2, yay or nay that is back in?
Yeah, of course, yay. I love Dust 2. I'm kind of sad maybe Overpass could have stayed. I would have rather have Vertigo, you know, go out, but I'm happy with Dust 2, yeah.
And any of the other changes, obviously we've got left-handed view model back. The bob has changed as well. You happy about those?
I don't care about those. I'm happy that they changed Inferno a bit. I think it's going to help the game look better on Inferno. I think there's going to be more possibilities for certain days. So I think the upgrade is pretty cool and can't wait to try it out in the next event, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you so much, Nico.
Thank you.
I have masturbated before.
Oh, a bit partial to the old hand-to-hand combat then, I understand.
Cause uncontrollable rage. Smokes may be blown open unexpectedly. The subtick system may actually just be 64 tick. You may experience intermittent microstutters.
Okay, so I hear that is 2 yays for Dust 2 coming back. One from Munacy. Oh, this doesn't work. I should have tested that before I went live.
So you were just asking about Dust 2. You were not asking about whether the Overpass one was right.
No. This is purely Dust 2.
Purely Dust 2.
I mean, they gave me some thoughts on. I mean, Nico said he doesn't give a shit about the left-hand view model.
He wasn't really happy about the Overpass removal.
He wasn't. Spoilers for later. Spoilers.
Classic righty right there.
Yeah.
I think also I just wanna nip in the bud this, you know, misinformation about Dust 2 and how it's a silly map, it's not a strategic map and whatnot. Dust 2 is a staple of Counter-Strike. Now, that being said, I don't know how Vertigo keeps getting away with it. I don't know how this map is still in the pool. This map is the opposite of the staple of Counter-Strike. This map does not belong in Counter-Strike.
Well, do we co-sign something? Like, do we sign a letter together or something? Yeah, I wouldn't mind Vertigo being removed, quite honestly. It never warmed my heart. It just never hit me.
Have you, because I know Yanko hasn't, but have you, tried to apply your Counter-Strike brain to Vertigo, appreciate some of the things it brings? The fact that the sound cues are so prevalent that you can do slow rotations or loud, obvious rotations. I
know what you mean.
Mid-lurks have this incredible swing factor. It's very
My problem,
unique.
I never experienced Vertigo in a team with an environment that makes me appreciate it.
Have you played with someone that's got good ramp flashes that you can actually regularly take ramp control early as a CT?
The problem is I'm never really there, right? You have to imagine my experience playing Vertigo is playing B-Anchor with people who don't know the util.
I bet Yanko's a banker
it's very
as well,
contextual experience, right?
B-Anchor does suck on
It sucks.
I just hate it profusely and refuse to play it.
Well, that might be half the reason you don't enjoy it. You haven't tried.
I guess you're onto something, right?
Have you tried? Actually, never mind.
God knows where this question was going.
Yes, I have.
Do we add ourselves to this tally? Are we?
Let's keep it players.
Keep it to interesting people.
Okay.
You know, like
humble us,
over there.
And also, like, not every map has to be this new thing and have 6 pathways. And, you know, sometimes vanilla is good. Like, Dust 2 was exciting because you had more fights, you had more aim duels, which would provide for more.
Personally, I think this is an absolute waste of time in the kitchen, washing your hands. I mean, at the end of
Somehow my bot is more red than Harry is, and that's unfortunate.
All over Fury, I can feel it. Revenge for the major.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then coming up slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then coming up slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile. It's up to KD to make it through with the eagle.
Welcome back to Pro League and day 4 on the secondary broadcast. And I can't actually wait for the games we've got coming up today. And our first one, Falcons versus BetBoom. There's quite a lot on the line here because loser goes to that last chance stage, Brandon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've seen from both of these teams already that there's some frailties here, especially with the Falcons yesterday. It felt like TYLOO were coming back on that third map, even gave us a conversation piece for there to be a third map in the first place. Obviously, BetBoom survived over M80 in their first game, and then against Vitality, it was a little bit rougher. And you kind of go into this matchup with the expectation that it should be a really close game because both teams are looking vulnerable.
Yeah, it's actually a kind of a weird setup we've got between these two. I mean, they're both got good names on the roster, Falcons especially, and they're just not there yet. And we spoke about Falcons versus TYLOO yesterday. That was probably way too close for their liking.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they can bounce back today because technically, BetBoom, they should be a harder opponent than TYLOO, but it wouldn't surprise me that after yesterday, if Falcons have a bit of a recovery and actually make this one look a bit easier, because I feel like BetBoom are just not on the form that we would expect for the likes of Falcons. Because if you look at the stats as well, the numbers, sometimes they don't lie. And at the moment, I think BetBoom are the 3rd lowest rated team in the tournament, and Falcons are still having their individuals performing well despite these close games.
Yeah, I mean, look, you speak about individuals, and it was the Danish duo of the Falcons that were really elevating the scene just against TYLOO yesterday. We can bring this up because take a look at this. Magisk Dupree had an incredible just outing against TYLOO. If it wasn't for Dupree in maps 1 and 2, that you could argue that Nuke would even be a conversation, and Magisk in Nuke, and just to be honest, all over the series, really stepped up when it mattered. How many quad kills did we see yesterday between these two players? It was essential for the Falcons that the Danish duo had a good day, and we definitely saw that. And you're hoping for more of the same if you're a Falcons fan, and you're hoping that the consistency and the output of Dupree lives up, because obviously there's a lot of expectation when he comes into the roster to stand and deliver. I know Snappy has immediately said, well, look, we're making it more of a team effort. It doesn't have to be one player that we rely on, but yesterday they were definitely relying on Dupree.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dupree, I was so impressed with how he played yesterday. I mean, I know it was against TYLOO. I know it was against a team that Falcons should be beating every day of the week, but it was calm, it was collected in every single given situation. And yeah, I mean, these two players, what can you say? I mean, what, 9 majors between the two of them, right? Like, so it's so much experience, so much winning mentality. It's up to, sometimes it can be up to them to really push this sort of roster to that next level, to sort of give them that base to work off of. I mean, people will be talking about Snappy, people talking about Zonic, leading this roster, but so many ideas can be put in place by these two. And I think individually, the fact that they played well to start off the tournament, especially in their first win in what was 5 matches total, a couple of BO1s and 3 BO3s. As I said yesterday, they need to make winning a habit, and that's a start.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously we've just spoken about the fact that Falcons need to rely a lot more on all their individuals stepping up to be on the same level. That's exactly the same parallel we can draw with BetBoom as well, right? It feels like this team, again, they are looking for that outlet, and maybe with that Magno Jez signing, it felt like it could be him, but obviously a lot of expectations should be tampered a little bit because it's one of his first lands. Take a look at this, because obviously team play is the key. That's what we've been saying just kind of all week on the B stream. The thing that upsets me the most, and I say upset's a bit harsh, but it's Zorta coming in at a 0.97, because I do expect a little bit more out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, overall, it was actually a decent start to this era for Nafany, but it's tailed off pretty quickly for BetBoom since then. I think they struggled to get a lot of wins they should have been taking online. I've always thought Siren was a really good player. I mean, Zorta, we both spoke about it pre-going live. I mean, I think he's fantastic and one of the players that Cloud9 should definitely have on their shortlist for an AWPA. And Chiron can be very explosive, right? But only on occasion, and it needs to be more than just an occasion. I thought, as you say, lots of probably tier 2 enjoyers will know Magno, even though he's only 19. He came from the original Webster's K23 days and obviously went to Spirit Academy for that short amount of time as well. And of course, K23 developed players like Norbert and Fame, right? So yeah, Magno's very talented. We know Spirit Academy has a great track record, let's put it that way. But, you know, LAN is where it's all at for these players, and maybe seeing what Donk can do from that Spirit Academy setup has kind of moved the goalposts for players like this coming through from those Academy rosters now, and it's a lot to live up to.
Yeah, it is. I also want to just mention Chiron as well, because I feel like Chiron, you never know what you're going to get out of him, and I feel like that's probably been a tough sort of internal affair as well for Nafany, just trying to manage all of these players that got a little different expectations. They also like to play a little bit differently as well. Chiron's incredibly explosive. He likes to run in first and kind of be that point man. At the same time, you've got Zorta, who can be a supportive AWPer, but also likes to pop off and get involved in the fun. How do you kind of manage these expectations, and how do you make it a more cohesive unit? Vito coming through. This one's really interesting, by the way, because both these teams permaban Inferno, which means we get a freebie for both of them. They actually let it float all the way through to the second wave of bans here, with BetBoom picking Overpass, RIP to a fallen soldier already. But we've got it here in Pro League. Falcons pick Nuke. I think that's a really good decision for them because they look really good yesterday against TYLOO.
Yeah, and already nice to see the BetBoom guys smiling and getting the mood up as we begin this series. But yes, I'm saluting Overpass right now, and it actually feels so right that we get it as an opening pick in this series. I mean, BetBoom play it a lot, as you say. That sharing the permaban of Inferno allows everything to be floated, and it's not really played as much by Falcons. They haven't played as much as BetBoom full stop lately, right? So it is a little bit skewed that way. Falcons haven't played much online, whereas BetBoom have, but they do enjoy Overpass in terms of at least playing it a lot in recent times. So maybe it's a weakness, I'm not sure, but either way, it's great to see it, and obviously once we get into Overpass, we can have many a discussion about what on earth Valve have done last night. Dust 2 is a legendary map, but is it the one that really people would have chosen to come back? I am not sure. But the Falcons pick of Nuke is interesting. I like that too. This veto kind of is, because of that permaban being shared, set up for a third map decider, and I think Falcons might be going there just like they were against TYLOO yesterday, to be honest.
Do you know what? I'm going to play devil's advocate. I actually think Falcons have got the potential to make this a lot more comfortable. I feel like yesterday there was some individual errors that we saw. We saw some frustration as well, especially on Nuke, that kind of led to the team obviously getting it over the line, but definitely not in the manner that they would have wanted. And you take a look at the run here in Pro League, sure, some might argue that it doesn't matter how you get there. If your result is the end destination of the playoffs and the Falcons achieve that, then that's fantastic. But I feel like for the expectations of this team, and and kind of for the caliber of these players, especially over the last 12 months, I feel like they want to win this one cleanly to also invite a little bit of belief just within themselves more than anything. This is a tough opponent, don't get me wrong, but I feel like BetBoom seem to struggle towards the upper echelons of teams in the HLTV rankings. So I feel like it's a very interesting dynamic, and if you're Falcons, you're really hoping you get this done in 2.
Yeah, I actually do completely agree with you on that one. I still think it might go 3, but I still think Falcons will win this game. I mean, it's not just, picking the team that's higher ranked. I think BetBoom just aren't there yet with this team, and it makes you wonder whether they will get there with this specific 5, right? I mean, lots of people have been speaking about Nafany and maybe questioning whether there's much different from his Cloud9 era, whether it's, pretty similar strats and same sort of mistakes that we saw from that era of his. So, we'll have to see how he evolves into this game today. We are ready to get underway. It is Overpass, Falcons versus BetBoom, and let's enjoy Overpass as much as we can, because, how many times more are we going to watch this map in big tournaments coming in?
I think that's the real conversation piece, the fact that Overpass is no more, and we can just experience it for what it is. Of course, BetBoom, they picked it. They start on the attack, which means Falcons are lined up for defensive duties, and some Pious gets domed immediately. There's that P250 from BetBoom's Orpa striking true.
Yeah, Orpas on P250s and pistols, man. We see it so often. It is the common choice. It is the meta, and Zorta makes it work. We were speaking to each other before the game as well. I'm sure it won't be the only time we mention this throughout the series as more viewers come in, of course. But yeah, I mean, Zorta's style is very recognizable. And yeah, we're really looking for a good series from him today. BetBoom, as a whole, have not been too great individually as a group. They've been all right. But Falcons have had some stars perform numbers-wise. But the start to Overpass is a great one for BetBoom. Magno will find one of his own as well. And Madden is the last one left on the A site, trying to hold them at bay. Try and block the dumpster smoke. He does do it to some extent, but he's still got to somehow find a way to get 2 or 3 kills here. He finds one. He does find the second. All right, staying alive, 11 HP. He's actually playing with the one-way in the smoke right now next to the dumpster. But eventually stopped by Zorta, and now the Magisk Dupree rotation can come in.
Yeah, there's that Danish duo. Needs to find something immediately. Magno up close with Doolies poses a problem, though, and immediately he strikes. And Dupree left all alone. He's being run down by these players. BetBoom do not give Falcons a second to breathe or even try and formulate a plan on that retake. A really good design on that round as well, because you get the initial kill with players overflowing over towards fountains. The P250 rings true, and then they go completely passive. They wait for a mistake to be made. It's found with Magno going passive in towards connector. The dual Berettas overextend for the Falcons, and from there, even though Madden makes it a conversation, it always feels like you're in control if you're on that T side. Force by in now, and a fast one out of BetBoom.
Oh, they're going straight through the monster smoke, and you know what? Looks like it's going to work comfortably. Win the pistol, and the School of Overpass often decides that a rush against the force buy actually works more often than not. Sticking together, making sure you play the pack-based mentality, don't get picked off by these deagles, and the possibility of the Sumpire Scout as well. And BetBoom have chosen correctly, and they'll be rewarded with a 2-0 start. But of course, Falcons, they're aware of that. They'll give it up, and they'll try again in the following round with what they have bought up. So the third round, I should say, for BetBoom is going to be basically exactly the same as this one, trying to avoid what Falcons have invested in. We're going to have a unicorn round here, I think, though. There's been a few of these, actually, in this tournament so far. If we exclude the bomb explosion, every single player had 100 health intact, and the round's over.
Yeah, you pretty much just fast forward.
Yeah.
Just add another 1 to the score tally. Looks like we've got a little bit of a techie here, so hopefully we can get that resolved ASAP. But I really like the decision just to save, because there's no point. You're going to be on eco anyway. You might as well just say, okay, well, let's give it up. If we're the Falcons, we can bring forward all of our investment from the prior into this, and then in the next round it can go again with guns. So sure, BetBoom make a little bit of money, but at the end of the day, you can still do the damage later on. It's interesting. Obviously, we spoke to Dupree yesterday, and he was saying a lot about kind of feeling the external pressures and expectations on this team. And whilst they all feel a little bit smiley, you see that Madden's giving a giggle down the line, that there's a lot of pressure here. And I wonder, obviously, pressure can go both ways. It can either form diamonds or it can crack and swallow you up whole. And I wonder whether this event is going to be either a turning point for the Falcons and they can redefine themselves towards the later stages of this year, or whether the ground might swallow them and eat them up. Obviously, this is still a game in which both of these teams have got one more life. It's the position to stay and be mid, or held down to the LCQ. That came out a bit wrong.
Well,
oh dear.
it may have come out wrong, but you're actually not wrong, because I think that both these two teams will admit that right now they are middling tier 1.5 teams, right? They're not at that upper echelon just yet. So no, it sounds funny, but you've accidentally called it right there, I think, to be honest. Quick technical pause, hopefully not too long. Snappy having a quick discussion there with our referees. And it seems like we're going to get back into the action pretty quickly. The in-ears are going back in. And yeah, we can get back underway sharpish. Of course, we both spoke to Dupree.
Yeah, you were there.
At the end of their match against at the end of the match against TYLOO yesterday, and he was like, "Yeah, I mean, the mood isn't amazing, to be honest. I mean, it's sort of halfway on many occasions. We're trying to be smiley, but we're having to build into it, right? It can't all be sunshine and rainbows off the bat." And no team really can be that way, to be honest. It takes time to synergize, despite all the experience that these players may have, despite the legendary title total that Dupree and Magisk have. New experience changes things, and they still might be playing really well, but different synergy and time, especially time, is required.
Look at this, 5-player stack on B. Falcons think that BetBoom might just run it right back. But instead, that's not the case. BetBoom play a lot more of a default-centric round, taking the space, using the utility to gut out toilets, and with the molly up towards top connector, it gives Magno a little bit of leeway towards the bottom. So good space being adopted here. With connector being cleared, this gives you a lot of access. Do you want to go in towards short and execute B? That feels like the answer, and what a timing this is, because Falcons reset A.
Ah, yeah. Looks like BetBoom have actually read this one really nicely. Magisk is here, but he needs to find a way to stay alive. That HE is a little bit erroneous, but they do deal with Magisk straight away. But in this sort of situation for Falcons, they can absolutely try and do some damage here. They're buying next round anyway, and stopping BetBoom from building up so much bank is actually quite important in this sort of scenario. So maybe there's an argument that saving the Kevlar would get them full utility and they'd be at full strength in that following round. That is fair. But I think throwing at least 2 players in is worth it. That's why we're keeping the Deagle and the Scout close, I think.
Yeah, even get a wrap on with the MP9s and connector to get 600 and deny weapons potential for upgrades. That could also be the play here. You see Dupree walking his way down the stairs, but this has been very controlled and measured so far for BetBoom. It's not really been spontaneous. See that movement on the shadows is wild. I promise you that's not really how it looks. There is that kill towards Magno. Snappy around the corner. Siren won't get decimated. Instead, it goes the other way. But that's fine. You've confirmed that there's at least SMGs. It's not a complete future-proof round out of BetBoom. And you throw away, what, 2 MP9s? That's not the end of the world, because you're upgrading to M4s anyways. And Pius could even look to have his AWP in play too if he drops a scout on the floor.
Yeah. Big sigh there from Zorta. A little grin with his teammate. But yeah, I think in this situation, yeah, that was just before that moment when we saw it on the X-ray where Dupree's position there. We saw the surf off the corner of overpass on that short position, and yeah, making the X-ray model look very funny. Michael Jackson peak, maybe returning. We can assure you guys we are still playing on the old patch. Because, of course, Overpass is in the pool. And, yeah, quick technical pause. Looks like we might have a problem with Steam. That looks like the phone box to me. There it is. So you can re-log in. Get those QR codes in action. But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be super sad. At least in my eyes, low-key, I'll say it out right now. I'll admit it. I have an Overpass poster on my wall. Nerd emoji. But, like, I love the map. Always have. I love the map. Always have. I understand it's actually, like, not a terrible choice for a map to be removed. T-sides can be really slow and not exactly that entertaining for the viewer. But I still provide so much more tactical depth in my eyes than Dust 2. Dust 2 might be a legendary map, might be a legendary name in Counter-Strike, full stop. But, yeah, I think maybe there'd be less complaints if Vertigo got replaced instead. But I think a lot of people wanted Train over Dust 2. I think I saw a poll or something, a couple of polls on Twitter, and all of them were pretty similar, like 70% disagreed with Dust 2 and only 30% agreed with the choice to bring it back. So it's still obviously a map pool discussion is one of the biggest discussions in Counter-Strike, full stop. And it's what makes it so interesting because, of course, it's all opinion based. But yeah,
that can be dangerous.
I will miss Overpass.
So will I. I feel, look, I also think that just the reason for it as well is probably you take a look at the maps that were played in the major playoffs. Overpass was the lowest on the list. Obviously, a lot of outcry for Vertigo. What I want to see, though, and I feel like what kind of makes CS special to me, personally, subjective, guys, all right? I'm going to go for a bit of an opinion. Doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean I'm wrong, but I feel like what makes CS so special to me is just the intricacies you can get with the maps. It feels like by bringing Dust 2 back, sure, obviously there's going to be teams that are going to refine it. There's going to be a whole new way to play with the nades being broken and breaking the smokes where it comes to mid to B, where it comes to one smoke now only being used for long, that sort of thing. But at the same time, it feels like we're taking a sideways step and then relying a lot more kind of like the boomer mentality of this is just a classic FPS map. You've got 3 distinct lanes. I really like the elevations and nuke being so tactically depth where your rotations, your communication has to be relied on. Sure, Vertigo, people don't like it, but at the same time, you still got that elevation. You still kind of got that innovation where you can try and use mid a little bit more. Think about when Vertigo was first introduced to the pool as well. And sure, it is still a conversation of this is the A retake simulator map, but mid's being exploited a lot more. We are seeing a lot more B takes now with CS2 being introduced. There's some variety there. And I really hope Valve take the direction in which they experiment with maps like Ancient, for example. They also, with the new Source 2 engine, I feel like that would enable all sorts of possibilities for innovation when it comes to maps. And maybe we take a look in the community route again and we get the community map pool creating. We bring more maps in on a rotation basis. That would make it harder for teams. See, there's so many things that you got to consider. But I feel like Dust 2, Mirage, Ancient, I think you can throw that in the category. All feels very samey. There's a lot of familiar things you can do on each of those maps. And whilst that might appeal to a new player, right at the upper echelons, right up here, I'm saying no, please. Don't do it.
Too puggy. Yeah, lots of pros have kind of said it's a little bit too on the puggy side, the current pool change. But of course, we'll have to see how it all plays out. It is a new engine. It is, of course, Dust 2 back in the pool with those smokes being able to be broken by HEs, like you say, could make a big difference on the B doors, the mid doors, the cross toward A from long, and all that sort of stuff. So we will have to see. I think every single change that Valve made yesterday was excellent quality of life changes. Just most people see the map pool change and see it as a bit of an overshadow of the other good things they've done, because lots of people have disagreed with it, and I am one of them, I will admit. So we'll see anyway. Let's enjoy Overpass while we still can, and let's see if Falcons can enjoy it, because BetBoom have had a great start to this game. Magisk does well. Sunpice has actually chosen to keep his scout in this round. Didn't drop it for an M4, but at the moment they're winning this gun round, this all-important opening CT gun round. nicely in a 5 versus 3.
This was fantastic, by the way. A molly gets dropped. I think it was from either Madden or Snappy in towards water, and that completely negated BetBoom from lining up their double nades onto Magisk.
Yes. And
from there, that actually accelerates the play of this T side to try and go ahead early with flashbangs. They get shut out at the first 2 instances. Dupree's got really good control up towards Fountain. Falcons know this is going to be a B play, and they've got reinforcements ready and raring to go.
Ah, this is perfect. That is a really good fundamental choice there from Falcons. You may have a significant advantage, but don't sit back. Don't let the T side dictate things. They go for a clear on Monster with 2 players peeking, and Magno is not going to be long for this world here. Dupree is ready, and he gets his 2nd kill of the game. First round on the board for Falcons on their CT side.
And it's all about limiting that control, sure. The Falcons don't directly take short by fighting for it with guns, but by using their utility, they stave out this early pressure, and they make BetBoom commit into something on the bonus buy that they didn't really want to do at that moment in time. And from there, where the round reaches a standstill, that's where you get these lurks. That's where you get these flanks over towards the long side and the short side. Just guaranteeing the round there for that CT side. A good first notch on the belt. BetBoom back to this short control, and this one might be a little bit faster, but it also might be a bit more deliberate. How on earth?
Blinded up. Magisk still gets 1. Chiron might make the only imprint in BetBoom's round so far, but Magno will flank water, so they do have the bomb site, but the question is, do you expect a double flank? It's Madden and Dupree on this. Sorter will give it a quick look. Oh, if he won that duel, it would have set up Magno nicely. But let's see what the new boy can do. 6 kills on the board already. He's actually aggressed all the way toward CT here. He's going to have a quick heaven flank, and probably the last position they'll expect, but eventually they'll weed it out, and there we go. It's just checked at the last second by some Pius. He does get found, but Dupree instantly takes the kill, and yes, they will be able to get the defuse in time. Madden is on it. He has the kit. They're going to go and grab that up right now. And that's a 2nd for the Falcons.
Yeah, pretty sure Dupree just scoops it up right at the very end. Not really sure how Magisk is able to win out that fight towards Monster. It feels like everyone's blind in that encounter, but his bullets connect first, and from there, Snappy at the back of the bomb site said he's been working on his individual level. It comes into full effect. Good clearing by the Falcons as well, just making sure that... Oh, all right. Just making sure that with that double Monster setup, they could clear everything quickly, and then that kind of eliminates all the possibilities. Once they get the confirmation, Dupree sharp with it. Good showing. It's what you want. Really.
More good individual work from Dupree. It's so nice to see. BetBoom trying to keep the pace fast, though. Straight into B again, and actually, Siren and Chiron will get their kills this time. Magisk is now very stuck. He's done the best he could possibly do. He's got his 2 kills, but he's out of ammo on the A1S. Magno is only 10 HP on this lurk around. It's going to take a while for him to find something, so it might have to be some Pius here. We saw a slow start yesterday against TYLOO, and then he really stepped into the game and delivered.
It all hinges on whether Dupree can get contact here. Because you're right, Magno's completely locking this out from heaven, so it's only a matter of time before some Pius gets removed. Oh, that's nervy. Bated breath for both of those players, but Magno gets the best of him. And that's an AWP now dropped on the floor. He can scoop that up. Ready for Sorter in the follow-up. But do they even want the AWP? They've been getting a lot of success out of this fast play in towards B. They've really noticed that even with Magisk finding just a multi-kill, they're able to breach it and just overwhelm the Falcons anyway. So they are running it back. They are doing the same things, but it's working. So if it ain't broke, why try fix it?
Absolutely. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That is a very famous saying, but I think my dad probably told me that one when I was very young, and it stayed with me ever since. There was a few from my dad that I'll take with me. Sometimes I'll bring them out in a cast and see if they work. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Falcons 2-4. Bet Boom. A nice response again, and of course, Money hasn't had a chance to be built up. So, there's a chance for Bet Boom to break that CT economy once again. And Zorta does have that AWP, of course, recovered, like we said. And that Magno look was really nice at the end of that previous round, just making sure that's recovered. Every little helps for Bet Boom. dupreeh in connector, and having to check both angles, which is, of course, really awkward for him. Molly coming through, just ahead of it. And Nafany is keeping a close eye on it. Wary of that possibility, but Sampias is there to help, and that's really nice team play. And they realise that utility is coming through toward connector. Sampias then pushes forward to make sure dupreeh isn't alone. That's an early 5v4 for Falcons.
And at the same time, they got out the short control, which again leaves Bet Boom with limited options, and it feels like the Falcons have pieced this one together. This T-side has to be outside Monster. They're ahead of the flashes this time, Siren and Chiron, but Magisk is ahead of the play. Madden on the dig will also claim a life with the help of Snappy. And with 25 seconds, that's around it. Done and dusted. Locked out of the B bomb site this time by yet again good map control being taken by the Falcons. I really like the fact that Sampias steps in there to help out dupreeh, because at the bare minimum, you're guaranteeing a trade. And then as soon as that contact is taken, that's where you get Magisk, Snappy walking in towards short, making sure that they have a good understanding of where this could end up. By that point, it's either long or it's either over towards Monster.
Yeah, it's very well figured out there by Falcons. See Magisk getting involved in the comms as well in between rounds. I think we always mention about these sort of rosters, right? You have so many players who have strong voices in a team. How do you judge that between the five? And you've even got Sonic keeping a close eye behind you as well, right? So, long term, got to figure out those sort of things. It's these sort of projects that do take time. Instant success is so unlikely. They might have had a decent run in their first tournament in Katowice, but sort of things can be a bit of a flash in the pan sometimes. Round 8, minute 20, and Bet Boom up connector, looking to try and take control perhaps of front bathroom, as they've got the rest of their team coming to join up with them. Bum on the back of Siren. Utility is not limited just yet. They've still got 3 smokes and a couple of flashes and an all-important incendiary on Nafany picked up. He's also watching for the jump spot mid-dice. Sampias close range. Playing close bathroom without that AWP, of course. Possibly will be flashed in. He absolutely will be. It's great timing on it, and he makes it too. Really clean from Sampias, judging the 20 bullets in the M4 to at least double down and do some good damage to Chiron as well.
Smart as well from dupreeh, because he's jumping from the sign, so he's not exposed by Zorta's AWP. And you can also flash in Sampias up close. Now his next task is to deal with Magno, and he's done exactly that. It feels like dupreeh's completely alone here, but no, he's got backup. Madden tucking in towards the truck. dupreeh fights alone. Now for Nafany and Chiron, they need to make sure that A is completely clear. Turn of the flash. Madden, though, completely denies. And yet again, Bet Boom shut out of the round. They have the right idea of what they want to achieve, but it's the slight variations of the tempo that Falcons are now enforcing. This round's a lot more passive over towards toilets. Setting up the players for success is telegraphed by utility, by the beyond the pure contact of the rifles. So there's a lot of differences that Nafany and now the rest of the gang of Bet Boom now need to try and piece together. The one thing they're getting for sure, though, is a lot of space over towards connector and short.
Yeah, it kind of possibly could have hinged on that one kill, right? Madden played it beautifully in the truck cubby there, getting that quick turn away from the flash and getting that easy-looking headshot, but could have easily changed the round, even in that late stage. It looked easy, but wasn't absolute perfection. Anyway, in the following, they have that saved AWP, of course. I'll drop it back over to Zorta. Chiron's got the Galil. It's a full force across the board, and now the M4 is so tagged up, but so is Dupree. He still gets one on Siren. How clean was that burst? And he's looking for more as well. They know he's still here, but they haven't been able to flush him out yet. And he almost does more, but he probably does the most he could possibly do.
Yeah, again, look at this. One piece of contact being taken on the extremity, and that allows Falcons to find success on the other. Madden has got such an advanced flank. He can just hold and wait patiently. Snappy can even deal with the connector threat as Nathany swings open the door. How diligently does he clear? First time of asking is good from Snappy, but Magno will hit the trade. A missed shot from Pius as well. Will at least spot out the bomb. So that's further information for this CT side. And now between Magno and Chiron, they've got to work it out. But here's Madden, who's been here the entire time. And surely that locks in the round yet again. Bet boom. Can't deal with it. They're being pinned in by these Falcons players who are being incredibly proactive as soon as the first instance of contact is taken. Ball on the back for Chiron at the very least means if he can get past some Pius here, it could be a plant. Or even if he plants the default, that's still extra money being injected into the bank balance. Difficulty then is trying to get this after plant online. Jump spot, no facing, some Pius holding. Because he's on the line first, he's able to get the jump on him. Defuse locked in, 10 seconds not a factor. Falcons go in the lead.
Yeah, that was quite a nice hard clear from Chiron there, to be honest. He knew exactly the angle to check, but as you say, when you're already posted up on it, it makes it borderline impossible to hit that shot first. Unless somehow you get tagged through the wall and not taken down. This is good work from Falcons, and once again, it's so often Dupree, the point man. It's crazy that he's a 5-time major champion and he's still spoken about by quite a lot of people around the scene as underrated, right? It's I mean, quite incredible, really. Doing more great work for Falcons. Bet boom down to a full pistol by this time, of course. Chance for Falcons to perhaps pull clear a little bit on CT side. 4 is not bad on T side overpass, but in the position they originally found themselves in, they would have hoped for a lot more.
I would completely agree with that statement. The fact that it felt very concrete. But yeah, again, this is where scorelines can be a little bit deceptive, right? And it's just the value of grabbing that pistol. Suddenly it can earn you a bonus 2-3 rounds, which makes such a difference in MR12. Let's see what the pistols have got to go for. Obviously, primary objective in this one for Bet Boom is just whacking down the bomb on a site. Getting a bit more money involved for the future. Siren having a little bit of a peek, but it's some Pius that's now being dynamic, and that nade bounces up the stairs straight in the face of Zorta.
That's so annoying. You had to use an all-important, very thin across-the-board utility as well to put out that Molotov, and even the spray through the smoke works on Siren as he tries to find a way to move away from that position. Brandon, this is a pistol round which should go Falcons' way. So I'm going to quickly say something. As we just see it happen. You know what? I'll stop that for a moment because there's still a risk here. They're doubled up on longbow, and that should confirm it, and it absolutely will. Plenty of damage done. Then expect Magno there. So that's sorted.
Yep.
Tell you what's not sorted. M80, 11, G2, 1. On Ancient, on map 1, on the A stream.
Sorry, one more time.
M80, 11.
Yeah.
G2, 1 at half-time.
As in,
on Ancient.
As in they've taken map 1, or they've got 1 round. Surely you're not telling me they've got 1 round.
G2 have 1 round.
Bloody hell. All right.
Swisher is 13 and 6. Morbs is 12 and 8. I'm not sure what's happening there, but you know what? Fair play, M80. Maybe that win that Mongols got against G2 was not really a massive upset after all, but if M80 are able to pull this off, then that would be unbelievable. But anyway, back to the case at hand in front of our very eyes.
Ooh, a runny B here.
Zorta. Oh, they're about to clear it out. Lovely run boost. We know those can be so difficult to put in place on CS2. They can be a bit buggy on occasion, but that works to absolute perfection. It pulls the crosshair of Madden away, and Zorta gets the entry.
Yeah, and now Big D needs to step up, and that's fantastic from Dupree. 2 kills immediately. That puts the round back in even steading. And some Pius can play from the back of dice. And for BetBoom, it's now a gamble. Do you want to lean more towards this A-bomb site where you've already found the success? Or do you want to hedge your bets in towards B? But Magisk has got the space over towards short. Siren mollied off. That would have been heard by the rotating Snappy, who even wants to push the issue. Nade provides a little bit of cover, but the elevation is perfect out of Siren. And now some Pius needs to step up. We'll find the first. Relies on this flank from Magisk. Staying alive is key. Zorta gives him a test, and Shadow spotted, but the kill not collected. There's that flank being active. The incendiary's great, but Zorta hits a shot. The issue is there's no time. Even with the jump, even with the hope of opportunity, it's denied. And even the ult, furthermore, no money for Zorta. $200 in the bank account. And it's the Falcons that are profiting.
Oh my goodness. I was ready for Zorta to do something absolutely ridiculous there and just hit a wall bang jumping straight through the dumpster wall there. I thought it could have happened, but not to be, and now he's in a horrible situation. That must be the worst feeling. Last round of the half coming in. You know you've got so little time left on the clock. In that round, you try and do something with it, but then get taken down after time to have $200 in that bank. Super well played by Falcons again, and the battle back has been superb. And once again, it's Dupree on a number of occasions. It started so well. Here's this run boost. That couldn't have worked out better for BetBoom. But then Dupree just makes that double kill look elementary. But it was so difficult. Some Pius had 1 bullet left as well before he fell away. Had to put up the dualies. But gets the job done. And poor old Zorta is obviously committed to just the Glock and been given utility to try and set up his teammates in round 12.
Go back to B. Look, this could be a nice change-up for BetBoom. They're able to find a lot of success over towards this site, but Falcons have got it stacked. 4 players here immediately. Galil, Kyron sings out. So pressure and contact known. Now for this T side. They don't need to commit anywhere. They don't need to shove it into a bomb site right at the moment. Boost on the right-hand side for Madden. He can get up safely, and does he spot Zorta? Yes, he does now. Oof. So now you know one's monster, one's short. It's probably going to be B. You can keep everyone here if you're Falcons.
No need to shift anything at the moment. Dupree still got nades primed as well. Nathany's got his molly and smoke toward A. They're either going to shift back to A or he's going to provide a fake, and it's going to be the former. Some Pius in position. He's got the setup with Dupree. Site player, bathroom player. 30 seconds for BetBoom to try and do something with this. Some Pius will just fall off the angles. The utility comes flying in, and now Dupree has to deliver once again. He finds one, and some Pius finds his one too, but it's only one for Dupree. Some Pius needs to do more, but it doesn't matter if Madden's here delivering. And look at the damage done to Chiron. Brilliant work from some Pius. A triple kill to end off the half of Falcons, and 8-4 at that. Falcons 8, Bet Boom 4. And when you consider Bet Boom won the pistol and the 2 conversion rounds to follow, that is a great half from Falcons.
Yeah, that's all the gun routes just going in their favor. That kind of felt like the difference between them and TYLOO as well, especially on Mirage, for example. So if they can work in a little bit of pistol potency, that's a sign of good things to come. B attack, trying to give Bet Boom a taste of their own medicine straight in beyond the flashbang. Siren not being cleared at barrel. Siren, oh, he finds everything alongside Magno. Complete decimation on that hit. And Bet Boom grab another pistol.
Wow. Okay, then. That was fast. That almost gave me some memories of that famous Tizian clip from Barrel. Remember where he puts his head down and flicked up to hit the instant tap? It wasn't as sexy as that. It wasn't as sexy as that, but still, that is one clean pistol for Bet Boom. See the rotation here from Magno as well. I mean, that's just instant. That's what you want to see from this young star. He's been touted. We've been seeing some incredible numbers from him online, of course, and his previous rosters as well. Spirit Academy, K23, like we've mentioned. K23 have brought up players in the past, have gone on to great things. Norbert, Fame, for example. Do we have a slight keyboard issue here, perhaps? We've got some some question marks being posed by the looks of it. Hopefully not too long, but yeah, that was couldn't have been better for Bet Boom, especially to set themselves up on CT side after you've lost so many gun rounds.
So this one's now Falcons 8, Bet Boom 5. On the A stream, Mr. Trav. MAT 13, G2 2 on Ancient.
What the bloody hell, mate? What? Like, honestly, that is the scariest part for G2. We can go on and on about this result forever, right? But the scariest thing about it all is the fact that Mongols beat them yesterday very comfortably. And this is another very comfortable loss against a team they should be beating every day of the week. What's going on with G2 in Pro League at the moment? Anyway, fist bumps are in, and we have to focus on Falcons and Bet Boom once again. And actually, we've seen this quite often from Falcons, haven't we?
The 4CB.
Out the bomb plant, they're forcing.
Yeah, they do it a lot, especially on T side. And to be honest, I kind of like it because you know how frail money is just anyway on the CT side. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Tech 9s and Scout would indicate to me that some Pius is going to be the point man, hopefully dealing out some tags on towards some of these Bet Boom players, and then the Pistols could try and mop up. It could also be an element of how close can the Pistols get without Bet Boom noticing onto one of these bomb sites. Scaling through Fountain and Connector. If you can worm your way in towards the toilets, or I guess the subway / train, tram, bus stop, whichever one it is, without being noticed, and then you explode onto that site, that can get a little bit dangerous. But we've seen this setup time and time again work out for the Falcons in this first half, and with the weaponry advantage, it shouldn't be an issue. Zorta has already found the first, the Scout's in the back, and, well, Zorta's hitting everything.
That's really nice from Zorta. He's made the FAMAS look good there, which is an impressive thing in itself. Very nicely done. And yeah, his rifle work has always been pretty good. He's not just known for his AWPing. We've been talking about him. Lots of people have been talking about him for many a year. Many a month, I should say. Many a year would be a bit ridiculous. But many a month in the words of perhaps an upgrade to Cloud9. They need an AWPer. He is an AWPer. And his rifle work has been superb in history as well. He's got a very distinctive style as Zorta. I mentioned it earlier, especially on a map like Overpass. If you didn't have player cams on and you were just watching an online game and you were watching Zorta, it's actually quite obvious to see it's him. Because of the way he moves, the way he strafes, the way he looks at the wall when he falls back in certain angles as well. It's actually weirdly distinctive, which is pretty cool to have players who have a style like that. Chiron will have some pistols to try and deal with here. Build up some confidence. MP9 gets one as well, and wow, that's going to hurt. But Siren gets the kill anyway.
Yeah, it's almost like Zorta has like got here like racing lines in order to get his like best foot forward where it comes to finding space. And if he can get there even a couple of milliseconds earlier than his opponent, he can profit. Falcons tried to race up long themselves. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so Siren dinked Chiron. It didn't matter anyway because dupreeh hit a lovely headshot, but
yeah.
Still ain't ideal, but look at the benefit of grabbing these pistols in the conversion rounds, though. Immediately, you're back up to within 1 round of contention. Already, this becomes a little bit scarier. Now, Zorta out with his weapon of choice. Magisk takes a lot of space in towards short. Boost up. Not punished.
That's awkward. So frustrating when you have the vision on the short play on that boost, but they just shift underneath your crosshair and the wallbang can't finish them off. No lives lost yet, but maybe now. There we go. Madden will deal with Magno as he tries to push towards short and that control. Basics of overpass tend to dictate that whichever side has short control has quite a significant advantage, especially if it's the CT side. Stop the T side from doing those executes toward B. Having a second pathway into the B side. Now, toward long, Pius has got the vision with the AWP and he's got a flash. Is he looking to perhaps send dupreeh in on that angle? Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's been tasked with this alone. Make some noise as well. And now this flash is getting primed. When does he want to look for it? The answer's now, and that's when Zorta swings into the angle, and he does actually expect Chiron to be there too. He checks it nicely, but Chiron wins the duel. 20 seconds. Time is an issue now, but dupreeh's all the way in toward bank. They've got the bomb down toward truck. dupreeh may have been tagged, but BetBoom on this rotation. I'm not sure how you find a way to win this one. 3 versus 4. dupreeh's been an absolute, well, nuisance. That is so cheeky, going straight through that smoke. Siren will find a trade, but it might be down to Chiron to do some more work. They're still in this. There's a kit on Siren and a smoke on Chiron as well. dupreeh goes down, and Magisk has been on this long B flank all this time. Smoke onto the bomb. Siren's going to hold it. He's the one with the kit. Magisk can't find it. And BetBoom have found a way.
Yeah, really nicely done from BetBoom, because as soon as dupreeh gets down in towards CT, grabs the kill on towards Nafany. I think he timed out, actually, which is a little bit unfortunate. So credit to BetBoom for winning the round anyway. But dupreeh just thinks the round's over. But the flank was so far removed from the fight. And this is really smart from Pius, by the way, because him jumping that little bit there gives the audio to Chiron, which baits the AWP into his line of sight. And because the AWP's conveniently come round the corner after he's made that audio, he knows there's going to be a player up close. But it's Chiron ultimately to win out that fight onto Pius, even leg dupreeh in the process, upgrades himself back to the AK, and pulls BetBoom over the line.
What a recovery. 3 versus 4. They were quite far away on the rotations, as I said. I mean, they had 2 in bank, but they were kind of locked off, right? dupreeh did his cheeky move. And you thought that may have sealed it. And I think Falcons probably thought they'd sealed it as well, because that's why Magisk was kind of already toward B, maybe predicting that's where they'd fall away and save, right? So he could stop the exit, stop the saved weaponry from being taken through. So getting caught out a bit there, Falcons. 8 rounds apiece on the harder T sides. BetBoom on their pick, delivering.
It's one of those plays as well you're going for the around the world just to try and deny the save, and if it works out, it's fantastic. If it doesn't, then you're so far out of the chances of being able to deal with that retake. Zorta fires off the AWP, and that gives an indication to the Falcons that players might still be up close, but he's still hanging around. He's still pretty invested into taking these fights. Madden on Siren, and Madden's just walked through the smoke. So now he gets short for free. There is that kill with the AWP out long. But his rotation is so far away from the B bomb site that Falcons might just go early. Oh, wow, that timing.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. He's heard it. Madden has failed the jump on towards short there. Couldn't get off the railing, onto the ledge, into the water to do it silently. And Siren will pounce, as will Nafany. And Magno secures it. That is a really nice readjustment there from BetBoom. That one tiny mistake from Madden, not getting down onto short silently, that could have genuinely been the turning point in that round.
It really could have been, especially because he found the gap to walk through the smoke on towards short. I like the idea from Falcons. As soon as they see the AWPs out long, they want to throw it in towards B to kind of get ahead of all of these rifles, but it's really good utility. Put down at the same time the contact's been found by Zorta out long. It gives him time to reset. It also prevents that scaling. So good micro from BetBoom. Catching out Madden over at short is just a cherry on top. So it really could have unraveled everything. Falcons take a pause, a moment to breathe. They're relegated back down to the Tech 9s, and BetBoom could go in the lead and establish a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, great chance for this now. Been a bit of a streaky game, of course. BetBoom won the opening pistol on their T side. They won the conversion without actually having to kill a single player. If you remember, it was a 1000 HP intact round. And the following conversion after that to make it 3-0 against that same purchase. Only won one round after that. Falcons have yet to win a round themselves on their T side now. Damage done to Snappy already with the Mac 10. Looks like Falcons are going to try and pounce with this full execute in toward B with this util. And yes, already spammed through the smoke. Magno will find that extra bullet onto Snappy. The pistols are strafing onto the site, but Chiron finds Magisk comfortably. Some Pius wandering his way through, gets taken down, and this is clean from BetBoom. Not a single point of damage done to the CT side from Falcons. Their money is bolstered. And now, Falcons are going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, sweaty palms now for Falcons because it felt like they were in complete control in that first half. This was 8-4, if you remember. And suddenly they haven't posted a single round since swapping over to that T side. Can be difficult overpass, obviously, but the momentum is well and truly with BetBoom. AWP out for some Pius. That needs to be the difference maker. Already shown strength out towards long. And long is exactly where, once again, this AWP Zorta is heading.
He loves this. I know he's only 10 and 9, Zorta, in this game, and 3 of those frags are with the FAMAS against one of the ecos, but CT side overpass is one of his playgrounds without a doubt. Deserves to be spoken about. Magno as well, 17 and 9. Playing really well. New boy on the team. Still very young, of course. Oh, the timing on the long push. Hang on a moment. There's a world, and there is that world. Snappy gives it a glance, but it's a second too late. Chiron takes the frag. Beautifully done. Mid-round aggression from BetBoom, catching Falcons out again. Not sitting back and letting them dictate the pace. Assertiveness on the defense from BetBoom.
Well done from Siren as well, because he rotates up, he drops the smoke towards Toilet, it gives time for the AWP to now reposition, and he prevents the gap from Dupree being exploited. So currently you're subjected to Toilet, subjected to Long. It always feels like an A play, especially with 30 seconds left, and Molly could come forward towards Long. There's another smoke that could go in towards Bathroom, and Siren's rotated. Everyone's in position. I don't even think you go for this if you're Falcons. 20 seconds left. If you don't find anything in the next few seconds, you might want to call it off, and that should be it. Especially with Cairo locking them out. Madden's pushing. Madden's getting aggressive here. He will find Zorta and the follow-up, but the bomb's too far away. Falcons can never win this round, so it's just collateral damage.
Yeah, and honestly, that's fine for Madden to get those 2 kills, but it is pretty risky. There's not really much point in trying to limit the CT economy in the state it's in now. Look at it. They had, before the buy of utility in this round, they had 4 players on quintuple digits, I think. But again, it's Chiron. We mentioned he can be explosive. We mentioned... You see it in beautiful slow motion there. Taking down the 2 Danish legends. Stepping up when needed for his team. giving Falcons no chance. And of course, the save does give them something to work with in this following round, but you've got 3 Galils in play. Oh, is Nafany looking to perhaps go through the monster smoke? I would doubt it. He's still got full utility, and yes, he'll fall away. Often when you see a contact play being pushed through monster, it's 2 players sitting in the smoke waiting for a flash from a third. Not this time for BetBoom, trying to keep it stock solid on B. As we said earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right now, things are working.
This is so smart from BetBoom. We'll get into why in just a moment for the overall game picture, but even in this round, Magno's taking short control, Siren still jump spotted to try and bait that no one's there, and Nafany is still being a menace. How many times are BetBoom going to have a player just tucked behind barrels? And here's that activation. Oh, wow. Magno gets deleted. 50 seconds. Falcons start to commit in towards this B bomb site. Siren can drop the incendiary. Nafany can peek on his terms, and the flashbangs aren't here, but Magisk is. Siren next up and needs to deliver with more, and he does. 2 calculated headshots, and now the rotations are here, but Snappy finding more. Leaves it all onto some Pius and Dupree, and in fact, just make it 1 for BetBoom. B bomb site compromised. Zorta might go for a cheeky play. Thinking about edging this smoke, walking through on a timing, and won't find Dupree. The shot connects, but the kill not converted. And now the retake becomes a little bit more tricky. Some Pius on the off angle, and he locks it in. The Falcons just about get their first T-side over the line.
That is huge for Falcons, and huge from some Pius again. It's such an important frag towards CT, and the off angle on the last is superb. Of course, Zorta goes for that because he's got so much money in the bank to give it a go. Siren absolutely did his best. And Chiron being able to peek off his contact kept the round very interesting, but some Pius' positioning was superb. Now, Falcons, of course, only won that round with 2 players alive, so Snappy's had to commit to a MAC-10. Some Pius looking to get a clean entry straight away off the bat, but we all know that these wall bangs through short can be so common, and more chip damage comes through. Of course, every little helps with that chip damage. It makes those M4s be an instant headshot rather than just a dink. Definitely the case for Magisk and some Pius now. Maybe even for Madden, really close range. Made over the top from Siren. Magisk eats that one too. I've always liked Siren as a player. Up to 17 and 10 in this game. I thought he's been very consistent on this team, in a team basically that can be very inconsistent, full stop. And it's working out nicely for him today. Lovely mid-round short boost to remove Magisk from Magno. And Falcons' last decision actually might just be a contact play through short. They're going to just need to hit the headshots here. Madden at least starts it off nicely, but Nafany's ready, and he finds his counterpart Snappy. Siren finds Madden, and BetBoom eking ever closer to map points.
Oh, especially with that one. Dupree trying to find a timing, nearly hits it. It would have been complicated anyway with the position that Chiron was in. But it's so smart out of BetBoom. The flash that Nafany throws from Monster forces Magisk back into where the boost can see. So they're able to just grab that one for free. And by playing and maneuvering towards close Monster is not a setup that BetBoom have really implemented all too much in this second half. And Falcons have been finding a lot of space in B when they're going pure contact. That's how they were able to isolate those kills in the previous rounds. They try it again. They're able to find the first instance, but the crossfires are then already established. And by picking players off in the mid-round really just helps things out. Even with Chiron just being a nuisance in claiming all the space in toilets means that this defense can just remain here. And they're ready and prepared. Map point on our beloved overpass.
Yeah, I was watching that slow motion replay of that Zorta upshot actually. Had quite a blurry scope on that one, so sometimes those kills don't come through when the scope is that blurry, but very small amount of luck perhaps was on his side that time. His crosshair was in the right place. But everything seems to be going BetBoom's way. There's been one flash in the pan for Team Falcons on their T side. It was an 8-4 half for them. This is kind of the pattern that Overpass has shown us over the years, of course, even on Global Offensive, one of the most CT-sided maps in the pool. And Boom are proving that so far today. Falcons need 3 in a row. With a Mac 10 and a Tech 9 in play to take us to OT.
Yeah, let's see. It feels difficult. Smoke lands to give short entryways. And now a blow on the smoke doesn't quite land, so Nathani's going to try it again. Gives Auto a line. But he can't see some pious. Falcons are very much committed in towards B. This has been the only way in which they've been able to find success. Nathani turns from the flash, still caught by it a little bit, but Madden will trade, and then Zorta on the line once more. The Falcons are cracking their way in. A 3-on-3. Magno here in the sewers, alongside Siren, trying to lock out Falcons one more time, and it's working. And they've done it. That Boom have survived the storm that Falcons posed on the defense and mounted a strong resilience of their own. It's 13-9 on their map pick of Overpass.
Listen, obviously I felt we could have nailed that cast, to be fair. But a lot of circumstances did, we didn't, and normally I'm not focusing on individual performances because we can all have a shit cast. But I also think a lot of it started before the cast, and I have to point my finger at you. Changing accent when you had a tournament where you cast really well, it's a risky move in my opinion. I don't know if it's an old accent or if it's a new accent. Forgetting your player pronunciations. You were, for me, totally gone though. You're just sitting on fucking Twitter and checking in the middle of the game. It's fine to have a bad cast, but there's just so many circumstances that fucks it up before the broadcast. And the reason I'm getting angry is because I know you're fucking better than that. You've always shown such reliability, but we fucking need you. And I don't want all this overcompensating. If we're boring because of BP or Spirit. We don't need stupid fucking accents. I don't know when to take it up because we also have 3 weeks of broadcast, but I feel it's fucking necessary. We need to fucking show up and be there. And if there's issues, talk to us. If there's issues with your audio setup, people can help you set it up. But it's a fucking risky, changing your accent. There's no way.
Point is, my weakness is my analysis. Your weakness, your strength, is your analysis. At the fucking Katowice, you had the most insane color commentary. So good. Some of the most insane storytelling I have ever seen. It's enough. Don't change an accent before the cast and waffle because of it.
The thing with changing accent, it also tilts me. Like I watch you, bro. I'm off shift green room. Harry spotted you take the attack and you're waffling 20 lines in a row. Waffling around. I've never seen you waffling. And this is probably because of your changing accent and mic settings and watching Chad settings. And it just makes you feel uncomfortable. Stick with your accent. You're casting insane, bro. I know Mo would never miss those narratives. 20 lines in attack. I think there are too many disturbances. And it just doesn't make sense. This is EPL, and we need 100% commitment. I don't want to be going on fucking Reddit and talking about a fucking accent. Are you gonna say anything?
Why are you all fucking yelling at me, blood? Why can't I fake a fucking accent if he fakes one every day?
Because people don't want to hear an Australian accent, you
У тебя бомба. Я вижу, блядь, сейчас в банку как-то попаду. Давай. Да пизда, блядь. На, нахуй, блядь. Сзади. Бля, я не понял, блядь. Бля, откуда строим? А, у нас тоже. Попади, блядь. Домой мясо, блядь. Домой, блядь.
Сань, тут надо вот такой ган брать. Бля, Сань, я не могу, я не могу.
Чё, нормально.
Я застрял нахуй.
О, ебать, Кирилл, смотри на меня. Кирилл, смотри на меня. Ты видишь, что я делаю?
Домой.
Ебать, я офиг занял, пиздец, да?
Сань, набы.
Реально еще в эту дырку, блядь, попасть надо? О, я попал. Ты где?
Они либо на Б пошли, либо в ЗИГ.
Давай быстрее, пока они не раздуплились, нахуй. Все, блядь, бах, у меня ультимативная, нахуй. Я имбу занял, пиздец.
Все, мы выиграли раунд.
Оп, так, тихо. Есть успехи. Блять. Это пиздец. Он там не победит. Ультимативно, реально.
Блять, ну там что-то жесткое, но я не могу с респа выбраться.
Полетел нахуй.
А что за хуйня, блядь? Домой. Блять, я хотел зарезать.
Давай, пак, сплитим. Понял, блядь. Как дела у тебя?
Нормально, я пытаюсь. С дырками проблема, как всегда. Ёбаный рот! Нет, я застрял, блядь.
Бомба в КТ, Кирилл, бомба в КТ улетела.
Я тебя понял, блядь.
На нахуй.
Он красный.
Я офиг взял жестко. Давай, ебашь.
Пиздец, Кирилл. Кирилл, он красный.
Одна. Блять. Ну, блядь, ну если вспомнишь честно, это пиздец.
Это на крысочек фул.
Да пизда, что это? Так, это Эдинс.
Машина. Он на машине битый.
Ну пизда, так это не выиграть, блядь. Ты дойди до сюда сначала, попробуй. Там нереально просто застрелить. Нет, куда я?
Пах, короче, точки нельзя проебывать, блядь. То не ретейкаются.
Оп. Вот такие стрейфы.
Я скольжу, блядь.
Размансил. Боже, блядь, это зорти нахуй. Просто пуля не больше, не меньше, блядь.
Чё ты, Пах, ты нормально?
Да пизда, блядь, я заебался, я просто не могу запрыгнуть туда.
Он у меня.
А, это ты, блядь, я думаю, это труп.
Пацаны, не дойдете опять?
Я не дойду, скорее всего. Ну, блядь, ну это пиздец. Я тебя спот, блядь. У меня не получается, нахуй.
Welcome back in, everyone. It looked pretty good for the Falcons on their CT side, but as soon as the side swapped, it was a completely different story. Both pistols and calculated control from BetBoom got them over the line on overpass.
Yeah, honestly, I'm super, super impressed. I mean, Falcons, we mentioned that their dynamic duo of Magisk and Dupree did really well against TYLOO. Well, it was a different dynamic duo this time. It was Siren and Magno for BetBoom. Both of these two players have spent time in the Spirit setup. Of course, Magno in the academy. Siren was in the academy as well for a long time before he went into the main roster, of course, to play with the likes of Wonderful, Patsy in that Spirit era. And look at these two guys' performance. I mean, Magno especially, he's the new boy, and that is a performance and a half on overpass. Even that final round before we went to the break, of course, to get it over the line, just holding it with even with the sidearm too. Hitting all his shots, and those are some impressive KDs between the two of them.
Yeah, it really is, and you'll see some of the highlights come through, but I really want to put emphasis on this CT side out of BetBoom and how restrictive it was for the Falcons to really find any essence of map control. They were being allowed a lot of leverage, of course, in towards connector, but it was the timing of the utility that really penned Falcons back. It made them limited on when they could go for these executes, and it was all by design, even with these flash plays to set up the boost on towards short. It was all about denial. It was all about forcing Falcons into a setup in which BetBoom were more heavily reinforced in. It was really impressive to watch, and so Nafany's got to be given a lot of credit there, because it felt like he could have been down and out, especially with 8-4, especially with the gun rounds falling in favor of the Falcons, but they remain tall, and now you head on to Nuke, and it will be BetBoom starting on that CT side.
Yeah, and that's scary, of course, for Falcons as well. I mean, we know that we spoke yesterday about them needing to try and find a way to make winning a habit. They've just not had the confidence because they've not had the wins. And sure, beating TYLOO is not exactly special. It's a win, but in the fashion they did it, it makes you wonder whether they actually gave them any confidence at all, right? Because it wasn't as clean as they would have hoped whatsoever. And of course, we spoke to Dupree after the game, and he was like, oh, well, mood is a little bit 50-50 still. It's not perfect yet. So, yeah, I mean, they're in a tough position for sure. I mean, one map away from being pushed down to the last chance stage, and not a place where they'd want to be. And BetBoom looking to stay up in this lower portion of the bracket.
And it gets difficult on Nuke as well, right? Because the CT side from BetBoom was so proactive, and you get a lot more options to do that on a map like Nuke as well. And it's going to be up to Snappy to kind of reinvent the wheel when it comes to sort of the Falcons on their T side. We saw in that game against TYLOO, there was a lot of space being taken outside. Well, that'll be occupied. That'll be occupied by Zorta as well, because he loves to get dynamic. How many times did we see him on overpass in particular go for that long fight, and suddenly he starts down towards Monster? It's all about establishing and getting your AWP up and having the success early, and then the riflers can kind of just be the closers of the round. That was something implemented beautifully. Of course, rotations, communication has to be on point for this next map coming up, but I now actually take a look at this, and I think this is shaky territory for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Look, we're in the huddle. We need to start getting these sort of synergies working, because they're in a tough situation right now. I mean, as I said, people probably looked at the Dupree edition, putting the average age of this team up to over 28, and probably question whether they have the longevity or ability to win the events they're looking to contend at again, right? Got to be said, Dupree himself, especially on that CT side of overpass, I mean, he was, again, multi-fragging to his heart's content, right? I think there's been no questions about Dupree's form at all on this roster. It's just, and we see flashes from the likes of Sumpires, from the likes of Magisk. We see Madden being as reliable as he possibly can be, but it's just not gelling as a unit yet, is it? At all. And that's the problem, and that's what takes so much time to build it up. But as for BetBoom, I mean, they're in a great position right now. They're going to start CT side of the following map, their map they play a lot themselves as well. There is a genuine chance here we could see a 2-0, and we thought it could be a Falcons 2-0, not a BetBoom 2-0.
No, especially with the manner in which this game started in. I think that the difference you've got right now is, obviously, you think about the lineups that Snappy has got, and obviously refined in his tenure in recent history with Ents, with Falcons. And before, it was you had Nerds, you had Spinks, you had that guy that you knew that you could set up and find a guaranteed multi-kill. I look at this team and I think, okay, well, who's the outlet for it? And of course, Snappy said they all need to be producing these moments, and they are individually, but I completely agree with you. It's the togetherness that feels a little bit off kilter. And I wonder what it's going to take. Who's going to be the point man? Who needs to kind of take and overwhelmingly share the majority of that burden and just go, okay, set me up. I know I can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, set me up. I know I can do it. It's kind of how we felt with BetBoom actually on that opening map. I mean, there was a number of occasions where Chiron was put in a position to frag. He did. Often he can be very up and down and pretty volatile when it comes to his numbers. Sometimes it can be ridiculously good. Sometimes it can be very underwhelming. But that was a perfectly well played map from him. Very consistent. And that's all he needed to do when Siren was fragging, when Magno was fragging. And I mean, as we said, these players developing in the tier 2 online space, like Magno, he was talked about a lot, even before he was on Spirit Academy. And then when Spirit Academy picked him up for a bit, that was, of course, after the infamous upgrade for the Zontix Donk Artfrost core, right? So that's the reason he went there, and there's a reason why he got picked up so quickly. And for him to perform so well, it's such a great sign for this roster. But consistency is a problem for both these two teams, and BetBoom need to stay consistent if they're to stay in touch in this series, because I don't think Falcons, with the likes of Dupree playing so well at the moment, especially, there's no way they're going to go quietly.
What you're going to expect on the T side out of Falcons is these fast plays in towards A. It feels like a Snappy trademark. The wraps through main as well on timing. If Falcons are able to gain this control outside without too many issues, that opens up a window of opportunity. But this is where it needs to start. This is where the foundations need to be set here for this series if you're the Falcons. A solid T side gives you the momentum, gives you the jump to survive and hold on and force that third map. G2 might not even be forcing a third map on the A stream. I haven't checked the score recently, but it was 7-1 over there on Inferno in favor of M80. That could be the upset of Pro League so far.
Oh, mate. We'll keep you guys in touch with that one, of course, as that game progresses, but it might not even have much life in it yet. We'll see. And this is a great start for Falcons. Flashes coming through, and Zorta can't hit the shots with the USP. Only one found, and he needs more. Flicking around back and forth. This is the style I mentioned to you. Very flicky, very staccato-like is Zorta, but it's not going to work out for him this time. And Chiron is left toward heaven. He'll do a lot of damage, and there is a couple of very damaged up players on Falcons, but Magisk has got him locked in, and this is a really important pistol for the T side.
We'll find the first. You mentioned these players are low. It gets difficult without a kit, so time very much limited. Some Pious thrown into the line of fire. Chiron finds another. This one's definitely on, and Chiron is hitting everything. It's Dupree yet again to save the Falcons and keep that one afloat. And it's a very necessary pistol.
I mean, Magisk is laughing. I mean, probably laughing with nervousness, because, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not sure there would have been time for the defuse. To get that final kill on Dupree and drop down and defuse, it would have been quite tight. But the fact it gets so close, I mean, goodness me, there's the line on top of your screen there. I think it actually would have had a slight chance of pulling that one through, even with a 10-second defuse. It would have been super tight, but yeah, Dupree seals it. And that is ridiculous that that one went so far for Chiron, and that's big bonus cash for him, of course. That very much helps out, getting an extra 900 in the bank with those 3 kills. So, might help out a future Zorta AWP on that CT side too.
Magno getting cheeky. Close outside with these smokes, but Madden's already down. Forcing Nathany straight into the fight. This is what Falcons need to be doing. They just need to have the fights on their terms. They need to set the pace here on this half. Because when Snappy's in control, Falcons are going to flourish. If BetBoom keep posing these problems, if they deny entry at the first instance, that's where it can get a little bit complicated. Fallon's about to come through the vent. Another A play. Whilst it is stacked, Chiron actually finds a headshot. Siren's done one as well. This one's potentially, well, not on anymore, but further casualties can be inflicted. Some Pious gives Door a thorough check. And it's a lot of damage, but it's no kill. Honestly, 2 from Bet Boom. It's not enough. 3 would be a conversation piece.
Yeah, that's really well done in the end from Falcons. The USPs, of course, can be hard to hear when they're getting those pot shots off. As you can see, between the fire and flames as well. Silencer can be hard to pinpoint. That's what gives Chiron and Siren a couple of kills. But that's all. Magisk, oh, okay, first gun round. We're going very quick off the back of this, and Navani stops that from being a problem immediately. Magisk wanted to get control toward A super fast. It was Falcons who were focused on going out to an outside play elsewhere. And they have got Madden down towards Secret. They're going to have the other 3 joining up with them in a moment. And Nafany actually is still going to be the point man. He's gone down towards Single Door to jump spot that position. And he's really the only point of defense right now. He needs to step up, and he's doing so brilliantly at the moment, is Nafany.
Drops a nade in as well, and actually swings beyond it. Straight into the crossfire. It's also on that AWP. Chiron did drop that over to him. Everyone's here. Or are they? Quick rotates needed from Bet Boom. Falcons. They will stick the plant. Everyone moving in from ramp. Retake needed. And with the player advantage, it makes things a little bit easier.
They haven't got a kit, so they're going to have to hurry this one up, but that's a good way to start. Snappy down, and it might have to be Dupree again. 4-0 in this game. He's got some Pious to help him out. Off angle being held from Single Door. Great flick down. He finds one, and he hops away. A flash to try and buy more time. And now some Pious is here to support. An early tap on the bomb, and they might have just wasted enough time off the clock here to get this one done. It's going to be close, and yes, they have found a way. Purely by the clock. Falcons keep their clean sheet intact.
Nice recovery there right at the very end, just making sure that they're still being a pain. Just swinging with the doors, playing with the audio, just to make sure there's not enough time to lock in the defuse. But an interesting start to the round. Magisk was doing this a lot against TYLOO, just barreling through Squeaky Door. You've got players outside for Falcons, so if it goes well, they can quickly push in towards main, and the A-split is on. If it doesn't, you can do this instead, which is reset through Secret. Take space beyond B, and even with Nafany grabbing that early kill, not ready for the quantity of players that follow behind Madden. Still will be the full investment here, of course. And this time, more attention being given to outside at the hands of Magno.
Sorta tagged a little bit, wanted to take pot shots through those smokes, and he'll go down to 16 HP off the back of that. These smokes are allowing Falcons to make their way down to Secret once again. Dupree will be the one holding back and just misses the timing on the swing from Mini. Volley toward Double Door. Clearing out that position, of course, telegraphed by Bet Boom, but you only really have one player in position to defend against this. It's going to be tough. Magno at least has a kit this time, so it would give Bet Boom a chance in a 4v4 retake. They completed the retake kills-wise in that previous round, just no time for that defuse. And Chiron has to step up. They're actually going to choose to plump bomb in the smoke, and that is ballsy, but it's going to work out for them. Madden will take Magno. Snappy on his look will find Chiron, and that will absolutely force Bet Boom away. Nafany may spot some nuisance in the vent, but they're going to be focusing on saving.
Yeah, this is very direct from Falcons out the gate. And Bet Boom are just struggling to know how many players are really lying in wait for them down Secret. A cool little variation, by the way, there was that Bet Boom didn't break the vent right until they needed to. So Madden did get the audio. But I think there was a statement to be had there that say Chiron is able to find a kill, force Falcons back. If they wanted to reset up vent, they couldn't, because they would have given over a very distinct audio cue to Bet Boom. Instead, it goes the other way. Falcons keep the clean sheet. And And this is the conditioning as well. You're now setting in motion that if there's one player down secret, there's potentially 2 or 3, which gives Snappy a lot more room to work in these mid rounds, because now you can play with these rotations because you think for certain that BetBoom are going to delegate more attention downstairs.
Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, so often you see a CT player play that secret position and play that little gap angle, right? Pixel gap angle, and then as soon as you see legs crossed, you chuck down a smoke or chuck down an incendiary. Just show presence and keep yourself there. And halt and bulk and snooker at T-side. And Magno is there this time. Playing a little bit more aggressive, though, to try and stop them a little bit earlier. Madden will try and make his way forward. Magno just shifting away from the angle, and the timing is really interesting on that one. Chiron, this is a lovely off angle toward ramp. It's not usually the first angle that gets checked, and he gets one and a dink. That is fine. Zorta toward ramp, trying to catch them as they drop down, but Madden's proving to be a nuisance, tries to go through the smoke, or at least the corner of it, but Magno stops him and gets a free AK upgrade. 3 versus 4. Bomb will go down, or will it? Magno has a chance to deny, perhaps. Oh, the door being covered by Dupree. It's spooky for Falcons, but they have another afterplant on B. As I said, kits this time are in play. On Magno, on Nafany. Zorta has a kit as well, but he could be stopped by Snappy. Toward ramp, a smoke, I mean, that could be critical. He needs the timing on this one, and he does find it. Now this smoke could be really impactful, and there's a chance they won't even need it. Pius 14 HP, catches one looking the wrong way, but there's a swing for Magno. There is a kit on the defuse, and BetBoom get off the board on
so many
Nuke.
little timings there as well. Madden pushing the smoke that Magno throws is trying to catch him off, but also just by keeping his attention means that the bomb can go down in that first instance. And here, Zorta very slow, very controlled down towards ramp. And as soon as that single door swings open, Magno finds the kill. That pulls the attention back from ramp, which enables Zorta to find that kill. A good retake. Something, honestly, that BetBoom have been struggling with a little bit in this series. They're able to deny and prevent Falcons from getting to the bomb site initially. But once it's down in the afterplant, that's where things get a little bit scary. Full blind. Timing shot hit, and it connects. No vent shenanigans for the Falcons, and Magno makes it a little bit easier outside.
What a series from Magno so far. Every position he's put himself in, he seems to have found significant impact, and especially in the mid-round on overpass, and we're seeing it on Nuke in the early doors as well. Remember the name. Remember the name. Zorta will show his presence outside. Flash to retreat. More pot shots being put through those smokes, and he'll choose to play a little bit safer. Oh, say safer. Still goes for one more. Finds Pius straight through it. There's nothing he could have done about that.
That's me in every Face-It game. Just dying for a smoke. I feel your pain, Pius. Magno. Ooh. Playing whack-a-mole, Magisk. Next up's the chopping block. Snappy on the timing meets the same fate. And that's 2 rounds in a row now for BetBoom. That limits the economy of the Falcons, and suddenly they're right back in this. This is proving to be a little bit similar to Overpass. Sure, we're still in the early stages of this first half, but it was BetBoom that went up 4-0 on that T side, and then when the rifles came into play, it was Falcons that shut them down. They're hoping for the same fortunes here, BetBoom, with everyone chiming in and being impactful. It's a much more team effort based contribution. Fast one through A. Dupree. That's fantastic. Woo!
Hey, yo. How can they find a way to double down, though? Zorta will manage to take Pius again. He's got his number in this map so far. But the Dupree Deagle has had a number of moments over the years, hasn't it? That overpass hold on short back in the day. The ace that he got was one of the most memorable of all time. What can you do in this round? He's already found a tasty opener. And Zorta holding the gap angle. Already one player crossed toward red, though. That's Madden. Only a Glock, though, so not a huge threat. And, of course, as you can see, it's been covered by the rifle. Oh, okay. There we go. Magic does it again. Whiffy one from Siren, and that gives Dupree a chance to explode. And he'll do exactly that. Trade comes through quickly, but Magisk has hit another one. And suddenly it's Zorta. He desperately wants the rifle to make this clutch easier for him, but has to go back to the AWP. Finally, he finds it, but the bomber's escaped. If he finds this one kill, it would still be a long rotation down toward B, and he's playing with the gap in the solos on the A site as well. What a nuisance that Snappy is being right now, or Magic, sorry, is being right now. Snappy has got down and he's holding the vents for this rotation. Can he find the instant one dig to complete a crazy clutch? In comes a right-click flash. He can't. 5 bullets left on the AK for Zorta. He's running him down and now has to go to the USP. It's mad. It's a clown fiesta. Zorta versus Snappy. USP versus Deagle. Pushing, playing with the silo. It's absolutely ridiculous. But Zorta finds it with 7 HP to spare. He has a kit, and Bet Boom find their third in insane fashion.
What the... what on earth is that? You feel like Magiska's done everything. Zorta's fumbling, swapping for the AWP to the AK. Good presence of mind to flash down the vent. A couple of rounds ago, Madden was holding for that exact rotation. Snappy up close, thinks he can do it with the pistol. But it's the dodgy Dames again with the doubles. And in fact, that's a very good round because sure, they don't win it, but they kill everyone, bar Zorta, and deny him having an AWP. He has to reinvest it. And in fact, he doesn't. There we go. Magisk finds a gap, but Magno, he's here already. Magno lines them up. 1 HP on Madden. But fortunately, the cavalry's already arrived. That's the difference for Bet Boom. They have another player down B instantaneously. And with Siren still occupying the rafters. Surely this should be done. Surely it should all be said and done. And it must be. Some pious location known. Bomb dropped on B. He has to save.
Well, that was a brawl. And even though Falcons decide to change the pace, get down toward vent so quickly, guess who's there again? Magno gets, well, 1 3/4 kills. Chiron is there so quick to help out, putting Falcons to the floor immediately. Idea out the window. Some Pius is in a clutch. Can't be ruled out, even with the AK, but it's being held once again by Chiron and deleted instantly. And we're back even once again. Falcons may have had their clean start, but Bet Boom are off and running. And they're feeling it.
I felt like he was going to save, especially when he was pathing towards T-spawn. But I like the idea to go for damage there. If you are some Pious, because you know you've already made them reinvest in the previous with these Deags. It becomes a conversation piece, but the Falcons players are so disjointed from one another. It's easy for Bet Boom to outnumber them, especially with the good work being put down by Chiron and Magno. We're all even. Dupree's got a hero AK. We've just seen how dastardly these Deagles could be. So maybe you throw an AK into the mix, it could get a little bit spicy.
Right, flash and play. Chiron, get 1 and fall away will be his idea, but stopped by Dupree. That hero AK does good work. That gives them a really important path down toward B. This makes it tough now for Bet Boom. They don't have the insurance policy of Magno there this time, as quick as before. Chiron will get deleted by Dupree, and there is a path for this now. Magno will make sure the vent's completely clear before Siren pushes down to help out, but Dupree swings the double doors, finds one more. It's the Dupree show again. He will go down, and there's still a good chance of Bet Boom in this round. They've got kits to work with and plenty of utility, but there are just so many players to fight. Zorta trying his best. Nafany only gets the 1, and the Mac 10 from Snappy finds Zorta in the end. Falcons, it's not clean, but the round is what matters, and they'll go up 5-4 again.
Yeah, timeout being called from Zonic as well. He knows as soon as they get the bomb plant down, the after plants are really good for this T side. And I think what's crazy about this round is the fact that Bet Boom are trying to be diligent. They go in towards vents. They make sure they don't get suffocated out by a rotate. A common position that Falcons have adopted. But immediately, as they're trying to do that, the double door swings open. Dupree is able to find another. Just a one-on-one. Given up. From there, it completely sends chaos into the Bet Boom ranks. and they feel like they don't have any space to contend with for that retake. Important kill from Magisk on towards Nafany on the site as well. Allows Snappy the breathing room just to level out with the MAC-10. Back in the lead.
Yeah.
Hello.
And I've got to be mentioned as well that Snappy actually found that final kill onto Zorta with, I think, 4 or 5 bullets in the MAC-10. So he hit a really important instant headshot. He was out of ammunition, and that would have been a kill for Zorta and a chance at the 1v1, and he could have clutched again, Zorta. So, important from Snappy. May only have 3 kills in this game, but those are some 2 super impactful ones. Some pious. Oh, that's the first time he's properly bested Zorta in a one-on-one AWP duel in this map. Credit card position removed. Really nicely done. But he will get taken out by Magno again. It's still in garage. The boost up toward red costs some pious his life.
But yet again, this control down B. It's been free real estate. Where's Nafany? Is he in the vent? Or is he in the site? Supri looks back. Wants to give Garage a look, but Magno hasn't moved. Magno remains rooted and he acts like a turret. Locks them out of Garage completely.
Well then. Well then. I said it was an MVP performance. If he keeps it up from map 1, he absolutely is doing so. As I said earlier, remember the name. Tier 2 enjoyers will have been seeing this guy put up some super numbers when he was still in K23 even. Of course, in Spirit Academy as well. And he's really making for a name for himself in Pro League. Against the Falcons, especially. This is the individual level we wanted to see from him. 13-7. Magisk is left to save on CT vent on A. It's a weird save position, but makes sense with where the bomb is. Actually, I mean, there's a chance they could find him here. They are pushing in a few players for this. Magno is going looking for his ace here. Does he clear CT vent? He's going to, and he gets the ace, and Magisk dies after the clock. You can see it in the player cam. $950 in the bank. Magno, impact again.
The variation that the Falcons wanted to kind of sow in that round. They wanted to go and take Secret, force the rotates from Bet Boom that they knew were coming in, and then reset and go all the way around the well, potentially in towards main, but Magno didn't move. And he comes up with a huge contribution to keep Bet Boom in the running. Fast play, a sprint out A, but full blind. All the kills and the defense is being locked in here. In fact, there might only be one casualty, and there is. That was fast, but it's Bet Boom surviving the test of time on A.
Well then. Great hold once again. We're really seeing some confident, cool, calm and collected CT sides from Bet Boom today. Overpass in particular, we know that's a heavy CT-sided map, but they made it look clean. And going into the final round of the half, Falcons try to turn up the pace, it fails, and it leaves them with a somewhat similar purchase. They've got 1 Galil, MAC-10 on Snappy again, 2 Tech-9s in the Deagle, and we're going fast toward the vents. Can Magno stop them? In comes the lineup, so much damage. And Magno Jez has done it again. Magisk is down to 4 HP. He managed to find Chiron, but look where that's fallen. Magno will fall down the vent, or trying to stop it just about. Gets down, and that Molotov from Madden actually buys Falcons some time here. Magisk does find Zorta. They're actually all over the map right now. It's super hard to keep track of. And Magisk has actually found the AWP out of all this. But 4 HP on him, 29 on Madden. Bet Boom will put down that smoke that allows the cross. Magisk has to commit to a timing shot. And a tap on the bomb will come in. And I say a tap, it's actually going to be a hold. Nafany, he'll get found by Madden, but sprayed by Siren. Now it's Magisk, can't hit the AWP shot. And Bet Boom with a great recovery again. Get a 7-5 on their CT of Nuke. Falcons under pressure. More pressure for Falcons. Another great half for BetBoom on their CT side. Great recovery considering the start Falcons had, Brandon.
Yeah, for sure. I thought in that last round that they dropped Madden, but the nameplate ran underneath and it deceived me. Nevertheless, BetBoom, they still were able to close that round. But the question is 5 rounds enough on the T side? Potentially, especially if they get a pistol, and that is a good start. A dink and a kill conversion. But Magno finds one right back. They're fighting outside here on Glocks, BetBoom. Oh,
willing to give it a go, and look at where Nafane has put himself. He's through Hut, and he actually has the A bomb site right now. Upper site is his. And Falcons don't seem to have read this one. Bomb is being rotated back round again. Nafane's got all of it in his lock and key right now. Just need to make sure they don't get caught on the cross. There's aggression toward lobby. Magisk has actually positioned himself nicely now. He's got himself up the vents, and there's going to be a quick ladder flank as well. Great reaction to deal with Chiron, looking for more, but Nafane hits a huge headshot. Magno holding for that ramp play. And there goes Snappy. Nafane will find Dupree. That is a super pistol from BetBoom. They figured out what was actually a vaguely confusing situation.
Yeah, I mean, Nafane just walked through Hut. He was like, oh,
yeah.
Guys, A's clear. I feel like you can understand that for Falcons, though, because when they double rotate to deal with Secret after the initial contact comes in here from some Pious, you really feel like BetBoom are going to commit either towards Secret or maybe in towards Ramp. That's why Snappy doesn't go searching. They didn't expect there to be a gap presented and Nafane to be a lurking element out of Hut. So yet again, we're back with the Force Spy here for the Falcons. Magisk naded, battered and bruised, and Magno does one better. Takes the head off the shoulders of some Pious.
Well,
it's on 19 kills already.
Not the not the first time I've seen that. I get the impression not the last either. What a game he's having. What an entire series he's having. If BetBoom are to take this one, I'd love to have a chat with him after the game, because he is loving life at the moment. We shall see, though. That is a way away yet. Falcon's still fighting, and that's a great shot from Dupree. He removes the star man in this series. But Siren and Chiron again. The quick rotation round from Falcon stopped immediately. MP9 of Snappy may find one, but already they're going to converge on his position. He tries to stop to the Galil, can't do it in time, and already there are 3 players in his face to stop him from doing so. Magisk is saving the Scout and the Deagle in CT spawn. BetBoom 9-5, Falcons eking ever closer to that last chance stage.
And this is exactly what happened on Overpass. They win the pistol, they get the conversion, suddenly it's 3 rounds in your back pocket, and psychologically this looks like a huge difference. I think the argument with this round as well is that it's all well and good pushing in towards lobby. I really like that idea from Dupree. Snappy comes in a little bit later, but BetBoom love a fight. Like they want it to be brawly. They want it to be up close and personal. They want you to be really aggressive because they love it. That's exactly what they want, and the Falcons are playing right into their hands.
BetBoom could be about to make another little minor upset happen. We've seen a lot of those in Pro League. Rankings perhaps not going the way we've expected the results to go. Even the first game we casted, 3D Max versus Saw. 3D Max put in a fantastic performance to win that in 2 OTs, and we've seen Mongols absolutely destroy G2. They're still struggling a little bit against M80 on the A stream, of course. A crazy Pro League so far. Magisk, that's a great micro adjustment to deal with Siren. He actually managed to get behind the mini smoke too. It'll be blown open by the HE. More spam comes through, but nothing doing just yet, and a re-smoke will block him off ever further. More time off the clock. Nice shot from Magisk again to take Chiron, and now we have a problem for BetBoom. 5 versus 3, Dupree, what a swing, and a second. Here we go, Dupree on the Deagle. So many times in the past we've seen this, and Zorta is incredibly screwed. Stuck in the vents, Scout in heaven, getting wallbanged through Hearts, player in the vent, it couldn't be worse for him. And the Deagles on Falcons are perhaps saving the day once again. Dupree pushes forward with the picked up Galil, gets a free upgrade, and the gap is 3 again.
So sick. These shots are just surgical out of Magisk and Dupree. This first one, it felt like they nearly lined up as well. The blow on the smoke nearly gave opportunity, but what a sequence from Dupree. The Danish double act, keeping Falcons afloat. And my oh my, how they needed that. Of course, Bet Boom invest, but there's only a couple of 8Ks. There's Mac 10s. Could be a faster round out of them.
Sampaire's playing aggressive outside red. He's with this smoke. Great flash, though. It works out brilliantly. And again, we see that so often from Matchly in this tournament so far. Very calm and collected to get 2 on the A1S in a manic situation. Well done. Yeah, and that previous round is so huge for Falcons. I mean, we highlighted the Danish dynamic duo of Magisk and Dupree, all the championships, all the titles. And those Deagles are dastardly. Following round is going their way too. Zorta is last alive, and damage to the economy might be his only priority here.
I don't want to be that guy, but that flash was fantastic for Sampaire's, but it was thrown by Bet Boom.
Ah, I missed that. Apologies.
So actually, it was abysmal. It was great for Sampaire's, though. It was fantastic. I'm just saying, there's a world in which Zorta can cook here. He needs to clear rafters, and Snappy's got the jump on him. You see, he's considering all these possibilities, but doesn't look up to the sky. So often, you got a player there from the Falcons perched, ready and waiting to strike. No bomb plant. Here is that flash. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Spot on. Sorry about that. I did miss that one, but happens to the best of us.
Oh yeah, that wasn't a dig at you. That was just a flash from Bet Boomy.
Listen, you can take a dig all you want. It's fine. I love you too much to take it to heart.
No, sir, I can't do that to
you. Right.
Pistols, what do you make of this then?
They're just going to try and waste the clock a little bit, I think. Maybe Waterfall, try and get a couple of kills, force Falcons to use their utility so they have to rebite in the next. They're just hopping around in T-spawn right now, using this as a timeout, perhaps.
Yeah, that'll be nice. I mean, Dupree's going to make sure the timeout's at least 30 seconds because he's already up silo. He's dealt with Magno immediately. And suddenly, Sampaire's can strike, farm up as much money as possible to grab this orb. That will help. Oh, come on. Right. That's not fair. A dink, mid-air, through the smoke. Nathany stood no chance. The Falcons are now making this one incredibly contestable.
And unfortunately for Bet Boom, they've given the MP9 frags. I mean, as long as it's short, of course, because the other players will get the money and maybe be able to drop the AWP, but they've given them straight to Sampaire's, and he can go straight for the sniper. So, yeah, good for Falcons. We saw them recover on CT side against TYLOO yesterday, of course. It was a very close series, much closer than I think they would have wanted. TYLOO put in an impressive level. That defused by ZDR on Mirage to win the opening map. I'll remember that one for a while.
So will the Falcons.
Here's the replay of the MP9. Lining them up. The easiest of anti-eco kills for Sampaire's. Madden looking a little bit tired there. Gonna keep those eyes fresh. Don't do that at home, though. Rubbing your eyes is bad for your eyes, guys. Reminder.
Oh, we've brought out the health facts on day 4.
I mean, it's... yeah. What can you do?
Touch grass.
Right. Business end of this second map, and what could be the business end for Falcons being in the upper portion of Pro League. The last chance stage is calling. If they can't find a way to take this one, Bet Boom with their full purchase. Sampaire's happy to go aggressive again toward outside red. See this so often from him and to so much success. One of the best AWPers in the world at doing this. I've seen it even back on the Movistar Riders days, but not when the flash works this time. You mentioned it earlier. It failed once, it doesn't fail twice. And Magno finds Madden, Zorta finds Magisk. They're crumbling like dominoes. And a 4v2 for BetBoom to get to double digits.
I like this as well. You could immediately hunt dupreeh. Instead, they want to make sure they guarantee this round. And dupreeh's a very scary entity in the server for Falcons. So by taking the elevation, you can provide a lot of surveillance if you're Chiron up towards the heavens. Where has dupreeh disappeared to? That's the next question. Zorta can plant the bomb safely too. Shouldn't pose too many issues. Caught with nades out. Nathany dealt with, but surely there's a trade. There is. Crisis averted. And with Snappy down low, it's Falcons that remain a little bit down in the dumps. Because up high on A is also lock in the plant and the round, surely, unless Snappy's got something special.
It would be something special for sure, but I'm pretty sure his #1 goal here is to try and cross the angle and pick up the AWP. He will manage to tap down Magno in the end. Incendio will stop a swing from main. Oh, is that AWP actually?
The
AWP's been thrown away.
Nathany
main, okay. Good point. It was picked up. You're right. See, look, this is why I have you alongside me, to remind me of these things. That was beautifully done by BetBoom, though. And, yeah, Chiron, with the help of that flash this time, as you can see, they just swapped it over. dupreeh, you saw the reaction on the player cam when he went for this duel toward heaven. The clap of the hands, just when he missed that second kill, he knew he was the last man left to stop that round from being a success for BetBoom.
That's a good punish as well from BetBoom, because as you mentioned, Some Pious loves a fight towards red, and he's shown that on a multitude of weapons in this second half. So the expectation is that he's going to be there with the AWP. So successful. From there, yet again, it's the pack mentality of BetBoom, just gathering the map control. They're not committing into anything early. They haven't really got the pressure of the clock against them. They can take their time. They can spread out, and if things don't go too well with dupreeh on A, if he finds another kill there, then they can always reset and go ramp. In theory, that's what Falcons were hoping for, with Snappy already down in the vents.
Round 19, BetBoom 3 away from a 2-0. I mentioned, of course, that numbers-wise, they haven't been looking too hot in this tournament thus far. I think they were the 3rd lowest rated team, but Magno is certainly going to put an end to that after this series. Zorta as well. Some Pious is forced away by the secret play all the way back. Nathany still here, trying to be a nuisance, and Some Pious is forced to rotate into the vents instead and hold a different angle. And Madden might even be forced to even playing the CT spawn angle. He is forced all the way back. Remember seeing Smiths with an auto sniper back there back in the day? Did that all the time on Nuke, and this exact angle actually that Madden's playing from. But it's tough to hit the shots with an A1S from there. Sees one. Good information. And he will just tap down calmly. That's really good for Madden. Now dupreeh on heaven can try and play off the contact. He finds Nathany with the help of that Magisk damage from earlier on. Chiron finds that long-range spray, but it's a 3 versus 4. And there is dupreeh on heaven, on the rafters. Falcons settle things slightly.
Good movement as well. dupreeh's just dropped to now establish and touch base with Magisk. Chiron's now got all these angles to consider and clear. dupreeh lets him know that he's there. Good kill. And hang on, Zorta's found another. A 2-on-2. Zorta has hit another shot. And Some Pious is moneyed off from the vent, and he burns alive. BetBoom have just won a 2-on-4. And it feels like the Falcons are just giving it to him.
What? I mean, as soon as that kill comes toward heaven, I'm like, okay, look at the second player holding the A site. They're kind of in the middle of no man's land right now. This was a 2 versus 4. That kill, I thought, sealed it. Here's Chiron, though. And then once they'd figured out where Magisk was, what a shot that is from Zorta. He doubles down on Snappy coming in through door. And some Pius tries so desperately to deny the plant, knowing there are 8 seconds left on the clock. He runs straight through the fire and flames. But to his demise.
What a clever molly. Because it does 2 things as well for Zorta. It denies that play of him coming up the vent of some Pius, but also it makes the vision a little bit blurry on that fight towards Squeaky. And he takes that shot effortlessly. What a round to turn around. Dejected facial expressions. It always felt like that was Falcons' round to win. Instead, it was their one to lose. 3 HP as well as the difference on that fight between Dupree and Chiron.
I mean, listen, we have to say it's somewhat poor from Falcons. I think BetBoom, obviously, though, deserve just as much credit for that as Falcons. But yeah, I think Zorta is once again showing why he's so talked about. There have been long-time knowers of Zorta. Lots of people saying he should be an option for Cloud9 when they were looking for that AWPer. We have no idea what kind of path they're going to go down now. That remains to be seen. But on BetBoom, he's continuing to put his name out there. And in tough situations as well. Magno's got 20 kills in this game, looking for another entry. There goes some Pius. And look at the money Falcons have. If they capitulate here, they're not going to have much with BetBoom on match point. Snappy is struggling, fighting for his life, can only do damage to 2. Nafany and Siren get away with it with barely any health between them. The HEs will come through. They're trying to fight for this one, Falcons, and Magisk and Dupree will again team up. But the bomb can go down on B. It's a 3 versus 4, but it's still a tough round for BetBoom with the health they have in situation. And, well, almost accidented through the smoke there from Dupree. Chiron goes down. They found the AWP in dark. It's madness once again on the B side of Nuke. Dupree is out. He keeps continuing to fake out Zorta. Madden, what a shot from Siren on low HP. Zorta eventually finds his kill, and BetBoom are finding all the important frags. Magisk is trying to run for the hills. Nafany's trying to stop him. Everything is coming up BetBoom.
What a round. And what an afterplant. The patience out of BetBoom. And especially Siren. He could so easily have swung to try and help out Zorta. But then remember, there's no incendiaries from Falcons. That would have come in immediately. But because there isn't, BetBoom made the decision to just leave Zorta there. He can take these pop shots on his terms, on his timings. Because if you suddenly swing, you allow Falcons a route back in, especially because the HP bars are so low. Left with a sliver. A number of these players from BetBoom. It makes logical sense for Falcons to give it a go. They know the damage is confirmed, especially with the double dinks from Snappy on ramp.
Yeah.
But now they're in a conversation where, as you rightly pointed out, they lost that round. Magisk, he saved the M4, but that is it. That is the sole rifle being brought forward. He could drop a FAMAS to Madden, but you're going into this bare bones.
Well, what a day so far. G2 map down against M80. They're currently 15-15 on Inferno in map 2. Monazy is 28 and 17. Would you expect anything less?
No.
And what a time for a quick technical pause as well. Chance for a breather. Zorta looks chill, doesn't he? We saw when he stands up and celebrates with his team and when they won that first map, but my guy's in pajama trousers pretty much. Whatever keeps you comfortable, huh?
Yeah, you got to be comfort maxing, especially on LAN. And the pressure's on. You want to be comfy. It's all about looking cool.
Yeah. Listen, there's no BetBoom pants, I don't think, so he can wear whatever he wants. It's just the jersey that matters. It's crazy that he plays with long sleeves, though. We mentioned this yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I think there are a good percentage of people in chat right now who would be rolling up their sleeves at every given moment when they play CS. No extra friction, but tell you what do we know? because he's having a superb game. And BetBoom could be about to get over the line. Look at what Falcons have. 3 MP9s, a FAMAS and an M4 to save themselves from going down to the last chance stage. And Zorta has already started it off. Siren holding the line. Magisk has to respond and does. But look at the health he's been put down to.
That's a ridiculous adjustment. I really like this, though, from Snappy, getting aggressive, but Chiron's thinking the same. They're not ready for it. Will collect on the first, and Magisk, still on low HP, bails them out. That's such an important kill, because that means that Snappy can then go around the corner and find another. They're making it work, this CT side. Magisk not ready, though. Yet again, another player pushes towards the A bomb site and provides an outlet for BetBoom. Snappy now knows the bomb's at B, but look at this ramp flank. This could end everything.
Oh my goodness. Zorta and Magno, these are the two players you'd want in this position. They're against 2 SMGs. dupreeh has really tried his best in this game, but it could be about to end. Oh, no way he wins that duel mid-range. That's so incredible from dupreeh. It's down to Zorta, looking for the first. The bomb is being stuck right now, but it's a 10-second defuse. Zorta, he knows he needs to hurry up, but Snappy is wasting so much time. It's going to be so close. He finds it at the last second, and BetBoom with a 13-8 on Nuke send Falcons to the last chance stage.
Absolutely insane last round there from Zorta, because you feel like Snappy's got it locked in. It's the 10 seconds. He needs to buy time. He needs to limit the amount of seconds it's going to take for Zorta to get over. But low HP from dupreeh. It's enough for one stray bullet to connect. And BetBoom do the unthinkable. A 2-0. It looked dominant on overpass for the Falcons, but as soon as it got to that CT side, they were locked out. Nuke looked good in the first instance too, and it's another comeback affair here for BetBoom as they take down another giant here at ESL Pro League. Last chance qualifier saloon for the Falcons.
Wow. What a game. What a game from Magno. What a game from Zorta. I think they'll be very, very happy with how that one has gone down, but of course the complete opposite for Falcons. Magno with an MVP performance. He was just absolutely farming in both maps in this series. I am shocked and also not shocked, because I know what this guy can do. I've seen him in Tier 2 online CS go on these maps, go on these rampages. He's been allowed to take space. Look at these shots he's winning here. Zorta was hitting all of his important kills too, and this final round, dupreeh does so amazingly well there, but then Zorta coming in, there was, look at the time at the top of the screen, so close! Wow. What an ending.
I feel like the difference is there. You say about Magno having a great game, but he had the support network. Zorta did really well. He also had Chiron that was good on overpass. Siren was there again. And it's these three players that are elevating BetBoom above Falcons. dupreeh was consistent. He's been consistent. The only one that feels like he's delivering on every single map here for the Falcons. But where was the rest of the team? Where was everyone helping out dupreeh? Who's going to save him?
It can't just be dupreeh. I mean, we mentioned it before the game even began. These individuals are playing well. They're not exactly like choking or anything. That's not what it is. They're having these individual moments. Some players are stepping up. dupreeh is putting in incredible numbers in this Pro League, but he's going to have to do it through the last chance stage now as well. It can't just be flashes in the pan for Falcons. They have to find the synergy. They have to find the gelling. And I mean, I don't need to tell them. They know it themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And for BetBoom, this is a really good scalp to take, especially after the early win over M80, who are looking to do the double over G2. I mean, what a statement that would be. Obviously looked a little bit shaky yesterday against Vitality, but that's to be expected against one of the best teams in the world. But you go up against really tough competition in the Falcons, but the frailties are just all for everyone to see. And now they've got to fight their way through, and BetBoom get another life.
They do, yes, and it's going to be so fascinating to see if they can build off of that as well, because we mentioned before the game, it's BetBoom's I've got inconsistencies as well, which they need to work on. But if they're going to have performances with the likes of Magno and Siren and Zorta, you know, absolutely incredible. We're going to have a look at that Aim High MVP right now, and I think we know where it's going. It's Magnayez, however you want to pronounce his name. We go with Magno to make it easier in the heat of the moment. And well, in the heat of the moment, he has delivered. 43 kills, 26 deaths, 1.54 rating. I said remember the name, but just before Nuke started, well,
you always worry a little bit when obviously players that haven't got too much LAN experience come over from online after doing so well, and it's whether they can live up to the heights. It's a completely different environment. You're away from your creature comforts. You're in a studio. You can see your opposition right in front of you, and he's just relishing the opportunity. And it's another example of these new stars being brought into the forefront based off the back of events like ESL Pro League. And the calendar now filling up with more opportunities. It makes sense we're going to see even more breakout stars, and Magno Jez is another name to remember and add to the list.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting. I mean, how many players have we seen come through from the likes of a K23? It was Norbert and Fame who came through from that roster, just to name two of them. There's many more. And of course, Spirit Academy, we don't need to even go into who came from Spirit Academy. So, yeah, I mean, they've definitely got an eye for talent, haven't they? And Magno is showing up when he's needed in the big games. There will be bigger games to come for this guy in his career, without a doubt. But this is an incredible start for him. And when he's supported by the likes of a Siren, who I've always thought is a really good, solid rifler for a roster like this. Doesn't need to be the star. Just need to put in his job, do his job. He did exactly that. And Zorto, when he's on the AWP and looking as clean as he did, especially to recover the 2v4s that we saw, the couple of 2v4s we saw over the course of the series. I mean, yeah, super impressive. And that's why Zorto has been touted at a move to a Cloud9. But right now, he's looking good on this team. Don't change it. But yeah, I don't think we have an interview, sadly. But what we can do is tell you we have another game coming up. It's Saw versus Imperial. That is a last chance stage matchup. So whoever loses that one is eliminated. See you in a bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Flames could isolate any of these duels, and it doesn't matter when he's just managed to find Madness with one, and now Brokey in the clutch. He knows where he's coming from. Does he want to take the fight? It looks like he does. Another jump right from the air.
This is Snacks. This is not a CT. He's in behind the enemy yet again. Here's that flash coming, and he is in full control until until Siren is here to try and save the day. Snacks away, making more plays.
Volt in the clutch now, 1 versus 3, made 2. He's got a kit, he's got next to no util. And the angle is horrible for Volt. He's halfway there though. That clock is ticking. And Carrigan hasn't shown himself. He finally has, and he's clutched it. Oh, that's a big flash for Grim. Looks away after the flash comes through. No spray from him, but JT will clean up the mess.
Might get it down, but he'll be trapped on the site, and Monty know it. This is so tricky for JT. He gets the 1v1 and the 4!
There is a chance, but Snacks is doing it. Bombs on the ground at CT. There ain't no time. Munchkin going for the kills as Snacksy Boy jumps up over the top.
Oh, the planter's low. I think it's too slow. The bomb goes down, but Hunter's alone.
They don't know if Hunter's here or not. He could be in so many different places. The trigger discipline as well. They'll line him up, looking for the second and finding it. Masterful on the bomb site. Managed for the transfer, great timing, bomb lost, and Grim is about to lose an AK to these CTs. Grenades flying everywhere. Grim going through the smoke, catching Nico. 360! What is this? Oh my god, rather you than me, buddy. 360 no scope. This could be it. Surely it is for G2. Oh, boy, this is a lightning round to finish things off, but there will be a trade frag. A fast one for G2.
Disgusting, it's getting too much work done. A P90 ace to win the game.
Surely.
He can smell it. He wants it that much more and does it.
Oh, he spots Demka. I'm not sure if he wants to take that. No, Mezzy, what are you doing? This is supposed to be a comeback for Monty. He's got more health. Oh, it's close. He got some bullets off, but that is a complete robbery. Great transfer from Krasnal. Looking for a third now, getting his bell rung, but undeterred, he goes back to the well for more.
Could be the ace here for Krasnal. Baits out the AWP shot. Dexter desperate, but the flash comes in. Krasnal gets the ace while blind.
1v2 for Demka. He's been dangerous in this series. Oh boy, which one does he go for first? He is toying with them. Oh, this is so awkward. I can't believe it. Messi doesn't have a kit, but Demka's got the frags. This is crazy action.
It's had that small victory, but they might find more. Diha! Whoa, what a bloody round out of him!
Now it's just Frozen who is going to have to recollect the bomb.
Oh, Frozen! What on earth have you just done? Can he convert? Oh, up onto the balcony, a ballsy spot, and Frozen, what a round that Siren will be lucky if he can even get a kill here. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. They've looked away. What can he do now? AK! Oh, hang on a minute. Siren, the young gun.
No way.
He get it. A 1v5 for Siren. Oh, not quite. Ali saves the day.
Puts us into a one-on-one. Madden last seen on that B-bomb site. Twist knows he's got the time. Oh, he just looked away! Twists catches him off guard. Madden will be mad about that one. Twists controls the spray. He has the fight. He got the car. He just wants the down. Twists. And with Brokey's help, it's a 1 versus 2. Nuts jumps down from the rafters, and Ents will take the pistol.
G2, they have to commit the time. It's gone, and Modesty finds more. Lucky, one-on-one with the young gun. The young gun. Oh, the USB gets it across the line.
Shut down from Twist. He's got another. Somebody. It has to be. He throws. It can't do anything. It's all Twists. And that's his bomb site. Not happy with the way that first defense went for Twist. Can he possibly do more? Okay, he can. Twists a masterclass. He really does it. He's getting flashed in. Absolute insanity!
He's just such a nuisance, and Rain, another aggressive position. The shadow advantage. He's on for the ace. Space Cam once again decimating complexity.
The Legion's cleared him out. It's up to Rain in the clutch. He nails the lead, and JT once again has to come up clutch. Sydney, put your hands together. You're champions of IEM Sydney 2023. It's Stage time.
My whole life, it has been my dream to organize something on a boat. And, well, as luck would have it, the ESL company card, it is allowed to cover team building expenses. So, Boat Party 23! 23, Boat Party! Hey, 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 hey! Okay, so these last few weeks have been intense. There's absolutely no denying that. We've had new hires flying in and out, and I wanted to give us some time to celebrate ourselves, you know, with each other.
Just amen to that.
I mean, Trace. You loyal little sunflower supreme. You wonderful, honest, loyal hound. The office dog. You've earned this. And you, Henry.
Yes, sir.
You, always hungry, always working, you know, just like a hungry little working shrew. You'll nibble, you'll gnaw, and rat your way to the top in a way I find admirable.
You have no idea how much that means to me, sir. Thank you so much.
And you,
I do not recognize this man.
Now,
I don't know this man.
Okay.
Stranger danger.
Okay, now.
Stranger danger.
Okay.
We talked about this. You said I was in charge.
Okay, now calm down, Henry. Calm down. He must be one of ours. Okay.
I don't think so. I don't trust this guy.
Calm now, boy. Speak. Who be ye?
I know when it's my moment to shine.
Hey guys, hey, yar. It's nice to finally get a chance to talk to you. I've been here for a few days now.
Yeah, bullshit. I know he hasn't been here for a few. Few equals 2. I've been here every single day this week, and for the last couple of days, no one that looks like this guy with his cool haircut has been in our office.
I know you haven't, because every time I've tried speaking or interacting with anyone, I get stared at. And it's weird, so I've just been walking away. But now we're here together as a team. Together, we're here, and it's great. It's great.
Now, I'm not joking when I say this works. My techniques are special. Most people can't stand this. You feel that? You're very uncomfortable right now, aren't you? I told you it works.
Well, we kind of stopped team introductions since most people here barely last a few days.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make sure that my name is one worth remembering. It's easy to pronounce again, Connor, and so, you know, I'm gonna stick around. A little while.
No. I think you two will only last a few days.
Shall we go take a look around?
No.
Should we get off the boat and take a look around?
No. Because first, everyone on board has to drink one whole beer.
Aye, Captain.
That's what I'm saying.
He's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
For he's a jolly good fellow.
And one we can deny. Now, I will say this. I will have 3 at the very most. I need to make sure my hand-eye coordination is in check. My ocular security system is switched on. If it's not, who knows what could happen. Everyone at this gathering could be vulnerable.
I'll take.
You can absolutely have one. Here you go. No problem. There you go. Is it Connor?
Connor.
Nice to meet you. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
Same.
Don't worry. There's more than enough to go around. In fact, actually, you could almost say we have unlimited beers.
Really?
I mean,
well, how did you manage that?
Well, it's not actually unlimited beers.
Well, nothing can be actually unlimited.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Like logic dictates there's always a finite amount of beers available. We're gonna have a limit eventually, but for now it's unlimited.
And we have enough for two each.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 more beers.
Woo.
And so I'm coming out on this boat all day, and I've had 3 beers total.
Well, no. So 2. This is 1, and then you'd get another 1 on as well. So that's 2 total. 2 total.
Which is the perfect daily amount. You know your daily intake shouldn't be more than 2 beers per day. You're aware of that, Trace. And you, Connor. You should probably only have 1.
Optimal. You told me optimal.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like mixing work and pleasure, really. I don't think alcohol has a place at a work function. So that's why I took the liberty of replacing the 6-pack I bought with, lemonade and apple juice. A delicate mixture. Yes. Cheers, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
Come on, let's get it going.
It's unlimited.
Yes. Cheers. There's nothing quite like the open road.
You're right. But I do have a question, like, how many seamen would actually fit on this boat in the past? No, I'm serious. Do you have any idea how full of seamen this boat would have been back in the day? Hundreds and hundreds of men stacked stacked upon each other, waiting for their opportunity to serve their country, putting everything on the line. I salute them.
They know who they should be saluting.
Yeah, no, just gonna make a call. Yeah, my phone's ringing. Hang on. Yeah, it's Yanko. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna take this. Yeah, all right. No, I'll be back. I'll be back in a second. Let's put this on speaker. You're speaking to your favorite EPL Malta branch. How can we help you?
Alex, what the fuck are you playing at? I want to charge here to the company card for 5,000 euros? I've been trying to ring the main office all day. Where are you?
Hey, Yanko, listen. 1 second. I've got you on speakerphone here.
Hey, Yanko.
Yeah, the EPL budget, it allows for funds to be allocated towards retreats for team bonding and stuff like that, right?
No, not correct, Alex. Pre-authorization, sure, maybe, sometimes, but not just out of the blue. Where the fuck are you?
We're on a boat.
You spent 5,000 euros on a boat for you and your useless fucking employees?
5,000. Let's go.
Yes. 5,000. Look. Hey, look. Now is kind of a bad time. Maybe we can talk about this later. Or something.
I've never seen such an incompetent fucking piece of shit in my life. You are the most obnoxious idiot that I've ever met.
Okay. Look. Right now, I'm trying to enjoy a nice boat ride with my friends.
Yes.
And employees. Okay, the boat is booked. And we're on it right now. I'm gonna hang up and I'm gonna enjoy myself. And we can talk about this on Monday. Till then, don't call me.
Don't call us, Yanko.
Goodbye.
Don't call us.
Woo!
Let's go.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to be like Alex.
Senora! Hey, Senora! What's up? What's good?
Your card's been declined.
Declined? Hey, so everything's fine. I'm just gonna sort this out. Thank you, though. Thank you. It's okay. Yanko! Hey! Yo, Yanko!
My dirty mouth will drown you out, and I won't let you turn me down. I won't let up. I speak my mind and scream until my lungs are dry. I won't bite my tongue. X-rays. it's so hard to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground, faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us, ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason, why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you
For the nights with the words in my mouth, something's underwater moving into color. Oh. Got a lifeline, been dialing it up, piecing me together, architecture. Oh, maybe I'm slipping on liquid love. Painkillers and medicine, and I feel better. Oh, it's like the parts of me, I'm perfect. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then come in slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. Pull the blinds when we felt like a ghost. Back down to the bottom, gravity gets heavy. Oh, you held too tight when I needed you most. There's something we hold, there's something we carry. Oh, there's something we hold, there's something we carry. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then come in slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then come in slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then come in slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know your love was a nice try. Then come in slowly before you bite, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears.
Welcome back to Pro League, and unfortunately, Brandon, we have to send a team on their merry way from Malta. Saw or Imperial are about to get eliminated.
It's a sad time for both of these teams, and I'll be honest, two teams I didn't expect to see here so soon in the last chance qualifier, and especially when you take a look at just both of these teams and how they've been performing recently, you really feel like they'd kick on. I mean, take a look at the world rankings, for goodness sake, in the bottom right, just below my head. Imperial 14th in the world, Saw 17th in the world. It just goes to show how tight the competition really is at the top. And for me, obviously we've seen Saw a lot here on this B stream, and I really thought they'd get it going. I thought they'd have it over the line and in a number of these BO3s. And for Imperial, after performing so well at the major, you expect great things, but maybe, I don't know, some doubts are creeping in just a little bit. I did not expect either of these two teams here immediately.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, of course, we kicked off our coverage in the first day, excuse me, of Pro League, watching Saw versus 3D Max, right? And that game was an incredible match, to be honest. And 3D Max have shown what they're made of. And of course, have got their reward with a playoff spot. So, yeah, maybe Saw just not at the same level as we saw at the major. They got that 2-0 start, of course, at the major, beating Koi and Gamer Legion. And then they've lost 0-2 to Cloud9, Pain, and Furia. And those were three teams, of course, that we looked at the time, saying, okay, the fact that they've not been able to take a map against any one of those three, considering their form and the form of Cloud9, who they'd recently beat, Furia and Pain, it was a surprise that they didn't make it through the opening stage, sadly for them. As you can see, I mean, they've played a hell of a lot of CS in Malta. Unfortunately, it may be in vain. 105 maps played and none maps.
Oh my god.
105 rounds played. 105 rounds played and no maps won yet.
Obviously, that means that they got 2-0'd at both occasions. Obviously, first by 3D Max and then secondly by VP. And I think what's interesting as well is such a disparity when it comes to, obviously we've seen two maps in the pool, but on one the CT side heavily outweighs the attack, and on the other it's slightly in the other direction. T side for Vertigo has been very strong for Saw, and it's a sad time really for them, the fact that they haven't been able to pick up a map win yet. And I hope that doesn't really just upset them and kind of demotivate them. I'm sure it won't, but it's one stat to look at. Over 100 rounds played, 0 maps have not been collected by them. Of course, we've seen good showings from Orostos in particular. I think he's been absolutely fantastic, and Jerks has been showing some really good form too. It's just up to the rest of the gang to really elevate that level and try and bring it home for the Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they've been super fun to watch. I mean, Arosdos and Ujerks in particular, we've seen Story stepping up on a number of occasions as well. Even when Materis is having a slow map, he'll still find an impact round out of nowhere, right? So, yeah, it's fun to watch and fun to see, but unfortunately no success for them. And yeah, Imperial, of course, as you say, I mean, they showed a very solid and floor and fundamentals at the major. They were really solid, and I think that surprised everyone with their level at the major. I mean, Henny was consistent. Phelps was the Phelps we kind of used to know from the SK gaming days. You know, Decency was, well, very decent, and No Way has absolutely impressed everyone, considering before he joined Imperial, he was just a streamer in Brazil who was a very good Counter-Strike player, which is still crazy to think about how well he's doing in these big events. But yeah, I mean, I thought Imperial on the major form could have genuinely been playoff underdogs, a very slim chance of making it through. But it seems they're struggling with a bit of a post-major hangover, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like you actually take a look at this, and I think that the games they've had have been quite difficult, to be fair to them. They went up against FaZe first, and then it was a free mapper against Eternal Fire. And so you can you take a look at this and you think, okay, well, sure, they're here, but their run has been very tricky. Saw had 3D Max, and either of those maps could have gone the other way, and Saw could have been put in that position, and 3D Max took full advantage of it and made the playoffs, and then they had to go and face VP as a consequence, Saw. And then that one's really difficult because they just signed Electronic, and from there, it just kind of cascaded into chaos, especially with the dominance that they showed on Overpass. Anyway, Imperial, I think what's the most interesting thing is you obviously mentioned No Way and Desenchi, and these players are so young, but have also got a lot of experience, especially in Desenchi, has been playing quite domestically in a number of these big teams, finally gets a call up to one of the biggest in Brazil, and it's been really great to see. The issue you've got, Trav, is the fact that they've not been performing well. We obviously spoke about Bet Boom being a team that didn't perform well. Imperial, they fought even lower.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, they've had some tough games, Imperial, like, don't get me wrong, but they've not had their individuals step up individually there. They're the second lowest ranked team at this event so far. As we know, small sample size. We have to cut them some slack on the small sample size, but none of their 5 in the 2 maps they've played, or the 2 matches they've played, I should say, have above a 0.94 rating, I believe, which is, not what you want when you know the talent you've got and what has been shown at the big events. So yeah, rough for Imperial. I hope for their sake they show a good face today. They definitely showed a good face on Inferno against Eternal Fire. Vinferno is still alive and well, it seems, for him and for his team. But yeah, I get the fact that this is an elimination matchup. Whoever loses this goes home. This makes me think this one could be a bit of a wild and wacky 3-mapper, to be honest, that everyone will be fighting their very hardest to stay alive in. And it's these sort of elimination matches that can often bring the wildest and most fun Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for sure. And also, obviously, before we touch on the veto, I want to talk about head-to-heads when it comes to the AWPers. Obviously, Story versus Henny, I think that's explosive, and that's really got the potential. And I know we like to match up players and say, well, if this one has the edge in this series, but I think this is actually a real consequence of this, because I think the rifling firepower you've got from Saw is better on paper than those of Imperial. So I feel like Henny really needs to deliver here and provide his team a lot of important contributions when it comes to the early round. We obviously had that discussion before about Story being a little bit more passive on the T side, but CT, that's where he comes into his element. Maybe you can exploit that if you're Imperial. You get Henny into advantageous positions going up against riflers rather than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting to see if we get that battle that we want to see. Because, yeah, these sort of head-to-heads with these individuals on this roster can be particularly interesting, and they can be quite similar in a way as well. So let's see how the veto will pan out. Saw, they get a home. They absolutely adore Nuke. And, well, Imperial absolutely adore Inferno. And what did I say about Vinferno? Well, we've got it again. So looking at this, we know that Sword have played Inferno, do play a lot of Inferno, and we saw them, provide a brilliant performance from Arrows DOS the other day to, I think it dropped 40 in that loss against 3D Max. I think that even though that is the case, I have a feeling that we could be exchanging maps here and actually getting us towards an Anubis.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see an Anubis decider, and that would be really fun to see. Lack of Anubis here, go and sort it out. So it'd be good to see the decider there. I think this is actually very good for Saw. I think despite Imperial looking very strong on Inferno, obviously we're playing on the pre-patch, so the skyboxes haven't really opened up. We've still got the roofs still in play. Construction workers haven't been there quite yet. Remember, this was the map that Arostos got 40 kills on. And they didn't win it, of course, but he still got 40 kills. And it was just the rest of the team that was struggling behind. What you want to see out of Nuke is the fact that this is such a home staple for Saw, is that they hit the ground running, they get Jerks online, they get Story activated pretty early on, and you know that Mutirius is always good for those impact clutch moments. That's the framework you need to pan out. And for Imperial, you need to see more of No Way, because he's a star. The Senchi as well. These young riflers are really exciting, and they need to inspire the belief in the confidence for the likes of Vinny to start calling around them, for the likes of Henny to get active, because Henny, I think, is a massive confidence player. So if Imperial starts strong, that's the direction it's going to go in. But if Saw give them a little bit of resolve when the going gets tough, I feel like
it's going to be really interesting, because, as you say, Henny, confidence player. I mean, he's been around for so long now, and it's kind of crazy to see his career trajectory. It could have been a major champion, of course. Just fell out the last hurdle, and all the way. How many years ago was that now? Is that 8 years ago? Goodness me, I'm going to cry. But yeah, I mean, he's been a fantastic player, and on this team, he really does look revitalized. It's good to see. It's good to see. I've quite I've always enjoyed watching the players on Imperial. Phelps was always sort of that new Brazilian player that came through on the SK MIBR roster back in the day. Inferno, I've said it. Vinny, of course, has had his time on Furia and done so well, and now then moved on. And it's kind of like the last remaining player from that Imperial, which was branded as the last dance, right? So yeah, they've completely revamped since then, and they've got this new talent, and honestly, it's great fun to watch. We're going to see how this nuke will pan out in a few seconds as we're going to get into the first map of this elimination series. And honestly, I can't wait, because both these teams evenly ranked, and they kind of match up pretty evenly with their individuals as well. Who shows up on the day? Who stays in Malta?
No, you said it was Immortals, Krakow 2017.
7 years then,
if memory serves. Damn. That was still a while ago, and it only feels like yesterday. Let's see then. Saw on the T side, taking space outside immediately. With the smoke dribbled and creating a little waterfall down towards main, it gives them a lot of space to work with. Obviously, Henny doing his due diligence, looking at the crossover at Hell, and will take Jerks' life. One player makes it down, and that is a fantastic shot back on that P250 from Story.
4 versus 4. And Arasdos is going on a little bit of a lurk round heaven, but there's no way that Imperial probably... I mean, I was going to say, I thought they would maybe consider this a little bit earlier. At the moment, they're not looking toward Hell. No way. Ooh, Materius could have a free frag here, but he can't convert. That is a great reaction from nowhere. Now, Decency has a chance to maybe do some work from that double door position. Only has to get some damage and has to fall away, but there's no way again. There goes Arasdos, and 4 versus 2. Smoke for Vinny still in play to waste even more time, even if that becomes a risk, which I don't even think it will be, unless the AWPer with the P250 sits so often, but only one this time. Now it's all down to Roman. Needs this kill. It's a bit whiffy, and sadly, it won't come through. Imperial take the CT pistol to start off nuke.
Yeah, I like that idea from Saw, though. They get the kill on towards Henny. They go on the def cam, and they show that Story's crossing down with the bomb towards Secret. And then they take the space exactly where Henny has fallen, trying to capitalize on the fact that Imperial wouldn't be ready for a ramp hit from the backlines. And they weren't, to be fair, but no way, hit some bangers. And there are those two riflers really stepping in. And I said Decency, whatever you want to call him. I contacted some Brazilian fans and was like, is this quite how I'm selling it? I'm probably still butchering it. So for consistency,
okay, Decency. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I've obviously cast him a few times, and sometimes you get different people in chat. I mean, I do some of the open IP stuff as well, like say, oh, one person says it's this way, one person says it's another way. Don't get me wrong, I've had that a lot with Arasdos, especially as well. That was a very hard one when I first started casting him. Oh, and yeah, the MP7. This is a bit of a niche SMG these days, but you know what? I'm all here for it. He gets himself 3. And it's actually, people don't really use it because of how good the MP9 is, but it's a very good mid-range SMG. And yeah, Vinny makes it look nice there against the pistols. Let's see what he can do with it on a gun round.
Dangerous the price point. MP7 is ridiculously expensive for what it is. So you could have an MP7, you'd have to scout. Vinny makes it work. Constantly innovating. Young Vinny. That was, of course, pistols. Fast play. Look at this out of Source, straight out the gate, dropping all the util, threatening an A play. But the counter utility is immaculate from Imperial. They keep them at bay. They've even got No Way over here, just on the rafter. Roman does make it down the vent, but he's very loud about it.
Oh, aggressive. Straight into the AK, though. Now, when sort of have a man advantage, it's down to Imperial to go poking and prodding across the map to find an answer in return. Very often just sitting back doesn't work out. Story will try and make his way out of the door, and yes, that was silently and sneakily done by Story. Materius will manage to catch Phelps nicely. And the first gun round could not have gone better for Saw.
There's a little bit of danger creeping in the first couple of rounds here from Imperial, and that's just them not being completely 100% alert of all their surroundings. No Way was very tunnel visioned in towards Hut there. Obviously, didn't anticipate the Hell find as well, and that pistol. So Sora doing a really good job at manipulating these rotations and creating pockets of space to work from. And the decision to initially use a lot of their utility to drive the attention, to allow the vent play in the first place, is really clever once you pair that with pure contact. Because suddenly you're not telegraphing your next move. It makes it even more difficult for Imperial to anticipate what's going on. So guns come out. Sora, get around on the board. Make sure you get that high five in. It's important.
Listen, there's nothing worse than a botched high five. When you just like catch the edge of the palm and not like a proper clap, you know? It's the worst. Oh, okay. Materius will give it a quick look on the corner of the outside boxes there as the Molotov does 1 tick and 8 HP of damage. Of course, with the save coming through for Imperial, they still have an MP7 on Vinny. Drops coming through, gives them pretty decent weaponry to work with. Henny has a chance over the top of the outside smokes, and that's what we want to see from him. Taking those picks, taking that initiative, going for it on those sort of frags, and there's a lovely opening from him. Ujerk's down.
Look at this, though. Again, as we're talking about the sort of adjustments that Imperial are making on their CT side, they have brought No Way down to support Henny immediately, but Vinny's not immediately certain that this is going to be the final point of approach. We can see on the minimap that it will be. And Henny, close range, deals with Story, fires off a no-scope just in case there's another play around the corner. Henny is hitting everything. Exactly what Imperial needed. But Rosdor's thrown into a 1-on-5, and whilst he's been good this Pro League, that will take something special. Very clean shots from Henny, off the mark early. Mark Imperial a third.
Shouting as well from Imperial as well. They're getting loud. And that's exactly what you want to see from them. You want to see them fired up. You want to see them ready and raring to go at the beginning of a series. Descenti will do exactly that. And great work from Henny again. Triple kill on the AWP. The first one over the top of the smoke outside, and then great rotation down. Arasdos was very stuck and couldn't do more than that. There is still money available, of course. We're going to get another purchase straight in here for Saw, so they have a chance to hit straight back. We'll try and sort out Arasdos' camera for you as well. He is not a blue square. He's the sweet rice.
He is indeed. Utility is actually pretty decent still for Saw with the aid of the bomb plant. Once again, going to try and just create even pressure, a blanket over the map for Imperial to try and deal with. There reigns the outside smokes. 2 players towards red at the moment, and Imperial trying to use the same grenades, but Henny's not over towards Heaven this time. He's in ramp, and he can potentially lock off Jerks. Jerks will be the victim again of another first death here if he walks into the scope. And he's about to challenge it. That's exactly what happens. Great trade by Rosdos, and that was the bomb as well.
Rosdos, that's the kind of frags. All the lineup here for Phelps, though. That's beautiful. Story and Materials will both go down now. No Way has a chance to deliver, but Arasdos takes his kill. And Phelps, of course, has been spotted in Mini. Can't complete this one. It's a 2 versus 2, and he actually goes back in for more, does Phelps. He doesn't wait for Senti's rotation, and Roman spins on the top to take it down. Wow, that was unexpected for Saw to answer that one back, and as you can see, we have a shouting battle now. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Give the energy. Raise the temperature in the room. Exactly what you want to see. It's a classic LAN state of affairs. And that was a Rostos saving the round not once but twice with the trade on towards Henny and then finding that kill on towards Phelps, who just feels like, after being emboldened on those couple of kills that he could be the difference maker. Quick one. Straight through the utility. The flashbangs are exceptional. And Roman's in. He's cracked open the A bomb site. He's left Imperial with another challenge. A 4-on-3, but with money already wearing Finn. I doubt they give this a look in whatsoever. Already prioritizing the save towards spawn. Phelps will climb high and look for exits, but that's a third immediately. Answered as a rebuttal from Saw.
Well, actually, Phelps has done well to win that duel on Materis. That doesn't look possible, but yeah, I mean, we know what the answer to this round is going to be. Limiting that T economy to the best of their ability is important. What exit route does Saw actually use here? I think they're actually going to go down the vents and save near secret. Actually, we've casted a lot of Saw recently, and in some of my games, they've actually been guilty of getting caught by the bomb explosion damage quite a lot and losing important economy because of it. But this time, they choose the correct route, and they do survive with a couple of players alive. Took that significant damage to the bomb, but 19, I think, and 30 in the end, so they judged it well. But of course, Imperial will have something here. 3 M4s saved over. But with the economic situation they find themselves in, it's not a spot where you can possibly drop an M4. Don't have the economy for that, so I think the players without saved weapons, Vinny and No Way, will most likely stick with the USP and try maybe bait for the rifle or stick around so at least it's saved if they go down. Nab it off the body. The hand warmers that ESL provides match the Imperial jersey absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it's a nice little
I've got a thing for matches when it comes to green, because that's my in-game loadout on CS. Or spearmint and green, so.
Ooh, alright.
Quick tech pause. That's why we're waffling a little bit.
Vinny got told off.
Yes, I did actually.
The player counts, because you're not allowed to talk during technical pauses.
Yes, our referees are on point. Naughty boy.
Whilst we've got a few seconds here as well, I want to talk about Phelps, because I think since CS2 has rolled around, there's been a resurgence. He was fantastic ever since CS2 has been released, and he's an outside player. And one thing we've not really seen Imperial do all that often is kind of get aggressive anywhere on the map. I want to see Phelps take fights. I really think he can do it. And just already limit the options that Saw have got. He starts secret this one, playing a little bit more passive. Obviously, it makes more sense in a round like this when you're working with limited weaponry. USP's up close. And the M4s are just trying to get weapons for them to scavenge. But Saw take it slow.
Brandon, I think this round is actually very winnable, because there's a genuine chance that No Way and Vinny can get a 1-for-1 on the Zeus. It's so viable on the CT side of Nuke. Playing close huts. Any of these close range angles, we saw Rops really bring it into the fray and some big events in the arenas, even on pistol rounds. It's possible, and of course, this isn't the update. We don't get a kill reward for it, but it could change the round. There's one, and No Way is close as well. Don't tell me he gets a second. No, it's a good clear by Arasdos this time. He plays a longer range angle, and he'll deal with Vinny as well. Nicely done, but the M4s are still here to fight. Phelps finds one before he's put down by Roman, and Desensi still wants to fight for this. Roman, though, has a perfect angle, and yes, Henny now last player from the Heaven Ladder. Roman is still keeping an eye on it. Big swing from Henny, but Roman gets another, and one of the two veterans of the team, Materis and Roman, they've been playing on this roster together for 4 years, over 4 years, both of them. And Roman has an 8-kill start on Nuke.
It's really good you pointing that out, because it felt like as soon as Vinny got his, there's a chance for No Way to grab one more. But in actual fact, it doesn't set up the rifles as perfectly as Imperial were hoping for. Between the rifles and the Zeus, or the Zeus, I guess, they got 1 kill each. Here he is. Come on, Phelps. Get aggressive this time. Materis. Well, he's already crossing, and he's going to clear. Phelps not ready. And Materis makes sure he leaves no stone unturned. And now he can walk in towards main. At the same time, the contact is coming out A, but the defenders are doing a fantastic job. There's that trade. It's a 3-on-3 and no way. He's getting a little bit lost in the sauce, and Arostos puts him out his misery.
It's awkward, and Roman is still lurking here. So much impact from Roman in this game so far. He does so much damage. Easily completes the kill. He didn't see Henny cross, so at least that's a freebie for Henny. And he gets an AK upgrade, but bomb down, 1 versus 2. Sure, he's healthy, but he has no kit. And unless he gets gifted a kill by either Story or Arosdos in the next few seconds, which is definitely not going to happen, this will be a save for Henny.
It's great timing on that from Saw. I really like the fact that Muterius is obviously being diligent with his clears, which is something you expect of an outside player, but to immediately walk through the smokes, be part of the threat that is over towards A. And I really do feel like his extra element of his presence completely puts the round back in Saw's favor, because the A defense was really holding strong. They were getting a number of kills, and if it wasn't for, yet again, Arostos finding these fights out towards Hut and then dealing with no way as the smoke fades, that round could have gone completely differently, especially with the timing of Imperial's lurk through lobby. So good heads-up play from Muterius. Keeps Saw afloat, and then now starting to run away just a little bit with this T's half, because Henny's the only one, obviously, that's saved. He's the only one with a weapon.
Yeah, these upgraded pistols, we know what work they can do. It's actually 4.57s from Imperial, playing the meta, knowing how powerful they can be, but already Henny trying to get aggressive with the AK. The main threat has been removed. Arosdos finds no way, and this is so far a very clean T-half from Saw. It was close early on, but now they're pulling away, and impressively at that. Oh, Vinny, even spotted in Hut. Arosdos is very low himself. He doesn't need to be the one taking that fight. Actually, they will stop it over smartly. The rule is put in place. Low HP player gets given the AWP. Arosdos' camera is almost back online. You can see it there. Roman finds another 10-kill start for him. He's not often the point man for this roster. He's just a reliable hand, usually, Roman. But he can have his maps, and he certainly has the experience.
Oh, it's just their comfort as well, I think, isn't it? Just playing into it. Everyone's going to be more than happy if you saw playing on Nuke. Phelps grabs one at the very end, but it doesn't matter. Jerks gets on the board for the first time this half as well, and it was an important kill from him because it was the AK that he challenged immediately towards ramp. Phelps went a little bit aggressive. It was Henny with the AK, and he gets punished.
Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't get it into the action in that round. It's always so disappointing when you have the one gun and you want to be the point man but can't deal with what's in front of you. Now, we know Imperial as org enjoyers, especially Vinny, and they've got 2 in this gun round, trying to play the long ranges outside. Spam's coming through. Oh, Arosdos is a lucky boy. Just about escapes the grasp of Phelps. The door spam through that smoke. He actually is a player with the bomb on his back as well, so care needs to be taken. Damage done both ways early round in round 10.
Yeah, but all that diversion, the spray, was a little bit of a ruse because Roman made it down undetected. Decency needs to be really careful, and yeah, he doesn't know. So this contact will be taken right here. Roman is gonna clear the box, surely. Surely, Roman, you clear the box. Well, at least he knows now. Immediate trade. It's Jerks that's the sacrificial lamb, but the Orgs are...
Oh, door is open. Blown open. No way. Oh, the dink on Muterius. That's so frustrating. But of course, body is seen first.
Imperial are now ahead of this.
So he can get a clean spray even when that dink is hit. I think Phelps might have just got spooked by a dead body there. Muterius on this close range angle. Good reaction. 2 versus 2, but kitless again are Imperial. And Story is posted up with the AWP. Aristos low in the corner. And Imperial, they know they're without a kit, and because of that, look where they're going. Even though it's a 2v2, they're backing away and saving the AK and the M4. It's the boring option, but it's the right one.
Terrorists win.
Another example there of just Saw taking full advantage of these spaces that they're creating from themselves, and the fact that Roman makes it down undetected is everything. And sure, it comes at a cost of a life here, but it's the immediate trade, and from there, Meteorus, that's the important one. Vegas' single door control is his, because then that formulates an afterplan for the other two players. Story taking the first contact. Player left at dark on low HP is set to be the closer, but not even needed.
So close for them.
7 rounds on the team side.
Oh, what a reaction!
Timing, or it feels like a while here.
Missed the timing, unfortunately.
Comfort in a map.
Sorry, he got caught by it, but still got the kill. Impressively so. Nade coming over the top. Materis finds Vinny. Story still finds one more, and the FAMAS is struggling. This is fantastic from Saw. This is the kind of nuke we expected from them. It's kind of the nuke we know they can put forth, especially on the offense. Now, Nowhere is in a 1 versus 4. And they know exactly where he is. Already Roman is toward heaven. Any swing from main should get caught in a matter of seconds. It'll be in the open for Roman to peek in a moment. He'll fight outside. Saw know this. Trying to catch one more, but then Story still in that after position. And look at that, smiles on faces. Saw, this is a superb opening to this match, which of course eliminates one of these two teams.
They're being given a lot of respect, and Story just shows off his AWP capabilities in this round. But bar the one sort of microaggression, I'd say, from Phelps, where he was over towards Red Room, we haven't really seen Imperial take any sort of initiative in the early stages. They're allowing Saw this room to work with. They're relying on their players being impactful late round. Meteorus has just found no way through the smoke, and as I talk about aggression, well, one element of it immediately gets punished. Vicenti's hoping hack players through the smoke, hoping that his spam will connect for at least damage at the bare minimum, but nothing is found whatsoever. Finally, the bullets start to sing out and rain true. It doesn't matter. He gets 2 dings and Jerks takes his head clean off.
Every position he's in seems to be super impactful. I know it's only 8 and 9 KD, but all those 8 kills have felt super important, especially as some of the openers as well. And Phelps, I mean, the bomb's down. It's the last round of the half. You've got to go for this one, boys. But I think they know. The worst part is they'll just be rotating into the blender. Vinny pushes forwards. 3 players are holding the angle. There's the lurk of Materis dealing with Phelps beautifully, and Henny can't do a thing. It's 9 on T side of Nuke for Saw. Incredibly impressive. We'll see if they can convert it after a short break. We're back, and so are Saw. A fantastic 9 on T side, and they're in absolute pole position to take this opening map and put Imperial 1 map away from elimination from Malta.
What a scary prospect that is as well. So Imperial, they want to set the pace. They want to accelerate. And Arostos lands on his head. But no kill can be found. What on earth have I just seen?
Goomba stomped. Goomba stomped by Imperial. It can happen with that top hut play. And, well, no holds barred on the pistol for Imperial. Straight up rush. And 1 kill each for No Way, Phelps and Decency. Beautifully done. And Materis and U-Jerks trying to look for some kills on the exit. Already a double goosh, though, from Phelps. Dear me. Pretty ridiculous. Materis trying to save his Kevlar in CT spawn. It's a rough one. We saw this angle played earlier by Madden to great success, and actually, he does enough damage to Phelps to make him go down to the bomb, but that's all. No kill reward, but does save his Kevlar. We're aware of the slight audio hitches, by the way, guys. We're trying our best to make sure we're not desynced between us. We can assure you that we're not talking over each other, because, you know, we're not rude. We'll try and get it sorted for you. But it's a really important start for Imperial on this second half. And Saw choosing to force straight back in. No EK for the M4s. With the lead they've got, they're looking to try and stay in that particular position.
Fight immediately towards ramp. And Decency gets the full info. Hey, this is an investment here. MP9 up close. Phelps going the long way around with Vinny. Trying to get the long-range gunfights underway here. Roman will have to give this a little bit of a look in, but the P250 bests the AK.
This makes it interesting now. If Imperial want to path back into this game, these are the rounds you can't afford to lose. But they are so hard to overcome, aren't they? Vinny, up close. There are about to be 2 players peeking him. And there was no way Vinny was getting out of that one. Decency is trying his best to trade, but Saw fallen away with the advantage. All 3 have gone back toward ramp. And even though Imperial have a path toward the heaven position, they're actually choosing to face ramp instead. No Way's on 1 HP after dealing with Materis. Henny finds 1, but there goes the other. And it's Henny now in a 1 versus 3. U-Jerks with 3 kills in this round, even though Saw have been super successful in this half so far. U-Jerks has had a bit of a slow one. But that is a great way to get some impact frags on the board. Looks like Henny's committed to the save, as he so should in this situation. And Saw will reach 10, Brandon.
It's a really good setup there from Saw, because it felt like Vinny had the presence of mind to clear that close corner in towards hell. Under heaven is where Jerks lay in wait, but Story swinging at the perfect moment created a little bit of breathing room. And from there, they were so loud about running away towards ramp, they actually invited Imperial into a chase. You couldn't go up towards heaven if you're Imperial because you don't have the information on A. The only guarantee you've got is that you saw players run away towards ramp. Maybe they're resetting lobby. Maybe they've already reset down towards B. Imperial needed space, and instead, they go straight into that crossfire. So with all the pistol round guarantees, it's the force from Saw that puts them up to 10. And now for Imperial, it's just question mark after question mark, because they need to just keep investing here. They need to keep throwing it into the lion's den, it seems. Heartbeat of Portugal remains quite strong here in Pro League.
But of course, now the Force by Wars will commence. If Imperial find a way to hit straight back, then you never know. It can happen, but U-Jerks, you ramp anchor with help coming through. Needs more from Story. This is being played really nicely, though. Oh, beautifully done from Story. It's the Force buy, so it deserves props. Not just full Glocks, not just a full eco. Great timing on the swing. Relaxes the situation for Saw. Bomb dropped in ramp room. And honestly, if I were Phelps, I'd probably try and get your loss bonus here rather than save the Galil. You may be able to drop a Tech 9 to a teammate, but they're in a tough situation either way. There's not really a very thick silver lining, to be honest.
That's another instance as well of Saw having multiple first responders on the scene towards ramp. It's Jerks taking the contact, Muterius gives it a look in and is immediately dealt with, but you've got Story that can just swing, and Jerks is taking all of the attention. He's done so much damage that they're looking completely the wrong way. It's a sucker punch in towards the ramp room from Saw. And now Imperial, it feels like they're really on their last legs here on Nuke. It started to get exciting when they got the pistol, but from there they've not been able to build anything further. Phelps is now needed to Scarper to make sure he doesn't die after time. He's so low, but gets out with a Galil.
Yeah, actually surprised he saved, to be honest. I thought maybe he'd take the loss bonus there in this sort of tough situation, but the fact he has a Tech 9 too, meaning that he can save his armor, still use the Galil in the following round, and drop a Tech to a teammate, as I've, there are two ways of looking at it for sure. Yeah, we'll do exactly that. And actually, Imperial have decided, well, Saw are so far in the lead, let's just reforce into this. Get the pistols out, get the utility out. Tech 9 rounds with full util and full armor can be so impactful on Nuke, especially when it's a full execute toward A in particular.
Difficulty is going to be the recycling of the utility. But they don't have to go immediately, Imperial. They can just wait patiently. But the longer they leave it, they know that, for example, Muterius is outside. He can deem that one clear. So here come the smokes. And immediately, there's one deployed on the bomb site just in case there's going to be any incendiaries. So that creates a little bit of room to play with for Roman. But a Rostos already overwhelmed. How many can Roman find from the back of the bomb site? Split in two minds, but he still finds two. That's essential. And it keeps Saw afloat in this round.
Really well done from Roman. 3 versus 2. The M4 may have been picked up, but it's going to be ever harder to do work with it. And now he's in a clutch. Ammunition low. And Ujerks gets it done. Saw 12-4. And Imperial are poor.
That's so cheeky from Roman. Just to preemptively drop the smoke so he knew he wouldn't be sort of obscured by any utility that's going to fall his way on the A bomb site. And then he could also just hide around it. You see, he's got a little pocket that he can peek, and the slight gap completely negates these players that were going to be splitting round the silos and the bomb site to try and deal with him, because they have to go a little bit further, deeper in. And that also invites your main player to come and take a swing. It means you can just coordinate the timings a little bit better, and also it's about half a second to a second faster than Imperial are going to be ready for with these internal timings going on in their mind. Here's that important one. Round MVP, most certainly for Roman. And now plenty of chances to close their map pick.
Yeah, an Imperial in a situation they're just forced to obviously continue to force. No other option.
They're doing it again.
Yeah, looks like they are preparing a similar fast strategy toward A. It can be the best option with this weaponry, and maybe they have a second chance at it. But once again, Arasdos plays it nicely, and he's got this smoke to play around that we saw before already. Story finds Henny. Roman will find Phelps. They're falling like dominoes, and it is a very dominant pick from Saw. They'll take Nuke and put Imperial one map from elimination.
some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
O quê?
Tô nem enxergando ele. Tô nem enxergando ele. Então vem. Cadê ele? Cadê ele? Não, tem que aumentar a sense. Cadê ele, velho? Meu Deus.
Cara, que míope! Nossa, o giro que eu dei no Henrique foi muito insano, velho.
Minha sense tá muito baixa. Não, agora tá certo. Tô indo pegar na faca, velho. Pega, tá aí.
Ele, jacaré.
Tá sem faca.
Ele tá fugindo já. Cadê ele? Lá pra esquerda.
Aí embaixo dele.
Aí, passou o outro.
Aí. Tá sem bala.
Meu Deus, acabou a bala.
Meu Deus, cara. Vai ficar, repicou. Salvei. Costa.
Ah não, eu peguei ele na faca.
Salvei. Ué. Que isso, jacaré.
Ele tá lá, Luiz. Tá no lugar.
Tô vendo.
Subiu.
Você é mentira, meu Deus.
Não.
Travou.
Ai, toma!
Tô meio cravado, velho.
Toma!
Deus, meu golpe!
Vamos sua faca. Então vem na peixeira, vem.
Vai essa faca.
Toma! Facada no ar. Quem tava no ar comigo ali?
Eu.
Meu Deus. Então vem. Vem, corre não. Corre não!
Ah não, que isso?
Corre não!
Travei na escada ali.
Vem você também, então vem. Não! Me ajuda, Decente, tô me facada.
Peguei, tá virado.
Socorro, Decente, socorro! Ah, não!
Olha lá, a rampa aí, ó.
Atrás de você, subiu! Ah! Em cima de você. Caiu. Ah! Ele tá te seguindo. Meu Deus, ele tá na sua bota. Ele tá na sua bota aí. Toma. Vai de esquerda. Amassado.
É de faca.
Toma. Toma.
Deu perna do Jaco, coitado.
Só perna, né? Acabou minha bala. Acertei a alfa no pé dele ainda. Ué, acabou?
Acabou.
So you can reap what we've sown.
slick from Saw, and it really feels like they didn't even need to break a sweat to put Imperial on the edge of elimination. That was impressive.
Yeah,
Brandon.
it really was. And look, it happened so fast that map 1 on the A stream is still going on, and we finished map 1 of series 2 here on the B stream, and I feel like that's a really good statement from Saw, and I feel like that will help them an awful lot just moving forward. Obviously, we had that graphic, over 100 rounds played at Pro League, no maps won. So to come out and be incredibly dominant, we said Nuke was going to be a really good familiar feeling for them, and it was. And it was just fantastic to see everyone get involved, even Jerk stepping up right to the very end. He didn't let the sort of sour first half kind of shake and disrupt his sort of flow in the game when it went to CT side. And for Imperial, it felt like they could never really kind of piece it all together on that CT side, and where they only really showed aggression out towards Red a handful of times and pushing outside, it gave so much room for Saw to maneuver. They were incredibly decisive in what they wanted to do, and it felt like even if their plan didn't really go and take shape immediately, they had a backup, and if that didn't work, they had another one on top of that.
Yeah, it felt like it was insurance policy upon insurance policy, right? I mean, there was so many situations where Materis would be the point man. He'd maybe take a kill outside, and then he'd be the lurker late round as well. He'd take the opening kill and then be the one to close it. We saw it, I think, actually on the last round of that first half. And yeah, I think it kind of tells the tale of how simple it was for Saw, that none of them really had to break a sweat in terms of their numbers either. Like, we're going to have a look at our head-to-head now. And yeah, Roman had a superb map, of course, we mentioned. He, alongside Materis, long-time Saw members, of course, over 4 years on this roster. And even though Phelps tried his best, as you can see, our top fragger of the game was Roman. And I say only, it actually does kind of feel like only, right? Because it was just easy split KDs across the team, 16 and 11, and he was very, very impactful for Saw.
I think it's actually a real statement piece to say that we've got this head-to-head, and it wasn't the likes of Jerks, it wasn't a Rostos that we were featuring on this graphic, that it was Roman. He had a fantastic game all around, and I want to pick up what you said about Materis kind of being that entry and then sort of evolving into that lurk as the round went on. That's so difficult to predict and sort of mitigate if you are Imperial, because suddenly the entire round where you feel like it's going one direction, it's going completely the opposite, and it felt like they had never really sort of had too much of a say. It was Saw dictating the pace, it was Saw deciding where they wanted to go every single moment, and on that CT side, even just by using that one smoke at the back of the silo, it completely undermined what Imperial wanted to do, because they could never have that clean entry towards the back of sight, and that buys so much time for all the rotates. Saw were in flow state, and now they move to Inferno.
Yeah, and listen, Vinferno, I already misspoke once and said Vinferno. Imperial love this map. It's the one map they kind of stay stock solid on, right? I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how it goes. Look at that T-win percentage. I mean, that is just crazy. Obviously, they played it a hell of a lot more than Saw have, but it's still incredibly impressive. And I mean, I spoke about the percentages of Imperial full stop, right? I mean, they've not had their individual step up to Pro League at all. We mentioned it before, map 1, they're the second lowest ranked team, with none of their 5 above the 0.94. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of stayed that way, which is their biggest problem. And for them to get back into this series, even though we know they love Inferno, some individuals will definitely have to change that to get us through to a third. Anubis is waiting, but Saw, they play this map a hell of a lot themselves. They know what's up. Not as much as Imperial, but they just look like the better team today so far.
They do, and they've also played Inferno quite a lot here at Pro League already. It featured both in their previous best of threes, and again, had a lot of reps on it. But it's the CT side that is strongest for Saw here at this event, and that's where they begin, because obviously they get the choice because it's Imperial's map pick. They will start on the defense, and that means that you can get the potential to kind of get your stars online. And I think this is going to be a really interesting one because Imperial are going to want to play sort of the loose nature of CS, and they're going to want to try and obviously take the primary zones towards top banana and top brackets. But I feel like Saw will have some plans in place, and especially with a Rostos over towards Pit and anchoring down that side of the map, you've got Jerks at B that's really difficult to get past. And what we've seen out of Story is not only on Nuke, but also on the previous Infernos, he's been very mobile, and a lot of the rounds have been played based off his spawn. Where can Story get a kill? Where can Story find us an opening advantage if you're Saw? And for Imperial, they're going to have to mitigate that. They're already going to be without potentially Henny on the sniper because it's really difficult. Again, we're on pre-patch Inferno. We're not on the new one that feels slightly less claustrophobic, but also there's an argument it still is a little bit claustrophobic. But historically, T-side AWP has always been a frailty and a difficulty on this map. So now you remove one of your best players and sort of his best weapon for the job out of that equation. You need to look to the likes of No Way. You need to look to the likes of Phelps to really step up and arrive here. It's so imperative Imperial get off to a good start, because as we saw in Nuke, whilst they did, as soon as the rifles were there, as soon as the momentum went the other way, it was all Saw the entire way through.
Yeah, and Imperial's individuals, we want to see that change. We want to see them step up and stay alive in this series. We saw them, laughing and giggling with that brilliant hop B-hop map on the break screen there. A little more content, of course, to bring you during the breaks, and that was very amusing and fun to watch. But yeah, I mean, we need to see some of that happiness in the server. It's kind of sad, right? That you remember earlier on, I believe it was No Way. He was, he won a round early on in that map for Imperial, and they were sort of, giving it large, shouting a little bit. And that was kind of the only shouting we saw from Imperial during the whole game, because Saw just hit straight back. They gave it some of their own, and yeah, it's unfortunately for Imperial only a flash in the pan on Nuke, but it is Inferno now. We've already spoken about how much better they look on that map individually, but Aras Dost in this tournament has been superb in this pit position, been superb. Of course, U-Jerks on B. Let's see if Imperial can fight back on Inferno.
Let's just reassess this again. I know you've already said it, but I'm going to repeat it. If Imperial lose this map, they are done. No longer can play forward in ESL Pro League. They want to force Anubis. They need to get there. But for Saw, it's all about limit testing. It's pushing the limits as well. Out of Imperial, 2 kills immediately, but Phelps answers back with a rebuttal. This is so chaotic. There are trades back and forth, and the defense is split. Roman's getting aggressive, but No Way can't hit the shots.
Yeah, we said that it is pretty nice if a CT side does go aggressive on the CT pistol, gives the T side less time to breathe. It's so difficult if you let the Glocks run you down, so you may as well run them down yourself. It's a good strategy to take, and it might still not work out for them.
This is happening.
No Way and Henny pushing down Banana, and they're wrapping B. Oh, they're following each other around the map and they don't know it. This is wild. And the craziest thing is that so much time is going to be taken away from Saw here. Henny still has a smoke and a flash despite that opening brawl in the round. Once they've cleared out the site, the bomb can go down, and Saw have realised this now, so they're going to be there relatively fast. Imperial still have to take their time and clear out a few of these close-range angles, but the utility that Henny has could be really impactful to lock them out here. In comes that smoke, and the plant will go down behind the fountain pillar. Reposition. Now the double retake through Banana will come through for Saw. Straight through the smoke immediately. What a shot from U-Jerks. And now No Way is put into a clutch. Toward quad, they spotted him out, but U-Jerks hits that one too. And that looked like a very tough pistol to recover, but they figured out that A was clear, got themselves toward Banana quickly, and managed to deal with the last two. Well done.
What a weird pistol round to kick off Inferno. The fact that they're basically following in each other's footsteps all the way around the map. But you're right, it's the immediate realization, and a good decision from Jerks as well to disengage out of top middle and just to reset with his brother in arms on Banana. they get the best chance of winning that if they're together. So it's a good showing between him and Roman. Even though Roman doesn't get the kills, he's there just to back up and be the extra element. Force buy for Imperial, of course. They put the bomb down. They made that one quite close. So they want to answer immediately. They want to unsettle this CT economy. Roman searching in Banana and delivering a lot of damage.
Wow. A lot of damage indeed. Both ways. Roman down to 32, Vinny on 36. As long as Imperial keep these two smokes intact, they'll definitely pose a lot of questions to sort. Of course, there's a chance they can just win the duels completely dry anyway, but blocking off CT, blocking off these choke points in Inferno, more critical it feels like than any other map, and especially with a buy like this, you need everything you can get. Arasdos is boosted up on the balcony. But right now, even though he's got some contact to come in from long, obviously having to be pretty careful with it, and actually going to walk right into the mixer. Essentially may find Story. It drops down, and Arasdos seems to know what's going on. The Tech 9 of Henny is actually still hiding in the mid cubby there, waiting for a banana push. Could get an instant dink, but no. The drop into Mexico now for Roman is actually going to throw off his crosshair. And plays it really well in the end there, Roman and Materis. All those years of experience on this team. The bomb may be down on A, and there may be no kit on Saw. They've got a 3 versus 2. Phelps, what can he do? 76 health coming in from Boiler. The perfect timing lurk. They're having to hurry up, but he's only the last one left now. These are 1 versus 3. They're going to double swing, and they take the instant headshot. And the defuse will come through in plenty of time. 2 more from U-Jerks. More impact from Saw.
Yeah, that's really well handled by Saw, because Imperial are trying to create chaos, even with their players falling towards top brackets, by taking the decision to go out towards apartments and just completely ignoring the long player. The short player is excellent, because it feels like they're creating just a gap and a little bit of distance. If that Tech 9 is able to get the kill, that's the divisive factor.
Yeah.
Henny can't manage it. And the fact that Muteris steps in and makes sure that the banana player can get escorted up towards top brackets is everything, because they still maintain that numbers advantage.
Yeah, exactly. May look weird that Vinny has a Glock and Kevlar, but it's just in case one of the pistols or rifles gets stopped, and there you go. He immediately has a chance to switch to one as the Molotov swings, but then Roman just puts him down through the smoke anyway. 2 more kills for Roman to get off the board on Inferno. Essentially, it's actually quite close up in the apartments here. To be wary of that. Being looked for now by Arasdos. Back and forth, but stay in the corner. Roman, ready for another player to come through, and helped up by U-Jerks. There is that kill from the Senshi that I mentioned, could be a possibility, but there's still another player here. Materis will go down. Has a chance to smoke off long, molly library, and switch to the M4. Henny, unfortunately for him, though, has got the bomb, so has to go the long way round apartments to get this onto the site. And there's going to be a lot of time wasted here. This smoke, hopefully for Imperial's sake, will still stay up, and yes, it will, just as he jumps down onto the site. We'll get it planted on the site, behind the mid box. And this is not beyond the realms of possibility for Imperial.
No, it's not indeed. Flashbang forwards, and there you go. The Sentry's finding everyone. Would need the ace to take this away from Story, but Story finds the angle. He doesn't anticipate every single player from Saw rotating forward. So yet again, it's another retake, and it's another success story for Saw. Just about getting it over the line once more. And that was only with Tech 9s and that save rifle. Now Imperial have got everything. They've got to be taking a lot of satisfaction in the fact that they are making these rounds close whilst working with the bare minimum.
That was a really, really nice try from Desenshi. Does everything right in that situation. Of course, just not having the knowledge of where Story is, unfortunately for him. Just caught, wow, seeing it from Story's POV, that's actually a super nice shot. And in critical one as well to keep Saw's clean sheet intact. Really nice. Essentially tried his best just not to be on this occasion. And Now the nades will follow in Banana in the following round. Imperial have enough for a full purchase this time, of course, with all these plants coming through. Talking of madness, quickly we'll mention it. Mainstream, G2 and M80 is still going on. Slacks is 38 and 19. Nico is 20 and 32. And Munazi is 18 and 27. What alternate universe are we in right now? M80 lead 20 rounds to 19.
And they won that first map 13-1, by the way. Or 13-2. Actually, I think it was 13-2. Regardless, still crazy story. It doesn't. Posted, hoping, searching, jump spot. Will at least give information to both parties. And whilst all this is going on, Imperial have got really good spacing towards top Banana. Henny finds Jerks, but the molly will force him into the fight. Missed shot. Roman is given the opportunity, and now he needs to just stay tucked. Story with the flashes, but misses the mark. No way, he needs to try and close Roman down, and Roman's just waiting patiently. The flashbang support network not in quick enough pursuit. 30 seconds left. Vinny has B, and that's where the bomb will decide to make its mark. But rotations are already here. And it's all about creating that even blanket of pressure towards top Banana and top Brackets, because that just enables Henny to get a snapshot of opportunity on towards Jerks. And from there, even though Saw is in the best possible position to try and retake, it's the doubling and it's the layering out of Imperial that are finally enabling them to connect this after plant. Saw taking a timeout. See Roman's looking down the line, saying to his team, we shouldn't be putting ourselves in this position, because every single time Imperial plant the bomb, they are a threat. And that's the money dwindled down as well, Trav. Saw have got absolutely nothing. They'll have to invest in, of course. It's the first stage loss bonus, but they're going to be working with an MP9 and 5.7s. Yeah, nicely handled. Flashbang forward. They take the space back. And Rosdos was hoping to at least find an AK. Instead, it's decent. He grabs the kill. Jerks will smoke off, but he gets spammed as a consequence. A 5-on-3, and this should be easy pickings now for Vinny and his MP7. Might even think about going through the smoke. Decides against it, and that's the right call. Muterius and Story, they're out of there. Too low to contend with the possibility of a 2-on-5. Imperial fight back immediately, and they might not even allow Saw to save these weapons. Bomb has been planted. That M80 G2 game has just finished as well. M80 have won that series.
Well, this Pro League is certainly not lacking in entertainment, is it? Unbelievable. The underdogs are shouting, as they deservedly should in this game and in this tournament so far. TYLOO looking genuinely decent. Mongols besting G2 as well. The level of the G2 are showing in this tournament is very disappointing for them, I'm sure. Is that G2 in the last chance stage now, if I'm not mistaken? Goodness me.
Great job here, just kind of cleaning up all of these upgraded pistols. Imperial are taking their time in this round. They're just making sure that they're set up appropriately. And then you send Vinny in with the SMG to do the dirty work. Just pistols. Nothing really to show for it in this round for Saw. And Imperial can go back to work in Banana. Keep applying the pressure here. Keep up the threat that has been ever constant. There are 3 players here for Saw, but unless the pistols go absolutely crazy, this should be Imperial leveling up the scoreline.
On Vinny, MP7 time. There's one. And that's what it can do, actually. It's very good for those sort of bursts. And takes story as well. Really nice. Very controllable on that movement and burst sort of spray. And no way, he plays it very risky. There's no real need to go through a smoke against the pistols. It's not going to lose him the round, but it did lose him a gun, at least temporarily. Hopefully Vinny can recover that.
You plant the bomb. I will. Trying to find Mutiris. Hide and go seeking towards apartments. Bomb has been planted. Yeah, good round. Vinny's really showcasing the MP7. Might have to try it out myself. It's been very cool to see him just own people medium to long ranges with an SMG. We'll find an AK that's been picked up off No Way's body. I respect No Way for going through the smoke.
It's always all about the ecos, isn't it? I haven't played with you enough, Brandon. I think that would be you as well, chasing the ecos, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's only crazy.
So, Imperial fighting well. And in the midst of, what, just a couple of rounds, it's actually really important for them how much they've bolstered their money in that short space of time. I'll be delighted with that. And the following gun round for Saw, of course, they don't have enough for the story AWP, so they have to work off of the rifles, off of the contact in Banana perhaps, with those double swings, the deep utility. Imperial will ignore it for now and take that chip damage to get Banana control, and Henny doesn't even give a damn, he's straight through it all. Ujerk's not expecting that. That's the Henny we want to see.
Henny's been fantastic, and so too with Imperial, about just fighting this Banana control really early, because it poses so much of a significant threat that you can see what it's done to the minimap. Mutiris has to go over just for a moment. Roman's already expended his smoke, and now Imperial can look to take control on the other side of the map. Finally, Ascension in towards the balcony. Decency will make his mark, and now this counter utility thrown in by Imperial will just gather all of this space. Even a molly for the boost, which is quite clever. Obviously been burned by that one before in one of the previous force buy exchanges. This time they don't leave it to chance. Roman, only player here on B.
Oh, looks like Imperial are going into the 3-man stack right now. So I have a good chance in this one. Story on the line, boosted up on the Cold Zera box, and Mutiris to support towards short. In comes the flashes. That's a great entry. The Mutiris can do the work. Look at the damage done to Vinny as well. That's a fantastic shot by No Way, though. That could seal it. Mutiris is trying his damnedest, but he knows that he had to somehow get 2 more kills. That just was not going to happen. Roman was too far away to help out. And this is some great pack play from Imperial. They're in this series now. Finally, it feels like.
Great flash as well, just to get them from Moto to the bomb site. Completely blind Story. He can't see anything, and it felt like he had a number of players ready and waiting to get churned up by the A1S after the previous damage he did with the grenade. Now it's up to Roman just to save and hold on to this AK, which he will manage. Imperial are way too far away, but they won't care. 4th round collected, and it's just this space taking coming in at the beginning of the round, and Saw, they're going to need to adjust. It's a similar story to what we saw out of Imperial on Nuke. It's now having to pick your poison. Do you want to contest for Banana, or do you maybe want to fight in towards apartments in second mid? Something needs to change, because you can't give Imperial this amount of room.
Especially when Henny can take frags like that, top Banana, just through one Molotov pretty much. That was really nice pathing there from nowhere, even though he didn't get the kill on Mutiris. I thought he'd actually completely out-pathed Mutiris there by jumping on the edge of default, but not this time. Fortunately for Imperial, didn't cost them the round. And their reward is more pistols to face. Roman may be here with the AK, and Story looks like he's about to jump in for his teammate to perhaps take a frag, or at least take a swing. Imperial, as long as they're careful against this, they should be fine. 5-3 lead will be very important.
Just don't go into this AK, or if you do, get out without any damage. There we go. Story on the P250 grabs the AK, can now back away. So a 4-on-4, Banana tussled with a little bit, but it comes out evens. But meanwhile, take a look at apartments. Immediately, Phelps, Decency, so close to the action. And Mutiris needs to trust a Rostos, who now spots them, trying to escape. Smoke dropped. Mutiris actually finds the first, but it's Decency with the double up. And that's the red carpet rolled out towards A, and with Roman falling, and with Story picking up his AK with no armor, it has to be a save from the CTs.
At least they can keep the AK and the second recovered. This is the Imperial we wanted to see. I had a feeling they'd be able to answer back in this game. I just had, even though we know Sword play a lot of this map themselves as well, Imperial, they love it here. It's their home. Desenchi is having a fantastic map. 12-4. Can't just be him as we go, or the CT side, of course. We mentioned that Imperial stats overall in this tournament, not a single player above the 0.94. There's a reason they may be in this last chance stage. Haven't found the individual level. But Desenchi's trying to change that. Smile from Vinny. Imperial in pole position on Inferno.
Really like this little variation that Imperial threw in as well, because obviously they are contesting Banana. This is the first time Saw have really fought back, not only with retake utility, but the flashes that go deep to try and set up that AK on the angle. As soon as Imperial get confirmation of that, notice how quickly they scale in towards apartments. They already limit space, and they're already planning their next move. Whilst Mutiris does find a nice shot on the P250, it's Rostos that gets overwhelmed in towards Pit. But I don't think Saw were quite ready for the timing and the pace of which Imperial were going to hit over towards A, because it was almost immediate as the Banana contact was felt.
Like a bit more of a pinch toward top mid there. At least it was planned for a split second. I had a sneaky suspicion they may have gone for a swing with a flash there, but not that time. Imperial will take the apartments. Always worried, you mentioned it the other day, of maybe one of the apartments defaulters just going straight for the wallbang on the balcony. We've been very, very common for Saw to use that setup, and they would have done their homework, Imperial, for sure. Story below, Rostos above, flash coming through, and our lovely kill for Story. He actually still doubles up from that position, and he has a chance to do more from this too. Rostos didn't actually get any this time. Phelps towards long. He's been tagged by Roman. That incendiary will push him further wide and actually burns him to a crisp. Nice little change up from Saw. And Story with a lovely individual round from him. Until then, could get Saw within one again. It's a long shot for Henny, and Roman should be in front of this rotation. You'll hear it coming. No smoke available. Swing for the Tech 9. Oh, that was an instant headshot. Then you never know. But Roman takes it, and Saw find their fourth.
Yeah, I like that. Saw being a little bit more proactive in towards top brackets, but also a good communication that the player can be through that long smoke, can be wary of the position of Phelps. I like the fact that even though there's a rotation there, by Roman dropping the incendiary, he forces Phelps to either commit into that fight or just go around the corner. But then you've got more than enough time to prepare for him if you're Saw. NT from Henny, but ultimately Saw are keeping it close.
Nade will blow open the smoke, and timing actually almost goes Saw's way, but it still might! Oh my goodness, how is Henny alive? He still finds the trade. That is scandalous. And No Way is just limping around as well on 11 HP. It was crazy that U-Jerks just saw Henny phasing that smoke with the AWP as that flash came through. Story will have his chance to fight for it, but will take a pot shot and fall away. There's still one player top below to worry about, though, and No Way. Well, Roman, sorry. Should be about to do some work with this. No Way. Still low off the back of it. They're going to boost up Phelps to give it a look. I don't think they've seen him. Is Henny going to clear it properly? He is. Oh, head spotted. Only attacked through the sandbags, but No Way takes it. 4v3 for Imperial, and our Story has it all to do on the site. 30 seconds. Imperial will certainly be choosing B. A flash over the top, and Story is ready to pop straight through it. What can he do? Oh, a leg shot on Phelps. That could still change the round, though. He's really squishy, and Materis takes it through the smoke. But Story will go down, and now Bomb will go down as well for Imperial. Materis finds another. And Arosdos has a full belt of utility on this rotation, and they both have kits as well. A boost toward the flower bed as well can come through. Arosdos can even use his utility from up there if he wants to. That's exactly what he'll do. But Henny, lovely peek on the timing. Now it's all down to him and Arosdos. 1 versus 1. Henny goes for the swing. He tries to take the initiative, but the fake footsteps from Arosdos catches him off guard. And Saw even it up at 5 apiece.
Oh, big sigh of relief there if you're Saw, because it felt like they were always in control. I feel like that boost actually may have spotted that player just out by the sandbags. They do really good work, but Story just legging these players. And I honestly thought when Arostos' rotation was so late that it might have been too little too late, because the utility could have denied the bomb. Instead, he uses it perfectly just to carry out and make sure that all the angles are just removed. They were so certain they were going to be in towards that bomb site. A little bit worried when the molly missed and towards New Box, of course, but Arostos faking out the footsteps, as you mentioned, pretending that he was going to scale up oranges to try and get a vertical height advantage on Henny. It doesn't matter. It doesn't help. Tries to wide swing with the Tech 9 and goes straight into the crosshair. 5 rounds each, deep smoke down middle. Allows them utility as well, and Imperial have been doing this a lot. Just flashing through, disrespecting the util. Phelps finds the opener onto Materis immediately.
Really nice kill to take. Yeah, it's a common idea of theirs. Not one obviously they do all the time, because then it would be predictable, but it does get these cheeky openings, which can be so impactful. The Sweet Rice has kept Saw in touch on this first half. Imperial have been fighting well. They do have more rounds than they got on the first map now, of course. This end sheet, 14 and 6. Imperial look to take top mid. U-Jerks will rotate through B, back to Archers to at least hold it. Not fully committed yet. Of course, Story has the line down Banana. He's tasked with the entirety of this portion of the map.
Gotta hit his shots. Flashbangs going over the top means that Story will need to fall back off the angle, but he'll scream to his teammates that he needs help. He needs rotates immediately because Imperial are not slowing down. In fact, they're just completely accelerating. No Way might even be ahead of him, and he is. Jerks through the smoke will find one, but then dealt with by yet again that man. Oh. How many spam kills are there going to be in this round, though? And Rostos is aware that there could be a lurk. 10 seconds left. Guys, you've got to put the bomb down. And it finally is being planted, but a 2-on-2. And it's a Rostos yet again with all his util.
Again, yeah, he's done such a superb job of keeping hold of it. And at least sort of keeping some spare overall to go for these retakes. Can they do it again? This is a nice little setup for Imperial this time. No Way and Phelps playing a double hold. Oh, and this time, even with the kits, they're out of util. Sword aside, it's the last round of the half coming in next. We've both got $1,400. If we save, we can drop something. And they actually decide that route.
I think it's the right decision because you haven't been offered up a kill whatsoever. It was a really nice setup from Imperial as well. It feels like they're going to claim it unless some spectacular shots come out from Saw. This is all from the disrespect in the first round, in the first place, just a flash through that mid smoke. And then No Way shows us how it's done just by really forcing open this B bomb site. I think as soon as the nade blows open the smoke for a Rostos and he doesn't see anything, he realizes that they're just tucked in the corners. It's so difficult to try and retake. Roman this time gets the best of an Imperial player progressing through a smoke.
Oh, hello.
No Way. Okay.
Those moments can happen. No Way does find it. And recovers this into this 4 versus 4. Jerks is checking for the utility. Whatever he may have spare. And we'll re-smoke Banana now. And on that same timing, Saw will do that toward top mid.
Feels like it's just going to be an apps pop. Henny will have flashes that he can throw over the top for everyone else. So this smoke will land in towards Library. He'll do the A-Wrap smokes, which will keep the players rooted at long. And a Rostos is going to be completely isolated. There is that flash, but it's a Rostos standing tall. Dodges it at the first instance. Immediately traded. And Phelps eviscerates Mutiris. A 3-on-2. And you've still got Henny that's lurking in apps.
Oh, that was so clean from Phelps. Story and Jerks. This is a borderline impossible retake. It's Inferno after all, of course. Only one incendiary, no defuse kit. Henny's still lurking around, like you mentioned. It's a good clear from Story. And of course, Phelps and No Way aren't exactly full health. There's still a chance in this one. They're actually forcing him into the open brilliantly. But No Way hits a huge headshot. A jump spot on Jerks. That was dangerous. But he's walked into the Molotov. It's spread a tiny little bit. And U-Jerks will get the defuse. Well, that could be a lifeline for Saw. It's 6-6 at half on Inferno.
how important will that clutch prove to be? Because that currently sets Imperial technically 7 Saw round wins away from them being knocked out of ESL Pro League Season 19. It's fully even to kick things off here on Inferno. Second half about to go live and underway. And for Saw, they're on their favoured T side. Phelps spots in towards second middle. But did he see any of these players?
Give it a look. Yeah, not to know. We've seen this triple setup work a couple of times and also fail a couple of times. Imperial trying it again, obviously trying to bait in the Sandbags player that they won't check that third. It's definitely a risk. Very easily pre-fireable, of course, that angle. But it looks like we are set for an app spot. We're out of utility, they can be running straight in, and the fact there's no flash lets Phelps have free reign of the position. And now the last 3 players coming in towards short are just going to get eaten up by the looks of it. Essenchi finds Vitiris. There's a bit of a smoke battle coming in here. Story actually has got behind Essenchi. Hang on a moment. But no, the quick flank from short is significant. And now Ujerks has to somehow bait for 3 kills. Jiggle the angle and eventually run down by No Way. Good recovery from No Way. We were speaking about it, of course, at the half-time. They'll be very disappointed they lost 2 retakes on Inferno in that first half. Not ones you can afford to lose, especially when you have such an advantage.
Yeah, for sure. But Phelps not affected by his flashbang is everything. The fact he gets 2 kills, it kind of just seals the round. When Jerks gets that first headshot, you start to believe a little bit, but then you realize he's run out of bullets, and that makes things incredibly impossible. Full spy for Saw. Bomb you just see gets thrown at the bottom right of the camera. No Way. Now it's his turn to lay down lead all the way through these smokes. Great flash. Saw. Oh, they're running him down. Jerks gets the first. Hang on a second. It's just Vinny on an MP7.
Oh, there's not much he can do with this. He's got help from Phelps. All right, that's fine. And the damage is significant because Arasdos has gone down and Materis is down to 21. He drops picked up M4 over to Story. You saw Story win a ridiculous clutch the other day against 3D Max when he only had a P215 and a recovered M4. That was on the A side, though. I think this is a lot harder situation. Phelps will be boosted up once again. The fact they're kitless could prove to be a problem, though. Hang on a moment. Story, he'll get dinked up. He's still in play, but...
Accelerating. Instead, he gets help from the M4s and he just waits patiently. And then actually he closes the round with a very important kill on towards Jerks, who was nestled in towards Church, which gave Story that room and that comfort in peeking just around the coffins. There is that fight. I feel like if Jerks maybe tucked himself in the corner and they played a little bit more for time, could have gone the other way. But the reason why he makes that swing is because where Imperial are pressing so far forward into the bomb site, Saw need an emergency exit. They need space beyond it because they were getting trapped in.
Saw have invested 4 Galils and a Mac 10. Utility is okay. You know, of course, that Imperial won't have built up a massive bank just yet. Ah, yes, the secret room. Modern era. Can Saw find the secret to Imperial's defense, though? And he will stick with that MP7. Essentially on the MP9. And this force could be the breaker of Saw. If they lose this round and don't have anyone saving, they might have absolutely nothing to work with. At 9-6 down, that will translate into 10-6, and Imperial will be ever closer to taking us to a third.
It's a huge gamble to go with here on the investment, because it wasn't like the previous round. It was like a one-on-one or anything like that. Imperial survived with 3 or 4 players, and they kept double M4s and brought it forward. So an interesting decision to make. Banana under lock and key at the moment, but Jerks is trying to be the lockpick over at Car, flashing towards top brackets in the meantime. Space has been gathered, and very much like the CT side of Nuke, here on Inferno, Sora being given a lot of room.
Nice kill from Roman, though. Phelps swings. Slightly mistimed, and that forces them to check Banana, but Vinny wins his duel with the MP7. He's looking so good on that weapon. All the boost is failing slightly, and of course that'll be heard by Henny. They will try and make their way through the apartments in the meantime, but Imperial just not showing themselves, and that actually might be their undoing. Dissenshi gets found, and Story trades Henny. 3 versus 2, nowhere, and Vinny's rotation is pretty quick, but unless they find a kill in the next 10 seconds, they're probably going to be saving this.
It certainly feels like it, especially with No Way taking further damage. But at the end of the day, Vinny's on an MP7, so you can definitely give it a look in. A wild spray, a cursory glance in towards Pip. Note to Rosdoz's position. But instead, they'll play for exits. And I think you're completely right. Henny in that position, in default, completely fine. It's the Pip player I'm more worried about. In Dissenshi, I feel like he needed to spot. He could at least jiggle from that angle and see if there's any players escalating up short. Maybe not out of the boiler, but Henny was really committed into his angle, which means there needs to be flexibility from the Pit player. Vinny was hoping to deny, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So he'll carry forward an SMG into round number 16.
Yeah, we're going to see it here. Like, Arosdos always has the advantage in that duel if Dissenshi doesn't swing first. He has the right eye peek. He has the faster reaction because he sees him first. Sounds stupid, but it's true. And yeah, essentially couldn't do anything about it. And Henny, with the AWP in the following, trying to make an impact. Imperial's money is now also at that spooky level. I mentioned that Imperial could run clear if they bested Sora in that previous round. Well, it could just switch right around again. Swings and roundabouts in Pro League for survival.
Yeah, swings and misses in top Banana. Both teams flashing in towards that breakpoint, the virtual line in the sand. Just before the entryway onto B, Henny been given a lot of responsibility here in short. Potentially's at least trying to help him out and towards the balcony position. And the smoke is really well timed. That lets Henny on this angle. But he falls back. Space created up long, and with these wrap smokes, Story can carve something out.
Oh, he's so far up long. Phelps might just go thick through this smoke. It's with a flash. But Story...
Oh.
Takes the kill. Oh, we're body blocking in the smoke. Does he? No. He's bypassed Vinny. This should be a free kill. He actually finds No Way first. And Vinny gets past the angle, but it shouldn't matter. The trades come through. And Vinny, even though he will eventually somehow find that frag, the nade comes flying in from Jerks. And we're even again at 8 apiece. Sora will not go away on Inferno.
Sora and Jerks have been throwing that nade quite a lot. Not only on CT side, but also on the attack. They line it up a little bit higher than that doorway you can see on Story's screen. And it bounces deep in towards long. It commonly clears out the angles that the retake players are going to go in, or if you're wrapping long on that T side. So, a nice little nade that does the damage, but it's Story just creating opportunities for himself by walking through that smoke. The fact they didn't collide with each other is everything. And now saw their reward. Just pistols for Imperial, their chance to retake the lead, and that's a great find of a Rosdos on towards Phelps. But, Trav, they are going into the stack.
There's no but here,
okay,
Brandon.
Sure.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Sora shouldn't have to worry about this at all. 4 USPs. 2 of them a little bit squishier already. No Kevlar in play, no upgraded pistols. Just a crossfire. USP spotted. Dink taken. But that shouldn't be too much to worry about. There are still only 3 more to find. There's still only 3 more to find. There is still only 3 more to find. Ooh. Henny lost alive. AK picked up, and Story gets out of there.
I'm trembling. Oh, shiver me timbers, Imperial. That's... They walked into the stack. You reassured me it would be fine. I guess it is in the net overall outcome in the round.
It is. It is.
And he's never going for this with no armor. My oh my. That is expensive though. Especially when these rounds have been back and forth, and the fact that Sora have invested sort of at every single opportunity. That was a round for them to bolster the bank balances a little bit. That was a round for them to be a comfy one. Instead, they lose 3 lives. At least the AWP is here for Story.
Yeah. Story made sure he scarpered as quickly as possible
he was
there.
Out of there.
And you realise the situation, herding that bomb to a safe place. But it's an important save for Henny. The AK, of course. Affords full utility for at least a couple of the Imperial players in this round. As you can see, that bolsters the cash. They should at least actually get 4 belts of full util. Okay, they haven't decided on a glass cannon AWP. I thought they might. But they've prioritised that util, of course, on a map like Inferno. Does make sense.
Alright, question time. Who's going to help out Senshi? So he's on 20 kills. He got 2 here. By the way, in this eco. Next highest for Imperial is between Phelps and Henny, who are on 11. It's much more of a team effort here for Saw, that are making things sing and making things just tick along all nicely. All cogs in the machine aren't independent, they're working in tandem. Something has to give. Someone's got to kick into motion here for Imperial. Fast play. Immediately, Jerks surely knows that there's a player in sandbags. Jerks holds the spray, but somehow No Way stays alive throughout all of it. Will be traded out by Story. Bomb site now acquired by Saw. The spam from Henny isn't enough, so the bomb can just about edge its way over. But that is a wild series of events to unfold at Top Banana.
Well, there are ways to take Top Banana. There are ways to take the B bomb site. That's a pretty unique one. No round of Counter-Strike is the same. And Jerks just, well, I think that was the plan. Just to dry entry their way in, but I'm sure he didn't expect to do it like that. Almost manages to take both. Unreal. And already Saw on the hunt, so they've got money to do so. Not a huge amount, but enough. It would be worth dealing with these Imperial savers for sure. Would relax the next round significantly.
Terrorists win.
Oh, 2 saving on the site. Arostos is going to give it a look. Very last tick of the round. He won't be able to find any. But Saw have done it again. And Jerks with more entry work is pushing Saw toward a finish line here.
This is wild. He's stuck in the molly, so it forces him forward, and then Vinny's just in the open. Necessary trade out of Story. Because of the position of No Way, he could have been poised to grab a couple, but that's the variation we're now getting out of Saw. We've seen some slow rounds in towards top brackets and wrapping on towards A. That's a missed smoke. Thank you, observers. That gives Saw a little bit more room in towards mid. Boost attempted. Got a dodge. Just the edge of the roof in. But No Way's up here. Oh, and now he's down there. Oh, sure.
And then he just spammed Story out of the round.
Content machine.
Alrighty then. It's those sort of picks that Imperial need to find a way to take, and they can't be relied upon. Those smoke spams. Star steals with Henny beautifully now. Phelps under a lot of pressure. He does damage, but there'll be a swing coming in from 2 players, and he falls off, and Roman takes it. There is Senshi taking up that same position, but they found him too. No Way. And now No Way and Vinny have to go and save. How does Materis find that one?
I don't believe it. But again, that's all like the handiwork of a Rostos, because by him getting that kill out of balcony, it creates so many pressure points for Imperial. They're worried about short, they're worried about apartments, and the player boosted up Phelps is caught in between two mines. The division of labor between these two defenders on site. That's why Desenchi pushes in towards short, because he's so worried about the potential threat he could be isolated. But in actual fact, he just walks straight into his demise. Rostos sees him right at the last pixel, just his head protruding over the smoke. And from there, the spams can just rain in towards the corner, and there was no hope for his survival. Saw have turned this one around completely. They're 2 steps away from remaining in Pro League and 2 steps closer to knocking Imperial out of the competition.
And they're getting pumped up as well, as you can see, deservedly so. Imperial are looking a bit dejected, sadly. And a shake of the head from Phelps. The fact you have a 5 versus 4 in Inferno with a cheeky smoke spam from No Way, and you can't convert that, and in fact you can't get a single kill after that. Must be so frustrating. And they are sadly edging toward the exit door. Saw pushing for the finish line. There's that first kill. I think we're going to see the next frags coming in from Saw. Here's Roman. I mean, that one is nice. It's still an educated guess, and the Materis one I think is even better. Oh, he does just see him on the corner of it. I thought it might have been through it, but it was on the corner, and of course he was spotted by the Apps player as well, so they would have known anyway. That's huge for Saw. And Imperial need to battle the hard way.
Caught with nades out. That's not ideal. At least Vinny will trade, but now he needs to get out of dodge. And now he needs to support as well. Phelps will make his way through, but it's the space that Saul wanted towards the top of Banana. Now that can be a threat for the rest of the round. And Story looks to take space elsewhere. Round the corner, jerks, sure. Why not? A contact play reaps the success. And Vinny has now lost both of his pals on B.
Yeah, and the worst part is for Imperial, of course, they know Vinny got that kill on Banana, the recovery frag, and Phelps has just gone down, so they know there's one more B, and likely only that one more. And look where Story has positioned himself. It's a bit of a weird one, because Saw are going into the 2 defenders on A unless they split B. They got time to do that. But they are looking like they're committing to A. Henny's got a chance on this one. There goes Aras Dos. And he'll try and smoke himself off in pit as well, even though there's mollies to come in. Desenchi, again, playing quite defensive in pit, but this time he peaks on a good timing. 3 versus 2 for Imperial. It's switched round, and it does force Saw all the way back to B and into Vinny. And Story's actually wandering toward Banana right now. Vinny's got fantastic timing. He easily finds one and the second. And I feel like, Brandon, that might be a slight misread there from Saw, because surely they would have realized in that instance Vinny was the only one left on B.
I think it's an element of maybe just overcooking a little bit, just a kind of overcomplicating, especially when Story gets that much space out long. He doesn't see anything, and that's because of this setup in between pit and mini pit. It's so far back. It's the classic Imperial way of letting you think, oh, you've got the space, but in actual reality you don't, because there's 2 extra elements that you're not really aware of. Vinny's out of his chair.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. Yeah, I think where Story got all the space, and it gets a little bit sort of muddled for Saw, and then I think they forget that Vinny's the B player and they haven't seen him in a while. If you assume that Vinny's going to rotate off B, he'd probably go down Banana because I've not seen him in towards CT spawn. That's why Story goes that way and searching for him. I just don't think they anticipated to get that much room out long without any contestment, without any rotation. Have they rotated already? Saw thought so.
What a time for a bit of a technical problem as well. just raises the tension ever so slightly. That's where all the years of experience, of course, need to be put into place, just to stay calm. Don't overthink your situation. Reset when the round begins again. This is some atmospheric pause music. It's making me anticipate the next round ever more.
It's very subtle.
It is.
Well, not too sure what happened with Vinny, but
yeah, we've got some. I saw some wires disconnecting. I'm seeing things being replugged. Oh, we've been told by production it's a headset problem. Thank you very much, Thomas. Nice name check there. Appreciate it.
Well, hopefully that gets resolved momentarily. We've been pretty speedy with a lot of the tech pauses. Yeah. I remember the clip the ESL put on Twitter about like the monitor change, and it felt like a pit stop.
Yes.
Quite fun for F1 fans. I know you're a fan of the F1. I don't really see the appeal myself, but
yeah, sadly we're on different pages on that one.
That's fine.
I've been a fan since I was 12. I'm pretty sure. 2007, was I 12 in 2007? I think I was. God damn, that's a long time ago. Quick recline from Phelps. Full JDM style. He realizes that the break might be a little bit longer this time. But yeah, a lot on the line. Imperial closer to elimination.
What a time for this technical pause to come in, because it just completely kills all momentum you've got if you're sore. Headsets are going back on, so it might be back underway momentarily, I hope.
Yep. And of course, referees keeping an eye on everything, making sure they don't discuss tactics during technical pauses as well. And I see an even harder thing to keep your mental keep yourself sane, right? Because you just can't say a thing about future rounds or anything of the such, anything of the like.
Oh, atmospheric music and atmospheric chicken.
Yes, indeed.
Look, let's start speculating.
Go on.
Saw have got enough money to obviously go for another investment. Question 1 is, will it be an AWP in play for Story? Question 2 is, how much of the pressure are they going to apply in towards top brackets? Because the last sort of tones of the round have been very early towards top banana, and then Saw go into that top brackets. Then they go into the apartments play. Maybe a variation of some sort where they go aggressive the other way around, and it throws Imperial off of those timers that they've been conditioned to over the last few rounds, the little internal timings in their heads. Or maybe Imperial just get aggressive. We've seen No Way try it a few times on top of the half wall, dropping down low. He's been punished. He's gone 1 for 1 so far in those exchanges. So she could be on the other foot here. Maybe even a third player on banana. So many things. So many possibilities. Unfortunately, I can shut up because the round is about to start.
Well, if you are curious about what's happened today so far, I'm sure a lot of you may have heard that M80 found a way to beat G2 in incredible fashion. They have one more game to play today as well against BetBoom in the lower final. And currently Eternal Fire are 7-3 up on FaZe. But this is where we're at here on the secondary stream for Pro League Season 19. They're on a knife edge. Saw a couple of rounds away from eliminating Imperial, but Imperial battling possibility of a third map on Anubis to come.
All right. So they're taking the banana control. It's the same setting, but they're just going to go immediately. Okay. Smoking towards CT. Double dark setup, though. No Way deals the damage. That's fantastic. And the entire time, Vinny He's just tucked, and Saw have no idea. And now the rotations can come over. And guess what? If you're Saw, you have no other map control. You're penned in. You are trapped. And Vinny, over the top, deals with the sniper.
Oh, that's so dirty from Vinny. Just tapping through the top of that smoke, of course. It's much easier to break open that smoke with bullets when it is the corner of those smokes, of course, in CS2. And that was so nicely done. I mean, of course, he only gets the one kill. It's No Way who deserves the praise. Humongous triple. And Roman is forced way, way away with the bomb. Lost in Banana. The cone is almost pointing to it as if to say, yep, you're not getting to that anymore. But that was brilliant from No Way. As you say, the double dock setup can be so impactful. And once No Way got those first 2 kills, it just relaxed the situation entirely. And that meant that Vinny could then continue to pepper the smokes. And then they realized they were 2 in position, but it doesn't matter because it's just impenetrable.
It's a great smoke, and it's also taking sort of a page out of Saw's book, because it was a defensive smoke in towards the fountain that gave Imperial the room to maneuver after they get these opening kills. There it is from Vinny. Oh, he's just shooting just the top of the wisps just to see. If you shoot on the corners of the smokes, they disperse a lot more freely than if you're shooting through the concentrated middle portion of it. So Vinny just fires off a few bullets, sees the head, says thank you very much, and gives Imperial a 10th.
Right then. Now, this is a bit scary for Saw because their economy is down to the bare bones. They've got 2 MAC-10s and a Galil in this round. Decent util, but if they are to lose this round and no one survives, it'll be 11 all and the worst possible moment to be needing an eco. Imperial, they have a shot here, keeping themselves alive. And 9 lives have almost been used, but they are cleaning this up pretty well in these last couple. And Saw will be feeling the pressure more. We've seen some heartbreaking moments for Saw in the past on Inferno. Top banana will be taken, and a little bit of a change up for No Way and Vinny, a boost toward New Box. Of course, there isn't a Molotov on Saw to actually burn them away from that, and only 1 HE if they were to go toward that position, so it's a great time for Imperial to pull that out. 35 seconds, and it does look like we're focusing on A, though, and into 3 players.
They've held their utility a lot, though.
Yes, you're right. And Jerks may spot this, actually, himself. No Way. Hack10 goes jumping in, and now they know where the 2 are on B. But they will take their frag on Phelps on A. This is now big for the pit player in Henny. He's got the AWP. This is so awkward to be the pit player with the AWP. Essentially gets 1, and Arasdos will run him down. 3 versus 2, 7 seconds. They're scrambling for the bomb, but they've got it in time, and the plot will come through in time. And No Way and Vinny, I feel like you kind of have to go for this because you were giving up match points to Saw otherwise. You've both got kits, will they?
Feels like it. They're getting in position. No one's going to get close to Moto. Vinny's going to come through balcony. No smokes. Both kits, but not enough utilities to disrupt. You can't get a Rostos to move out of his position. You can't make this crossfire become disjointed. And the bomb is ticking down so low already. There's no time for this. Unless you find the kills instantaneously, they're going to give it a go. But already damaged, battered and bruised. In go these players, but down they fall immediately. Everyone will be the victim to the bomb at the very end, but it's the timing of that A pop. As soon as they kill the long player, they wait perfectly. They get so close to the point of no return that they start spamming Henny. He's forced to look the other way before they progress in towards the Senti's field of vision. It's so well done from Saw because it's that slight little distraction. Henny feels the pressure, and then comes the crumbling.
Yeah.
12-10. Imperial need 2.
It's the thinnest of silver linings, but Imperial making sure everyone on Saw goes down to the bomb does mean this buy isn't at full strength. And actually, obviously, as I said, they have money for another purchase. So there is a glimmer of hope for overtime. I did go a little bit late on it, of course. Actually gives themselves a chance of the round, but at least they got the damage to get the kills. It's a little bit confusing, but that's possibly the only answer. And well, maybe it is the long-term thinking. The MAC-10 will be dropped. At least one of the SMGs will be dropped, and YNG with his is naded down to 48. We've got a cheeky boost on the edge of the B site as well. 5v3 for Imperial. And the money that Saw are going to have if they lose this round. Honestly, there's 50 seconds on the clock, but the smart answer here is actually to save the guns, to be honest. I'll have to see whether they do it or not. They are shifting back toward App slowly. Oh my goodness, what a choice it is for them now. They have dropped that rifle, of course, for YNG to collect so they can upgrade from the MAC-10, and I think they are doing it. It makes sense, Brandon, because of the monetary situation that Imperial put them in.
Well done from Imperial. And then the decision, this is the first time we've seen any sort of aggression over towards top brackets. The focal point has always been Banana through no way. Instead, Phelps and Decency set themselves up and nestle into these tough little corners to clear out if you're Saw. And they get dealt with. And you're right, this is feeling pretty horrible if you're a Saw fan, because the other guys are going to have Tech 9s.
It's a lot better than what it would have been if they had just run in and tried to do damage and get a plant, which is very unlikely with being in a 3v5 with the utility running low. I hate saves, but this one made so much sense. They have a core of rifles to work with, despite what Arasdos and Roman has. Look, Arasdos is even prioritizing utility, right? He hasn't got armor in this round. He knows how critical it is. He's hoping his teammates can do the job. But Imperial, they have one more job to do, and that's to get it to OT and stay alive in Season 19 of Pro League.
Feels like they're going to fight for long again. Tech 9s can be a little bit of a nuisance up close. Well-timed incendiary, and Henny round the corner deals with Roman. Phelps starts the trickle-down effect onto Mutiris. 5-on-3. Overtime feels like it might be locked in, because where do you go if you're Saw?
Yeah.
Maybe a run boost up towards the balcony? Oh, not quite. And he says, thank you very much. This surely has OT written all over it. And it's all but confirmed now. Rosdar subjected to 50 seconds in the apartments. The bomb is in no man's land over at short. And with no armor, as you pointed out, and a Tech 9, it's once again Saw going the entire distance and not being able to close a map, at least for now. Money issues will not be a problem.
It's a lovely shot, but it's not going to be a second. And Imperial, it's crazy, isn't it, how it works? I said in that moment, of course, when they made them all die to the bomb, when they delayed that retake, didn't look like they really were going for it, and they allowed Saw to reach that series point. I said it was a silver lining, and it actually turns out to favor them heavily with the economy. 2 5v3s that they managed to glean early on in those last 2 rounds to send us to OT. They found the opening picks, and they've played the long game to perfection. And now we wipe the slate clean.
All the streams going OT. But for Imperial, you've got yourself here. Make the most of it. Henny boosted. Who's going to see who first in this AWP head-to-head? Oh. Well, Story's got the edge, because that jump spot would have confirmed that someone was boosted up. And Jerks, he's trying to be on the front foot. Everyone just wants a slice of the action here. Will that molly spread? Doesn't matter. Smoke extinguishes it. Saw want top banana, and the AWPs are about to butt heads.
The battle. Henny versus Story. Oh, no way. He's got utility out. And Henny has to do the heavy lifting now. He'll get one on strafe away, but obviously makes noise in the water, so Story will know his exact rotation. It's not toward the coffins, at least for now. It could have changed by this point, so they will have to still figure Henny out. He's playing toward Dark, and he's the only man that can stop Saw right now. He swings for one more. That's fair, but it's a 3 versus 3. And they should be able to cross for the plant. Materis will get it down behind the fountain. Now the rotate can come through from Imperial. The only bit of utility they have is Dissenci on the Incendiary and Flash. 2 toward Ruins. In comes that Molly. In comes the Flash over the top. Dissenci actually waiting for the possibility of a smoke push, and Materis is actually doing exactly that. But what a reaction that is! Damage is so significant though, and Arrows-Doss's Story must be in pole position here. There's one for Arrows-Doss. He goes for the full spray transfer. He can't take it, but Story does for him. 13-12 for Saw.
Cannot believe how close these rounds are getting each and every time. I cannot believe this, honestly. It's crazy seeing the level out of both of these teams. I feel like Henny has done a really good number on Saw by finding that second pick on towards Roman. Essentially even considering the fact that Materis could push. But the effects of the damage just being accumulated throughout that round, and then Imperial having to try and deal with the burden of the clock, having to clear all these angles out and fight with limited life and limited resources. It's just too much of a burden for them to bear. Vinny back on the org. Spamming down Rage, and it's this same setup of Jerks and Story looking to take Impetus and Banana.
Roman flashing himself into top mid. Phelps on the angle. That flash is so good, but everyone's blind. Goodness me. Phelps is the man to get his vision back first. And Roman will drop. And Henny will find Arrows-Doss. I get the impression this overtime might have some legs to it. Back and forth. This game has continued to go. Imperial battling for their life, and Jerks has been taken down to 14 HP with a little bit of a smoke spam by Phelps as well. Henny even going on top of default to find Materis. Bold, but exciting, and he might even do it again here. He's going to double up. That's disgusting from Henny. Triple kill, and Jerks, 14 HP, 1 versus 5. Not happening. It's 13 rounds apiece coming in for sure. Wow. What a time for Henny to do that.
Dare I say vintage Henny. Whenever I think of Henny on the AWP, it's always on this A-bomb site on Inferno. There's just so many little angles he can just take shots from and then just maneuver himself around, and he's that guy. He steps up. We said, who's going to help the Senshi? It's going to have to be one of these players. It turns out it's Henny. He's been let off the leash here by Vinny in OT. Feel confident, go for some of these shots. This second one is absurd. And then the audacity to follow it up. Sure, it's helped out with a flashbang, but he does it not once but twice. Timeout called now for Imperial. As they level things up, they want to make sure they go into the next half with a slight advantage. And it's these fine margins that are separating these two teams. So you want to make sure if you're Imperial, you go in with the lead. You go in with the edge.
Let's see. Great teamwork from Imperial to set Henny up for those frags. Sure, it was a relatively comfortable position, being in a 5v2 at the time. 5v3 at the time. Before he got those next two. But either way, clean stuff. Look at the damage done to Dissenci already in the following. If Henny goes for a wall bang, there's a chance this could come through. Oh, Jerks, it's a scary position to be. That's why he's sort of jiggling left and right, waiting for utility to come through and then go for the swing. And he has been allowed to get to top banana here. Henny's going to have to be ready for this one. Crosshair pointed down to the right level, but the flash is spot on. And Materis sets up Jerks to remove Henny from the equation. Dissenci, of course, really low from earlier on. He gets his one, but he somehow needs to find one more. He's going to be naded back and forth here. Has to push forward off the back of it, and Jerks will take that every day of the week. 4 versus 3 for Saw. Imperial needs some smoke spams to get back into this round, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Look at Rosdos as well. I mean, he's so far removed, but he's cutting off the rotations to Banana, so the off-block can be frontal facing. For Saw, they can just stare at Church, at CT. And the flashbang's great, but the numbers are in play now for the Portuguese squad. Phelps has a peek down. Banana doesn't see anything, but the timing...
What?
Actually, he swaps back. A 2-on-2 Story now stuck in oranges, but he finds the shot, and that's where Jerk steps in as well for another headshot. He opens the round, and he closes it. Saw with the slight lead at the half.
Beautiful quad kill from Jerks. Just when he needed to step up, he does so. And as you say, there's the beginning. Set up by Materis's flash, and easy one on Desenchi in the end. Low from earlier on. Its attempt from Imperial on the retake 3 versus 4 was actually quite a nice one. And I was quite shocked to see how Arosdos got taken down in Banana. Not expecting Phelps to double back after he heard him. Of course he would, but timing catches him off guard as Phelps lurked through. And Saw once again are 2 away. 1st to 16, global offensive fashion. Roman going aggressive. Damage done to both Nowhere and Vinny, and the HEs come firing their way through.
Wow.
Vinny doesn't know where to jump to get away. He only just will. Youch.
Story trying to get ahead of the smoke. Just trying to see if there's anyone he can take away before his vision's obscured. Arosdos in pit. Oh, already spotted by Phelps. And there is still this player in towards the balcony to contend with. Imperial got a lot of space here. They don't need to commit into this bomb site, and the bomb is still very much deeply embedded in towards spawn. That'll be picked up by Vinny, but that allows Story back on the angle, and a Rosdos in from the balcony. This is falling apart from Imperial, and it's once again going to have to be a 2v5 or bust.
Yeah, and with Vinny so low, they may have another smoke on Henny, but Roman is have all this in the palm of his hand, you would think. Rotations from Saw are already in place. They're trying to go quietly about it, but this is so difficult to find. It's going to have to be all down to Henny. Roman will then swing, and they had no idea that he was still toward the back of the site, and he gets both perfectly. Calm, collected work from Roman, and Imperial are now on the brink in Malta.
They went for that play again. They went for the fast play in towards Banana, and once it gets shut down, Imperial feel like they need to take space in towards top brackets, and they manage it, but they're so disjointed from each other. So even if they find these opening kills, which Saw are doing a really good job at just not fighting, not taking these individual sort of gunfights to make sure that Imperial can never find a way back in. There's never a stabilization point. So now it's just route 1. It is straight up B. Everyone's blinded. No Way deals with Jerks and even escapes around the half wall.
Yeah, around the half wall, back behind the smoke. Roman couldn't catch him. He was so blind. Now he's playing up really, really close. Has to react quickly, and he does, but runs straight back into the Molotov. Doesn't realize how low he is. Oh, the nerves, you can tell, are in play now. Can Imperial save more series points? 4 versus 3. Henny has had his moments in this game, but also moments where perhaps playing a little bit more defensive could have saved the situation. That one round, of course, and that couple of rounds ago where he's playing top Banana, didn't fall away quick enough, got caught out by the Muterist flash, and that set up Ujerks for the quad kill. Can they find a way to get themselves back into this and stay alive? Send us to what would be round 30. Materis, he gets one and he falls down, but that's as most he could possibly do. Good trade from Phelps. They even faked the plant to make doubly sure there's no one else on the site. And the Story Arosdos rotation is a long way away.
Look at the util though. There's still a world in which they can get this going. You can smoke off banana, you could molly in towards quad box, in towards dark. There's options here. A break on the smoke, maybe set up for a Rosdos and Story on the AWP, but no one is peeking out of Imperial. They're laying down fire in towards CT, and it works out perfectly. A Rosdos and Story have found one apiece anyway. Time extinguishing. Going so low, Story's just sticking it. He's calling the bluff. Henny's through the smoke. And he keeps Imperial alive for guaranteed one more. Double OT on the line between these two teams. And it's Henny, the veteran, keeping Imperial afloat.
Yeah. I thought Story was going to hit that flick for a second. I was actually shocked. It got down to a 1 versus 1. The HE getting that frag was in the middle of the madness. Recovered the situation, and Story was given a chance. And I respect that from Imperial and from Henny. Not giving them any opportunity to go for a hold. Doesn't want to lose the game to a defuse hold. Just charges straight through. It maybe is just nerves as well, and trying to just make a decision straight away. We're going to see a replay of it now, and Story, yes, got down to about almost 3/4 tick, but just missed the flick. Made sure to stop them. Would be the worst way to lose when you haven't dealt your own hand yet. Oh, Phelps is doing it again. We saw this in regulation, a flash through that bottom mid smoke. And he's taken so much damage to that Molotov, though. And he's stick to it more. What? No way, Henny. Not like this.
I'm in disbelief. 0 to 0. Immediately dealt with. And that's the AWP removed. Imperial are now limping into this last round of play in OT. Phelps picks up the mantle. He's got the sniper. And to be fair to Imperial, they've got great space. But the utility's holding them back. Phelps needs to find a shot. He's already been spotted by a Rostos on the pixel. And look at this double long setup. The flashbangs are good, but Mutiris doesn't fully commit to the swing. Saw are playing patient. They want to make sure that Imperial are done.
Oh, and it could be here and now for Saw. Are they finally going to win in overtime in this tournament? Are they finally going to win a series? So many close games, especially the one against 3D Max. And now, no way, Phelps and Vinny. We're left with a run boost to try and fake out the AWP Story. They're trying their best. Oh my goodness, it's so scary. He gets caught on the edge of the site before he falls back. And Vinny will work his way forward. Pack-based mentality, try and hit the entries, but I don't think it's going to happen. Roman finds one, Story finds the other. It's all down to No Way. And he is so incredibly stuck. It'll be an easy win in the end for Saw. It is 2 maps, but that was a fight and a half on Inferno. And Imperial are eliminated from Pro League Season 19.
Full credit to Imperial, though, because they gave it one hell of a shot on Inferno. The fact that they build back into that game, they take no for an answer. They put up a lot of resistance here, and the run of the draw was harsh for them, to be fair.
Yes.
FaZe, Eternal Fire, now falling at the hands of the Portuguese squad for Saw, but it feels like it is well warranted and well deserved for the Portuguese side, as they finally, after God knows how many overtimes EPL so far, claim a series, and they do it in 2.
Gotta give props to Imperial. They really fought on their map pick. We knew that they'd give it a good go. I'd hoped for a close game. We got it. But Saw just that extra bit of resilience at the very end. Staying calm, staying cool. And some of the rounds we saw from Mutiris we're seeing on the highlight reel here. Of course, some jerks as well. That quad kill, so important. And unfortunately for Imperial, despite the incredible major they had, they really went up in a lot of people's estimations after how good their fundamentals looked. Sadly, I think it may have been a bit of a post-major hangover for them in this tournament.
I can't believe Henny burns alive as well. I can't believe that Molly spreads and cooks him right in the most important round of the series. It's heartbreaking. It really is. But look, they've shown that they will not go down without a fight. And I feel like we're going to see the best of Imperial a little bit later on at some of the other events. But their time at Pro League cut really short, in my opinion. But there's a lot of upsets going around as well. And whilst they would have been looking to potentially make the playoffs or a deep run at the very least, their story unfortunately ends right at the first hurdle.
Yeah, and Saw will have another match to play and more life in this tournament. I mean, they came in, of course, as a late replacement for Cloud9. That probably, halts preparation. How much time did you really have to figure things out? So many close games. The one against 3D Max will live long in my memory about how close that was and how 3D Max only just recovered it to overtime on map 1. And Saw, they looked the better team on so many different situations like that. But they definitely were today. And I believe we have an interview ready with Mutiris as well. A quick chat to see how that game went down. An absolute battle on Inferno. Mutiris, congratulations. You finally got an overtime victory in Pro League. Talk us through that series.
Yeah. Well, it was a crazy series, but we knew it was a really tough game. But I think the team played really well, and I think we kind of dominant in our map pick. But this one was hard, but I think the team played really well.
Talk us through your journey at ESL Pro League so far, because you've played a lot of rounds of Counter-Strike. It feels like some of the results could have gone either way. How much does it mean to you to win this game 2-0 as well and not have to have that decider map?
Well, it's really important because with 2 losses, we kind of lost our confidence, and we are thinking too much about what we are doing and what we are doing well and wrong. So this win is really important for everyone, and I hope that we can show a better CS in the next game. And I hope to win. Of course, we are here as a replacement team, but we know that we deserve to be here. So that's what we're gonna do and show everyone.
Aras Dos and Ujerks are putting up so many great performances for you. They did during the major. They are doing the same exact thing during Pro League. Are you still shocked by how good they can be on their day? Because they just show up every time for you guys.
No, they are very talented players. They play so well. They just need more experience on this type of tournaments, and sky is the limit for them, for Story, for Rojdos, for Ujerks. We just need to improve as a team, and of course, if we improve as a team, as individuals, they're gonna be better and better, and that's what we are aiming for the future, is to be a better team, and they can show up in more tournaments. So that's it. They are very, very good.
Okay, brilliant. And one last one from me before we let you go. Obviously, it's been a fantastic sort of time seeing you here. Looking ahead and looking at how far you've come in the year already, what are the expectations like for the team, not just for this event, but for the rest of the year? How far do you think this roster can go? You said the sky's the limit. I want you to kind of put a limit on it. Where do you think this roster's going in the next year?
Well, I think what we are doing is not really, really hard, but the hard thing is to maintain and to stay on this level, and that's what we are aiming. It's to become a good tier 2 team, and of course, being on these tournaments, it's really important for us. If I'm gonna think about our history, I think this year it's unbelievable because we were at the major, our first major. We have a ESL Pro League right now. We're gonna have another TRS Blast. So this is huge for us, and we are just here to show a good CS, and of course gain experience with these tournaments that really important to the team and for the kids to grow.
Absolutely. Well, you're definitely showing it on the server. Congratulations on your win today. Best of luck with the rest of the time in
so much,
Pro
guys.
League, and hope to see you real soon.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers, man. What a lovely guy. what a lovely guy. Honestly, the amount of time he's put into... I remember casting Materis on the early editions of SOAR back in, like, when they were applying their trade in ESEA Advanced, right? They've made their way from the very bottom to the very top in Pro League. And honestly, I have so much respect for what he's been able to do with this roster. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he can perform. But I believe we've got our Aim High MVP as well. Ready to have a look at. SOAR played, honestly, they deserved a win after all the effort they put in with the 3D Max loss, of course, as well, and they managed to deliver. Story, we mentioned him, of course. I mean, he's put in so much good work for this team this year, and we're hoping to see more of that in the future, of course. He got added to this roster back in 2021. Didn't really go too well. That's when they had Stododo on the rifle, of course, to accommodate Story being added in. He went back to FDW. He had an incredible performance with that roster and qualified for that Pro League in Season 16 through Conference. And then SOAR were like, yeah, well, that's time to get him back, I think. And he never really looked back, has he?
No, he hasn't. I was really impressed with Inferno for Story because whilst he was putting up numbers, he was creating so much space on that T side. It was really keeping Imperial back and was giving SOAR, as we mentioned in the first map, just so many options, a multitude of them. And I've been very impressed with his development. Been watching him since the FTW days at Conference. And the fact that SOAR are back at Pro League, the fact that they can have a chance to up their world ranking and potentially be invited back here for the next seasons as well, because they certainly do not look like a replacement team.
Absolutely not. And it's been great to see their rise, of course, at the peak of their powers right now. So hopefully we see more from them. But it's time to hand over the baton. We have one more best of 3 to bring you today. And once again, it should be an absolute brawl. It's TYLOO versus Sharks. It'll be Neo and Scrib to take you through that one. Cheers.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Oi, kicked. I'll stay here. I am here. I can't go B, sorry, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, let's go together on site. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. They're here! Bro. Não é possível.
Let's go.
Não, isto é muito bom.
I'm turning my head around.
Beep. Fake noob.
ECT.
Sou fodido.
I was showing my shadow. Where is it?
Aí, ó, Junior, tá maqueiro aqui o filho. Ai.
Onde estás? He's camping on car.
I'm holding the best position.
Both there. You should.
Sorry, pick.
It's short. Man, wow. We have to finish the bomb. Help me with shot.
Very hard job now. Oh!
Got it. It's so hard.
One city.
That's hard.
Outside. Nice try. Okay, I will take it with you. No problem.
I'm having problems here.
Why? One touch. One city. One is middle jumping. That.
Yeah.
Where is Spider-Man? What the fuck are you doing? Try to win the round. I'm saving. New meta. $360. Eu tô meia hora a sair daqui. Não consegui. $360 no scope.
One round left. 7 straight for FaZe.
Guys, listen to me. Smokes B fake and expo A, okay? We're gonna play pro A.
Kerrigan over at the B bomb site says, we've stopped you here. You have to go back towards A.
Rups is in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. He drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonian. Oh, talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rups is on a romp.
What a stunning performance from FaZe. G2, they better find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Guys, it's the best of 5, you only lose one map.
Imagine how it's gonna look on the fucking match page. These guys won the first map 1915, and then all the other maps are like 16-5, 16-6, 16-7.
Come on guys, okay, let's fucking fight. Forget about the first map, let's go.
Well, there's no more time now to talk things over, and I can't imagine the talk that G2 would have had between maps. How do you overcome this? How do you recover?
All the issues are fixed, except for the one of G2 dropping an 8-round lead on Inferno. They've got to forget about that. Map 1 is done, it's over.
We've got the exact same scoreline we did on Inferno, but this time it's FaZe well in the lead. Can G2 pull off the same comeback?
Forget about this T-side. If we want to win this fucking trophy in front of us, we need to change mindset. Trust me, we just need to take our chances and build together, okay?
G2, they're doing it. They're coming back 4 rounds straight.
Ooh, let's freaking go, let's go.
They are recommitted confirmation.
Oh, that's a confirmation.
Okay, this Justin and Russell spoke top middle window, okay? And then you walk on the ground, we fake B, and you try to boost window.
Oh, it's getting dicey.
Alexi B starting off. They have the opening kill in this round as well.
He's no splash. He knows fake.
Wasting on dinner.
Twist taken out by Monacy.
Upping. Jungle, upping jungle.
Out short. Better now. Shadow or something.
KS undetected.
Uh-oh. Should be able to change the fortune of the rounds. That might. Nico, the swing for information, he's got it. He can't hit the shot, but at least he's got intel. Oh, he misses another one. That's not great. That's not great either. And look at JKS. Remember, they forgot this position. They forgot that he was here. Jax is looking for it. When does JKS peak? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Triple kill for JKS.
Oh my goodness, talk about a stand that has stood up in these situations. Nico's lost. His nightmare is back.
Nice fucking shot! Just the Okay. This is the time. How did he go jungle?
Hey, Cyborg.
HP ended.
Jackie, I flash Tetris, no?
One more, Tetris, lösch Tetris. Un HP, guys.
Abs. I smoke.
I dive. Nice!
Allez.
Oh, this is disaster written all over it. Kerrigan cannot connect the shots. 10 seconds to get this ball planted. More utility being spent. Nico's gonna swing wide. He's gonna spam it down. That's the round done. JKS is gonna bug out and go home.
Nice! Let's go, boys. Okay, smoke. Jungle.
Demolish short.
Now the split A. One more. The splitting, gotcha. Nice, Apsec.
I'll be behind.
Tetris and left.
Let's go, boys! Arena!
Listen to me. Destroy them now, and they're gonna have full tilts, okay? Destroy their fucking comeback right now, boys. We win this fucking. This fucking our overcome, boys.
Good fucking composure, okay? Play fucking good. Just keep going. They're pressure. They're gonna start playing slow, okay? This is their fucking shit game.
I know what's gonna happen now. They're gonna do round from the start with smokes, with fakes and shit like that. Let's have good communication.
We haven't got B one single round, so I really want to like fake it and then you explode B up short with all.
I think they put off at B last round because they thought we were gonna go B.
Keep doing the same then.
Let's fucking do this shit.
Power fucking cocks, man.
This is people confident. Take the peaks out.
Yeah, first one, not the P.
No, they're not doing anything special.
G2, they've completed the comeback, but now they have to overcome everything that they failed at previously in the previous map. They have to actually win this game.
Two. Ace it.
They're up one, Jackie.
Be fast, yeah?
He settled again.
Massive problem for them getting inside of the A site before. Hunter back through the smoke, but Kerrigan over the top will deny him getting any momentum in the round. Monacy, AK this time, starts it off by taking out Brokey. Incendiary to the firebox, lights it aflame to try and clear off one further angle by use of utility rather than weapon, and he'll head toward the site, knowing Kerrigan was out toward A main. Has he retreated? Has he gone all the way down Tetris?
Tetris.
He has the information for the last player, but Kerrigan has the shot instead. Monacy back over toward B, this time up on top of the van. He'll hold with the AWP.
Now, but remember, he's made this peak safely a number of times, not this one. Alexi B, all the pressure's on you. Where are you going to go?
At the outpush, they are out fully.
Let's see if they give us some stupid facts.
Close Gitcher, Roger. Close Gitcher. Guys, please, chill. I'm behind market, okay?
Monacy gets just baited, lured into that peak because he was able to grab the angle so many times previously without spotting anyone. He never had to encounter Brokey. 2 more chances for FaZe. They had 5 in regulation. Hunter's delivered so much for G2 in this game. He's been, at times, the one shining beacon of hope. Oh, and he's got it again. The rest of G2 is going to start to stream up, but great defensive utility to hold him off a little bit longer. Nico's switched over to the Krieg, another change in weaponry. Can't find anything with that. Again, Monacy is going to have to deliver something. Alexi B on 28. He's got Robs. They have no idea where Kerrigan's going to come from, where that rotation is. They know they have to find JKS inside of this bomb site. 15 seconds of the clock. The play has to be now. There's the smoke. There's the smoke. Monacy. Oh, he takes him out. He's got another. 10 seconds. Bomb being planted, but look at the plant catwalk. Kerrigan has one chance. One chance only. Oh, the bomb's down. Just barely got the plant. Kerrigan nearly shut that down despite it being inside of the smoke. And now he has to clutch this back, and Alexi B has the information. Kerrigan on the AWP will switch to the pistol. Do they know he's wounded? Do they know he's weak? Does Kerrigan know a pistol will do it? He's going to spot him, but Alexi B slides out and gets the headshot, and we're not done yet.
Oh, it's okay, Don't look here, don't kill him all time.
Play short.
Let's go for Imperial. I will help Jackie. Jackie, run cat and kill. You go too slow. Ilya can be alone apps or something, okay? I smoke up. Yeah, you run catwalk and kill this fucking one.
And 2 leader also. One firebox. I'm leader, guys. And the stairs. Nice. Firebox, firebox!
Short bit.
Nice. One more cone. Firebox.
One more cone and maybe window. Jungle!
Regarde, tournez.
Attends, we go weak, can we go weak? Yeah, leave, I left. I will smoke for you to plant and I will stay back.
Smoke is going to plume, and it's actually going to give a little bit of cover over to FaZe to be able to cross over. Oh, Kerrigan, Alexi can't connect the shots. Both of them trying. Finally, Kerrigan gets it. It's just down to Hunter.
One is 1 HP, okay?
Left 1 HP.
It's okay.
That's so good.
This is clear. Take a bait.
Yeah.
Brother, everybody go B, okay? Somebody do opening flash for me and do gambit B, guys, okay?
I fucked the smoke.
They smoke window. They miss it.
Oh, the kind of box is one.
Guys, I think he's alone. They missed window smoke. Watch out B then. Smoke for short.
Smoke short. There's one short. I stop out B.
2 B. One more. High vehicles. Watch a short.
I'm running to smoke. This car. Karen, where?
No.
Jax isn't behind them, though. This is definitely going to be G2 stealing this one away. They should get their first map point right now because there's no chance. Surely they look that way in the right time.
You just double pick one from the...
Ready? Edward.
They still don't know where Jax is. Twist so low, and he's left in a 1-on-1. 5 HP against an M4A1S. Jax needs to consider every single angle.
Retake cross, motherfuckers.
Okay, let's take the last.
Another chance for FaZe to take a 2-0 lead in this series. G2 looking to force a third overtime. They're going to work their way in from Tetris. Jax in a different position. They think he's underneath in shadow, but he doesn't know there's 2. He's looking for the response above, and that's how Rops will strike back. Rops now inside of the A bomb site, but G2 still has no idea. Monacy's being cautious with the off, but Nico's not. Nico recovers, and Hunter is now in a solid position.
Just never peek the deep angle. Just hold from right side balcony down like this. The whole round we can play for him. Need to be careful that we don't die to like a full-on rush. I mean, Vitality slope rush or B rush. I will try to start Edward so I hear them before they come, okay?
I win these rounds really easy by making like little tiny mistakes each round. It's always super close.
Dude, I still think Consquit's like the best. Jax guy is the fucking worst A player I've ever seen. Seriously.
Closer to time.
Yeah, the worst A player.
We are doing 3 smokes on A plus some models of shadow. The good fake, okay?
Yeah.
So the corner guy has to move.
Hunter at 43 kills. Nico with the up is going to find Brokey. Slides in towards Palace. It's a double up setup for the defense.
You can still do it.
Han's weak right now.
You can still move some shadow, right?
Yeah, gonna.
Wrong subcon now. Push ramp that. He stepped. Tetris.
Nico's going to try and step up to the plate next. He's going to step in front of the Molotov as well. Ooh, it ticks him. I don't know if Rob's heard that.
I think he's inside ramp, guys.
He burned, Finn.
That's the guy from that.
They need to find these kills concisely. Shadow shows missed shot of the AWP, and he nearly gets a second crack at it.
That's a shot.
One last course.
Twist is going to grab the bomb. He does. Oh, he doesn't. No. Started. He was just outside.
Nice, Hunter. Let's go.
Smoke more than go, guys. I'm rushing inside.
Where? Dead.
Kitchen. 2 kitchen. Two there.
I plant short. Hold it.
Can you flash long someone?
Under kitchen.
In the side.
Dead.
Kitchen 1 HP.
I'm in bench.
One HP. One HP. One HP last.
Nice. Sick checkpoint.
Guys, so good.
It's okay.
So win this.
Damage. Tetris.
Go, Jackie.
I can smoke one. Stairs on HP. I smoked up one. I flashed ticket Alex. Let's proceed.
Smoke again.
Close. Play safe.
Play safe.
They need to get this bomb planted. The reinforcements are arriving. Odyssey. Oh, you have no idea what's coming.
Oh, perhaps I'll kill him. One the ninja. I have him. He can't get out ninja. I'm always stairs. I'm pushing out now. I'm defusing. I'm defusing. Not planning for him.
Nice fucking round, guys. Good shit.
React faster, take CT. Brocky, we killed JKS. Brocky with op in connector. Let's go. Just react faster, take CT next. Allez.
Leave. Chill. Guys, they will push A. There's so many.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
can we go all A slow?
Yeah.
Maybe sneaking on taps is best.
Rops is investigating Palace. He had that phenomenal flank in the previous round.
They can pull mid.
Let's go back to mid.
He fell back to B.
He's gonna peek it? No, he doesn't. He doesn't like to do so. He would have spotted all 3 players.
Take my right.
Sneak short all the way.
I peek short deeper.
Gonna walk up short soon. I'll walk up short. One more shot. 2 guys short. Both short. Safe call.
Nico needs to get the ball in 25 seconds. He can play this out. He can bait it. AK-47 knows he's likely in a one-on-one situation. Chance that Rops is all the way back over toward this site. Unlikely, but Brokey repositions and Nico can't find him. Guess what, Jason?
We got another.
Oh, baby. 4 overtimes required on this. Just map 2. 5 in the series already.
Absolutely incredible.
Okay. Weapon for flashes.
One apps. They don't know what's there.
Let's CT. CT again.
Nice one apps, Nico.
Holding ups. Keep holding ups. They don't know about me.
Fucking good.
I'm doing the same. I bet this one. Where's the second shot though? He smoked already. Listen, that man is smoked top gun. Oh, I was waiting for you. Sorry, I thought you had it. Okay.
Hunter and Monacy in position, in the correct position. It's them against the world.
Not fast enough this time for Monacy, but Hunter flashes in his favor. He got 3. Oh my, as he sneaks back out, he is absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. The only one left gets shut out by Monacy in the end.
Enter. Deep angle would be fantastic if he can pick one off. But they're going to be in hot pursuit. Kerrigan, here comes the swing. Oh, the jiggle peek.
Molly's guys.
I'm flashing. 2 more reps.
One shadow, one deep overall.
Look at LXCP. Already up the Piatal apartments right now. He's closing the map in so effectively.
I can flash you out A if you want to take it.
Monacy got away. They were ready for the position, and now he goes aggressive again as Rops downed immediately at the arch.
Push me, he's stuck.
I can go back to it.
1 T base, he saw me.
They go short at B. Yeah.
Wait,
Flashing out soon. Flashing out B now.
Hey, flash, boom. Flashing about.
I'm more long soon.
Super.
Yeah, I did.
I'm landing.
In this one. Okay.
Left side.
Can't.
Yeps, one. Yeps and Modi. Goes right. Yeah.
Follow me. Then, let's peek. Out.
Oh,
I got him, man!
what the fuck, bro?
What's this game, man?
Talk, guys, talk.
I don't know.
Guys, it's okay, guys. It's fucking okay.
Big landing.
CT.
Landing now. Landing.
The apps last, I think. I'm not sure.
Maybe out.
Nice nade touchdown. Puts him on 47. Not willing to go much beyond this position. Has to get off as he's flashed away. And Alexi B crosses in. Rookie's got him immediately down below. Molotov on the spawn as well. That should pretty much do it. Monacy's going to try and get up and take him down. And he's ready for it. Great headshot.
Focus, please.
Go free guys up. No smokes. Drop a smoke for me. Smoke top mid now. Go apps.
Oh, you're in there.
That's fine. I'm gonna do one left of stairs, guys, and one above apps, okay? You go on first boom. Guys ready? Flashing now.
I think they're close jump.
Second boom. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm on jungle. Show that. He's jungle.
I'm second jungle.
Never mind, he's there.
What a well-crafted round in the 5th overtime. They do sweep the T side 30-27.
Rip. Outmid. He's behind boxes. Follow me.
I can flash. Flashing over window.
Come back maybe.
On B.
Did I get him?
No flow top mid, man.
Gonna go short.
Yeah. Yes. He jump cut.
No, he's close maybe.
Pushing now, we need to run.
Let's go guys. Short.
One is default. Protect the other water smoke. Nice.
JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Sneaking in behind. Monacy, he's back in the corner. He's spotted out. And this is absolutely doable now.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. Continuing on here, of course, third and final game of the day. Myself, Scriv, and Neokai. For this one, it has been a difficult day, I think, for many teams. We obviously waved goodbye to our first there in Imperial, unfortunately. Saw, as it were, breaking off their LAN losing streak at the moment. It's a bit of a shame for Imperial, but unfortunately somebody has to be the one to go down. And now we move on to the Group B last chance side of things. It's TYLOO up against Sharks, and we have to wave goodbye to another one of these teams.
Could be a wild game, man. Could be a wild game. You know, these two sides never played each other. There's just no real chance they ever really would, right? I think it's safe to say Sharks getting here was a real upset, right? Pain, recent form of Pain has looked incredible, but the qualifier for Pro League was a bit of a time ago. So, you know, Pain found their form maybe just after. But yeah, this is a wild time coming in towards this. This game can really open up if it wants to. There's a couple of stars on each side who can really shine. And that's what we're going to hope to see, right? Some of these individuals who we know can step up to the plate and really bring a bit of fragging power. Hopefully they can. This is a game that has all the expectations from us to be quite a wild one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, you have to say this has got to be a matchup where these two teams will have, like, no experience against each other. Not a clue, really, what to expect in the officials. Obviously, you can put the work in beforehand, but very, very difficult to fully understand without having the reps, without having faced off against them. Neo's favorite player on screen at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
On that left-hand side.
So ready.
We'll get into it. I've got to wait, because once I unleash this guy, he's not gonna stop. It's gonna get a little savage in there. So maybe we'll roll in and get through some more of the graphics, and then let you absolutely go to town on Advent at the moment. Sharks on the other side of things. So actually look pretty impressive for me in places. To be honest with you, I think that they, you know, have had some nice maps, some nice moments. It's just a little bit of that. I think getting used to the LAN environment. That was certainly something that we saw in their game against M80 yesterday. They were just struggling to, I think, remain in that right mindset.
Yeah, I think it's spot on. I think it's spot on. You know, this is a Shark side who I think have a couple of moments where we've actually seen some decent Counter-Strike out of them. You know, the M80 game is a really good example, but even map 1 against Vitality, right? We were casting that and we were pleasantly surprised. Kind of came out of nowhere, right? We saw a Shark side who really did look pretty decent. And this, of course, was the M80 game the other day. This one was a real banger as well. This was just yesterday. 13-9, map 1 goes towards M80, and a 13-10 response from Sharks, and then on towards Anubis. It was actually very back and forth all the way up until that tail end where M80 started to spiral out. But yeah, I mean, honestly, at about kind of halfway mark of that game, it still did sort of feel like it could have been anybody's, right? And this is the thing, you know, we had what, 7-5 half in favor of M80. All it takes, one pistol, and that game comes right back on. So yeah, a really decent game of Counter-Strike from Sharks. And, you know, they'll be kicking themselves they didn't take it, but the big thing for them is that they've made it competitive, so they should be feeling some level of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think that they have a lot to draw from. Some great maps in places, as said, right, where maybe indeed they had a couple that they could have taken over the line. I think they'll be kicking themselves about the Vitality game for sure. That would have been a hell of a feather in the cap to have taken the map against Vitality super early on. But there's a lot to learn from, and maybe indeed start to get them into a legitimate position as a really good Brazilian team. We've seen some players that we quite like the look of. DRG as an IGL leading from the front in some of the games. Doc as well is the guy that we keep pointing out as being one of the more impressive members. So hopefully for Sharks that does continue, but it's looking like at the moment, look, they might be able to make the run back in the last chance here, but not going to be easy. You know, this Group B last chance is pretty actually stacked at the moment. You've got Falcons or G2 to face off against, you know, so really is going to be a challenge if you make it all the way through, you know, and that again is all the games at the moment for a team like Sharks. TYLOO on the other side of things, I think also have been looking good. Few games taken quite close, right? The Falcons one, we were all there for that. I think we definitely wanted them to squeeze that in. They just lose out, unfortunately. Still some close maps that they lose. And then G2 taking them to double digits on Inferno, not a bad result either. So yeah, I think TYLOO certainly could step up. We're nearly there, I promise. Or do you want to do this the other way around? Do you want to do Advent first and then move into Mercury? Or would you much rather start positive I think we got.
Let's start
okay,
positive.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think we got to start positive. So we should have some stats from.
So once I get going,
yeah, exactly.
Knows,
we don't know how long this guy's going to be going. To be fair, yeah, for sure. But indeed, we'll have a little look at Mercury then as the standout player for the TYLOO side of things. I think.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Mercury is a real magician. When this guy gets going, I think he's so damn talented to watch. This sort of dynamic duo that he has with Jamyoung as well, very, very talented individuals. I mean, this is what they kind of embody, this kind of Asian Counter-Strike. Very aggro, very self-reliant. I mean, mechanically just masterful. But yeah, Mercury so far has been great. Look at these stats, right? 1.27 rating so far, 89 ADR. I mean, this has been a guy stepping up in a big way against Falcons. Only one who went positive across the entire series, and was the highest rated player in the server with a 1.45 rating at the tail end of that series. I mean, he individually would be kicking themselves and they didn't win, but I mean, he had such a good performance against what is meant to be, you know, a really solid team. Obviously, we've seen the Falcons are far from that. TYLOO and individually, you know, the rest of this team are so happy to have a player like Mercury playing at this level, because, you know, a young guy on LAN really stepping up to the play is so good to see.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we're still trying to work out what is sort of panning out with this team, what the plans are behind TYLOO, and of course, sort of at the tail end of Rare Atom as well. For these guys, Mercury looks really solid, like you say. Jamyoung backing him up is great to see, but we lack a little bit in other places, really. Kaze on the AWP is consistent, but we maybe need someone who can break through a ceiling, can take over a game, you know, has that kind of X factor. That's what they always talk about with AWPers, just able to take over a game out of nowhere. But of course, now there is someone who stands out on this TYLOO team as being a real sour cherry, I think.
I mean, okay, I'm not actually going to go completely delirious just yet. I'm going to wait for the game to start for this to happen. But I think the big thing for me is TYLOO were in a really bad space. You know, we've been covering Asian Counter-Strike for years, right? You know, we've loved it. It's been a big part of us. And it's, you know, for us in terms of climbing the ranks here at ESL, it's actually been one of the stepping stones to our career, right? So we've been very involved with Asian Counter-Strike. I still follow it religiously. Huge to see teams like Mongols doing well. Even some other teams starting to come through the woodwork, seeing teams like Steel Helmet at IM Chengdu as that last-minute replacement. It's refreshing. It's nice. And TYLOO were meant to be this titan organization who have all the funds and facilities to be able to build good teams, and they weren't, right? Things weren't going well. Jamyoung and Mercury were finding their form, but everything else was slipping away. Mosaic got dropped, and that left us questioning. Apparently it was something internally where he's not really listening to IGL comms. But at the same time, there becomes a point where you've got to say, maybe he's right, because things were not going well in this team. Advent is on LAN one of the lowest rated players of all time in Counter-Strike. That's including Go and CS2. One of the lowest rated players in big events of all time. And I know you're not meant to look at IGLs in terms of their rating, because we've made these mistakes with people like Hooksy, for example, and they've gone on to win Cologne and Kato or whatever. But this is a guy who's currently so far this tournament averaging a 0.55 rating. It's not good enough. There's no two ways about it. This is somebody who's woefully underperforming and has been for years. And he did get cut from the team, and everybody celebrated. And then now he's back in for whatever reasons. They have a roster now, which is insane. They have like 11 people on the team, bringing in others like Alman and Lyrics, who never played. They've got, you know, Mosaic on the bench, who's incredibly talented. Aristo's there if they need as well, but still they're not using them. So what is going on? We'll have to wait and see. We'll come back to this conversation later, because I'm sure it'll pop up. Let's talk about the veto, though. Vertigo, Inferno, and Nuke are going to be our maps in this series. I do think it's actually quite an interesting veto when you look at it. There's a couple different reasons, right? You look at the Nuke specifically, that's actually not been a good map for Sharks. They're on a 4-map losing streak, so floating that to the end, but banning out Mirage actually is a little bit, you know, questioning to me. They won Mirage yesterday, so I don't know why they would go for a ban there. I'm sure TYLOO would have been more than happy to play on towards that Mirage if it was floated, which obviously is an inherent risk, but TYLOO aren't great on it themselves, so that one feels like a little bit of a wacky one for me. But yeah, these opening 2 maps really do open up in the sense of they can actually go in any way.
Yeah, for sure, right? The Vertigo is kind of the most confident pick, I think, to put it bluntly, for the TYLOO, for the Shark side of things, right? They've picked into it twice already. Actually lost it twice,
true,
to be fair. Really, really close against Vitality, which is fair enough, but maybe the loss to M80 comes as a surprise. It wasn't necessarily the best map for M80, right? A map that they're not super confident on themselves. So the fact that they end up losing it there, and there were long issues with that map, the streaks as well, you know, that came in that first half. M80 able to take over the T side pretty handily. So, you know, they're still believing in their Vertigo. I'm not sure that I am necessarily. I think this would potentially be a stage where you need to mix it up slightly. However, it does come in. TYLOO have played it against Falcons. Again, not a complete trouncing, but generally struggled, never really in the game all that much. Yeah. Falcons in control throughout. So it does make sense, I suppose, that Sharks, therefore, clearly have done work coming into the tournament. They want to move into Vertigo, and there is a small window to punish on that map. Certainly, as you say, though, going into Nuke, I think it will be interesting if we do indeed require it. We kick off here on Vertigo now.
Yeah, it's all nice and quiet here. Making their way up. Nothing spotted as Doc started to make a move. ZDR backside. New boy on the block for this team. Got to try and step up as he anchors. Haven't cleared back 90, and he won't. And he gets himself one. Make that two. All right, ZDR line up a third, but not given the chance.
Not quite yet. Bomb going to go down. The rest of the rotations coming in. They've got this one flash on the TYLOO side to work with. It's going to have to be well placed. Molly has split them up awkwardly. Jam Young, the first to fall in this retake here. Flash comes over the top, not really able to find anything. Mercury's position confirmed. I think they are quietly aware of this second man as well. Kaze, however, up close with the P2K. Sometimes the shorter barrel can work out for you, and he does indeed find two. It's all going to be down to Suplex, eliminated by Kaze. A remnant of the P2K Warriors, but he will find three for the pistol.
Honestly, really good retake, it has to be said. Really well played there. Kaze, of course, individually doing the majority of the work, and ZDR sort of setting it up. 2 kills back 90 is really important. You normally only go 1 for 1. So good to see him doubling it down, nearly finding a third as well. But Kaze making it stick, man. This is good. Obviously, the low player here, back white, probably that togged. Should have tried to tuck his head, but he just gets caught. He's sticking around too long for a fight, way too long. Sharks are going to get themselves a buy, though. So Doc's going to get an AK-47. Double Galil, Mac-10, and the Tech-9 to work with. So a feasible buy for the Brazilian side here. Mass up close. I'm going to try and do something with this. I get cleared here. The flash is good. He gets one while blind. Fair play. Does get traded, expected. Good little trade again coming through, and a double down from ZDR.
Yeah, it was actually Kaze in with the support behind him, so they are very ready for the B hit. The rotation from middle comes real fast. This is a very simple read that even we've caught Sharks quite a bit, right? So I can get a good idea around the fact that they like bursting B on this map, especially early on in the round. So I think if TYLOO are set up and ready for that, can get the rotation in quickly, get the assistance in quickly, they've got plenty of tape, and surely they've been able to suss that out as well. You know, if I can do so, I'm sure TYLOO can. Just going to be down to Togs here. Not able to find anything. Tiny bit of damage, but a denial of the bomb plant is quite a big deal for TYLOO. Nice bit of momentum early on.
Well. TYLOO, it's good. Force buy as well. Making sure there's no bomb plant out of that is really important. Just don't give them the facilities to reinvest in. Don't give them these opportunities. This is a game that will have its opportunities for Sharks, and it could spiral into a bit of madness, but there's no point in forcing it just yet. Good work there from TYLOO. Like you said, I feel like they read that pretty well. They were very quick on the rotate there. TYLOO playing, at least in the early part of these rounds, actually basically one anchoring each side and then a bit of a mid-pack, basically, who are just rotating between information. If they hear a bit of util towards B, they'll make their way over, and then vice versa. Jamyon got a little overzealous, had a little push through, and Togs will drop him. That's a freebie of an MP9, but it's only an MP9. It could have been one of the any other rifles that they had. So I guess it's not the worst thing in the world to lose if you are TYLOO.
Basic flash to just kind of keep them at bay, maybe force them to reveal a position. They will rotate this utility in. However, again, in comes the B burst. These flashes, always good. Advent going to get dropped. Blind for a fair amount of time there and just not respecting them. Suplex. Looks like he has been thrown off the top rope there, to be fair. Absolutely goes flying, but the round looks pretty good here for Sharks, to be honest. There's no kit available, actually, for TYLOO. They do have strong weaponry, but breaking into this bomb site is going to be really tough.
Like you said, it's the timing. It's just the lack of kit that's going to make their life so difficult. 2 flashes, 2 smokes. Nicholas, one of them's put around the corner. Nobody there. P250 up close can be tough. Oh, but they line up a couple. That's something. ZDR trying to push his way forward. It's all that's left. Flash going to come through and a smokes as well. But as he gets that kill, he knows he doesn't have time, so he is out of there. Doc can potentially get himself a gun, and he will. And M4, and he's chasing. In fact, he's looking for this final guy of ZDR to drop him out. But he won't be given a Shark's going to convert a full eco with just a couple of pistols to work with. And all it took was 1 flash on towards the site. Advent gets deleted by a Deagle, and that's the round. ZDR was just a little bit too far away. And then it makes this sort of, push, right? Jamyong with that MP9, going searching for information, but he's just overplaying that position a little bit. He gets caught. That's a freebie. And also then a bit of space to work with over towards B. So, fair play to Sharks. Utilizing that information well. TYLOO, they'll buy back in. Triple M4, double MP9. Full rifles on the other side, though. Sharks won't be scared of this buy.
Smooth start to this round as Sharks look to take their time. Again, though, we're looking at B. TYLOO, I think the point from the previous round is very much, look, you can be ready for it, you can be prepared, but that timing gets away from you, and they are, at the moment, early on into the game, just going to change things up on a very level of like, okay, last round we went at a minute 30, this round we're going to go at 45 seconds, then we're going to go at a minute. Last round we just went for a basic flash, now they're sending a bit of utility and trying to bait you out. Maybe we'll get a double pump here. Who knows? Even we, with all the information, are left a bit guessing.
Yeah. Molotov hits Advent there, so they'll know he's in and around that smoke. But I guess he also blocks it going back white. Kaze, little peek. Taking a tag. But a very slow round out of Sharks. Not over-facing just yet. Not committing. I think maybe ever so wary on some level of a stack. But it's not offering up. DRG can lead the charger. He had a great game against Vitality. He wants more. Flash in the corner. And there's that first for him. Down goes Kaze. ZDR's not clear, back 90. He got 2 kills here on the pistol. He's stuck around on the fourth buy, and he might get another 2. ZDR makes it 3. That is a ridiculous time to find those kills. How are they letting it happen? But it's still a 1v1, and Doc, unfortunately, is nowhere to be seen as Jamyong alone on the B site with the bomb, and that's the round. Doc going for a late lurk, going for a flank, and his timing just a little bit off there. So that round, all credit to ZDR, really, really good. And it makes you question as well, Sharks, lads, it's one of the most basic Molotovs on this map. Just molly back 90. ZDR is exclusively only playing there.
Yeah, very true. It is an area that gets a bit overlooked, and it costs them in a big, big way. So they'll be kicking themselves, as we like to say. But we'll see here. Rolling into the next round, TYLOO got a bit lucky in that one. Sharks will be looking to test the water on A. And again, incredibly clean fundamentals. Great flash, great opener.
Nade on the corner. Really garnered from it. You losing Jamyong early is pretty rough. This guy is very important to this team when he gets going on the rifles. Now, against Vitality, A was where, primarily Sharks did a lot of their business. And so far, it's been exclusively B. Hang on, look at this. That's a freebie for Mercury. Once more as well. Sticks around, and he'll double it down. That's beautiful. Beautiful work.
Yeah, really well found. Should give them the round, to be honest. 50 seconds remain. Sharks trying for a pick, but nothing really peeking in. With the bomb control, you would feel that TYLOO have got this one in the bag. Sharks may well know that. This looks more like a save move to me. More like a... Yeah, okay, definitely now. Maybe like trying to find some guns on the way out if he'd gone towards middle, but the fact that he backs off there, it's definitely saving.
I don't really blame him, to be honest. I don't think it's really worth having a look in for. So a round gets put in flux very quickly, basically off the back of Kaze's flash and Mercury's double. Really nice work. Just pushes through that short smoke, and Sharks just don't expect the audacity to go for a play like that. And fellas, you've not been watching your Asian Counter-Strike. These guys, they do not care. And 9 times out of 10, you just got to respect it as well. It's just so fun to watch. TYLOO, good start. Really good start. 4-1. Exactly what we want to see out of TYLOO as well. On your opponent's map pick, coming out the gates flying, setting the tone, setting the tempo, getting some of these individuals awake. We've already highlighted Mercury in this game. We've spoken about him being a difference maker. And so far, this Pro League being, without a shadow of a doubt, the best player for TYLOO. If he can keep up said form, then my God, Sharks will be in a bit of trouble. And that's not a bad way to showcase himself.
Ooh, we are on a Zao on the other side of the map here, going to find the opener. It is Hero AK territory. ZDR confident with the move into his own molly. Oh my goodness, going a little wild over here. He's called upon some assistance from Jamyoung, however. And Jamyoung will answer the call. Bomb going to get dropped. Smoke goes down. It's worked quite beautifully in the end. It looked a little chaotic, but maybe that's what ZDR was trying to create.
Hot flash round. Avoided. Doc sneaking through, but probably a dead man walking. He will be. Also the bomb too to make matters worse. So goes from bad to worse, realistically, for Sharks here. What do you do? 2 versus 3 with both Ardenazal and Togs tagged. I don't really think they're going to get anything out of this. And of course, you can just rotate everybody over. Just play around that smoke that's set up. Swing it in, dying, simple, effective. Jamyoung on for the aces. Well, and it's Kaze's molly who sees it. Togs, he had a pick your poison situation. Do you die to the rifles or do you die to the flames? And he chose the hot way out.
Yeah, tough. Very, very tough in the end. As I said, I think TYLOO creating the parameters in that round. Really looking good here. Sharks, again, the Vertigo pick remains relatively inconsistent, remains actually quite flat on the T side. They really do not have an awful lot of depth. They're going bursting in again. They've tried this in the past. Mercury this time will be dealt with quickly, however, still 4 versus 4.
Making a move here. No surprises. Test and beat stairs. The Asia Classic for Sharks, it seems so far. They must have some read. And the only read that I can think of is that Advent anchors B. Which then, fair enough, guys. I kind of feel you. Fair enough. Fair play. Why not? Flashed. Advent drops down towards Jen. Up close here. Got a good angle. Maybe a little bit further forward than they might expect as well. They're dropping Utah to the back here. Advent going to pop off for 1. Doesn't get traded, but ZDR who does fall. Going to drop a smoke as well. But the bomb tapped, not committed. Advent sticking around for the fight, but he overfaces. And Ardenazal going to double it down. Oh, that's poorly played from TYLOO. Costly, and Togs will see it off. Very, very weird choice. Swinging out like a deer in headlights. Just didn't know where to look at Vent. Sees both of them and shoots at neither. And that'll be Sharks putting up another round of the ball. But these are not good rounds of Sharks. This is not the Sharks you saw against you know, the Vitality side, where they're actually looking really competent. I mean, they still look all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough look. I think both teams are a little wacky at the moment. Some of the swings, some of the fights being taken. Looks sort of strange, doesn't it, really? But maybe it will normalize. I'm not making any promises. Not making any promises in a series like this. I think that we might be in for some more questionable plays, questionable moves out from these two teams, but it makes for exciting Counter-Strike nonetheless.
It's very true.
Yeah, always unpredictable, which is, I think, why you and I grew to be fans of the Asian scene for sure. It's great fun to watch, and sometimes there is method in the madness, and I think also in recent months, with a lot more, you know, international opportunities, they have been sort of learning, building up the discipline, and playing much more structured Counter-Strike.
Yeah, man. I mean, Mongols are winning Pro League, so
I mean, it's not even all that controversial. Is it? Like high key top 4. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if they hit top 4.
They are farming at the moment. Double nade. Yeah, Barbies at DR. No chance in hell there. The second he gets spotted, he's a dead man walking. What are the opener for Sharks? Full buy, though, for TYLOO, but it is M4s. Or 2 M4s and an AWP. And Advent with that 5.7. He might be able to pick up whatever ZDR had. I think he only had a pistol himself, though. So, I'm going to help. Run boost across. Kaze won't have seen this, but might have hit this. Oh, this is brilliant, though. Docs might get a freebie. I don't think they know about this. If Doc clears it, this is the easiest kill of his life. And he will. That's beautiful. That run boost is genius.
So smart. Pulls the bomb away as well. They were thinking about a B end, but they've decided to go towards A instead. And you can see here the guns for TYLOO are nowhere near, actually. They give up the A bomb site at the end of the day. And allow Sharks in for a third. Maybe we'll see Advent on his 5.7 try and retrieve the AWP, but I think pretty much impossible at this point, isn't it? Togs is having a bit of a dig. Do they want to chase? Do they want to go after them here? I don't think so. He's just going to discover that they've got themselves a free round here. But yeah, they don't quite have the cash themselves to throw guns into the fray.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Maybe if Advent wants to look around. I'm going to hunt for this, though. They're going to look around. Nice shot, though. Mercury swinging a find. He'll take it. Big thing is, though, just keep an eye on what you've got. Do not. Oh, I'm going to say on the T side, did not get too kind of too silly here. You don't want to lose anything for no reason. That's 5.7. Spotted out. He's trying to stay alive. One of the rifles down as well. Advent can't even go back to collect it either. So they only save 1 M4. Not a terrible hunt by Sharks on the way out. As long as you don't lose more than 3, or 3 or more, then I guess you're fine. But TYLOO, this lead starting to shrink bit by bit. It's this player here, this move by Doc, run boosted over so the AWP doesn't see him, it doesn't hear him either, and then just creeps up. That basically single-handedly wins the round. Really nicely done. Real nice stuff. 5-3. Sharks starting to very rapidly catch up. With only 1 M4 to work with. A lot of onus on Jam Young to get into the thick of it in towards this one. Got to try and get a couple of kills, drop a couple of rifles, give TYLOO a chance. I think if they lose the A side here, he might just save towards B.
Minute 15 on the clock here. Sharks moving up slowly, but good to see them finding a little more composure in these rounds, really. TYLOO have gone for the old classic, wherever there is noise, we shall go. Moth to the flame. Everybody rotating in towards the A bomb sites. I think Doc might have heard a fair amount of these footsteps, though, with his position. So the bomb itself is going to pull away. Try for B. I do like the idea from TYLOO here, but ultimately, not going to be anybody home once they hit ramp, and Doc has come out with perfect timing. Ooh, I was going to say to at least find 1 or 2. He only gets 1, but I think his job is done. You know, he draws the attention, keeps them preoccupied, and that therefore means that the B-bomb site is free.
Yeah, that'll be that. That'll be that. Another rifle picked up, though. You take it. An AK. Said they are to work with into us the next round is not the worst thing in the world on what is a, you know, basically a little bit of a throwaway around there. But all in all, Sharks making this 1-round game is good. Kaze, I don't know whether Tog spotted him. I feel like Kaze has got the right idea. Only got a P2K here. Oh, now he's definitely spotted. He's probably not going to be surviving. Oh, the nade does miss though. And he will just jump out of there. Oh, that is all going to go down to the bomb as well, so that doesn't help either. A round which doesn't make too big a difference. But you can see TYLOO now start to respond, though. Heading in towards this round here. Lost a couple in a row. It's been a bit of a shaky display. They've now got to start to climb their way back into this. They can't really afford to continue letting things slip away. As Sharks, if they start to spiral on this T side, very much they can get into a position where they make it very difficult to work with. We also know as well their pistols can be quite perilous too at times. God, this could be the last full buy. Maybe it's the last round for TYLOO, which would give Sharks the ability to guarantee a 6th round. I'll flash up. Up and up close. He'll get 1. Good. 2. Yeah, kind of.
You can hear the bias. No, he he does get 2 indeed. It was a lovely flash around the corner, I think, that facilitates him further. Suplex. Oh, deleted. Couldn't find the sight line. It's all going to be down to Mr. Togs, and he will also be finished off. A non-starter there for the side of Sharks. 4 rounds out from their T side. Is it necessarily enough? Difficult to say at this point in time. Another timeout to come round. Coach, you're getting vocal, and well, they're only down to 1 again. Similar to the M80 game, a lot of early timeouts to just sort of set the tone. Didn't really work for them over there. We'll see if they can reset things here with the multiple timeouts.
True. Yeah, Coach getting quite vocal here. They know this is a map in which they do play good Counter-Strike on, but all in all, so far been good for TYLOO. I think let's get a double there. ZDR swings in. That's our saved AK as well, working really well at the tail end. Nice work from him. Just showing you, I don't want to put an AK in the wrong hands. ZDR, new boy on this team, having a really good game so far. 13 and 5. And a great time in the server. He continues into C-side as well. Sharks could be under a little bit of pressure. And this is without really seeing Mercury or Jam Young pop off, so to say. They've just been having pretty average performances. Mercury's will continue in that way. Spam down through the wall, down he goes. Not the start that he wanted. Jam Young will reclaim his space.
I like the aggression towards middle here from the AWP. It's a lot of info. Actually cuts off an entire area of the map. At the same time, Togs might have been here fast enough to sort of hear the footsteps coming in, hear the scope, so he doesn't get too aggressive. Advent going to be mollied off from back 90. Flash comes around for him to try and work with a tough angle here. Well, they're not actually going to take the fight against him, and therefore he's able to back away. So Sharks, despite the man advantage, still have a lot of ground to make up.
It's true, they've got a lot of work to try and find something into this siege, and they can't boost up either. They've made a lot of noise. Kaze trained, but actually not trained on the noise angle. Smoke will come over. That'll at least obscure his vision for now. He's going to try and move around towards double stack. Kaze, right idea. Flash could really put him under a lot of pressure, and he gets his head ripped off. Oh, that is our good work. And Doc's making a move here. There's no one to meet him. It's only Jam Young playing. Ooh, back headshot. That's a very early Molotov too.
10 seconds. Yeah. 10 seconds, bro. It's a pretty well-timed Molotov, to be fair. Puts him under a lot of pressure. And he goes down to it. I think it was also a nade as well from Jam Young, so we didn't quite catch that, but I'm pretty sure there's no way he dies that molly that fast. But baited in, and the nade to finish him off. Absolutely genius from Jam Young. Yeah, timing so solid on that. They've not planted yet. They must be coming A. No real presence on B. Oh, it's beautiful. We might catch it. Yeah, you see that? The right click of the nade? It was the nade and the molly that finished off DRG. Baited him beautifully.
I didn't think it was a problem because they had a smoke, but they used a CT. So they the one smoke that could have saved them there in that round.
I mean, it's...
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's smoke, right? You know what I mean? But I think it's just
there's a bit of an autopilot.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then it's just the case as well. I think him having a molly that late on into the round that's not been used yet, it is kind of, I'd say maybe 80-20. So you are getting a little bit unlucky, but the onus is also on you. Show some presence on A, and maybe he drops that molly earlier. You know?
Yeah.
Togs with a clean find. Awful take down Doc, because kills all over the shop right now. Oh, that's rough from Jam Young. Mercury kind of sacrifices himself so Jam Young can live, but Sharks looking strong now.
Yeah, I mean, so far there has been a good half of Counter-Strike out of TYLOO. To close at 8-4 would be lovely. This could be super difficult. Jam Young tagged a little bit. Advent now rotating over. The bomb should go down here. How are you going to play this, Champion? He's going to go aggressive, and then I cost him. Molotov comes down, but it goes straight into a smoke, so it makes no difference. And Advent thrust into a 1v3. Expectations probably a little tempered here as he runs on low on Yuto with just one flash left to try and find the way back in. No smoke for the bomb. No molly to force our fight. There's one for free. They don't check him. A second for Advent, but he nearly does it. Into the 1v3, down to the 1v1. The 7-5 half. Sharks claim a little bit of face at the end. Let's see if they can continue it after the break.
Jet set, a high class, high fashion. No time to talk, no distractions. I bet you never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. VIP. It's all in the acronym. A very important person is coming in, and there's nowhere in the world I haven't been. If you don't understand, let me tell you again. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to work. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to work. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I've got those diamonds, I've got that gold. Going once, going twice, going 3 times sold. I've got the class and I've got that style. Everyone is looking at me, they be staring for a while. Who said money can't make me happy? I called the bluff, but they thought they had me. And if they think they could ever get past me, I built my wall with designer Versace. I bet you never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. VIP. It's all in the acronym. A very important person is coming in, and there's nowhere in the world I haven't been. If you don't understand, let me tell you again. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to work. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I know my place and I come first, first, first. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve.
Welcome back into the second half, ladies and gentlemen. TYLOO and Sharks actually delivering really well here. You know, I thought that it was going to be a rough ride on this Vertigo, but TYLOO looking pretty good despite their shallow experience on the map.
Yeah, no, I agreed. I mean, TYLOO actually playing really well, and I think it's safe to say that a lot of research, because a lot of the predictions that we would see is pretty standard out of Sharks. You know, we were speaking about them liking to pop B. They just understand what the tendencies of Sharks are. TYLOO, it's good stuff. They can get a pistol here. They really set themselves up quite nicely. Double stacking through ladder. 2 moving towards elevator, but they're actually all grouping up here, in fact, in through mid. Leaving one as a lurking presence. As Advent just going to have a poke and prod around. Jem Young leading the charge in through mid, and there's no one here to meet them. We've seen Sharks who have gone for a bit of a stack over towards A, and not a hell of a lot on offer.
Here and Azal giving them the space, just allowing them in. He's going to gather as much information as possible. Hopefully they have a bit of an idea that not everyone is here for the T side, but we'll see. Charging forwards, Mercury, first line will only find one. ZTR capitalizes well, though. Taking another. In behind Jen. Tough one to beat. However, they're going to do it. Jam Young peeking into 4 pistols at once is certainly dangerous. Kaze and Advent left to do it all. It's Kaze, the pistol king. First time of asking. But unfortunately, they will fall. And a big win here from Sharks.
Yeah, really, really nice. In the same way, in the same vein as well as the start of this map, which was a retake coming through for TYLOO to kickstart their CT side. It's just in the exact same thing for Sharks. Really good retake, really good swing with the Julies. And things actually looked quite positive when they were playing up through Gem, but they just don't hold for each other. The crossfires are a little lackluster. Then Kaze and Advent in the tail end here. I mean, when Doc finds this, I don't think he should be given the luxury of going untraded, but he is. 4 kills to his name. Great pistol out for him. Sharks are going to make it a 1-round game. But of course, TYLOO, bomb plant. We'll take those. That means a buy coming in. Quad Galil, Advent on the Tech 9 with the bulk of the util. Sepala here seems run boosting ZDR across. Bit of a change in angle, but yeah, Sharks aren't giving him the fight at all. They don't need to take an EP aggression at the moment. No stairs aggression is a thing for them. Kaze playing anti, I want to assume, as he's over towards elevator. Yeah, not a huge amount of control being taken here by Sharks. They're more than happy to wait for TYLOO to make a move.
DRG. Smoke goes down, got to be careful here. Not respecting how close they are, but Doc has got his back successfully for the first at the very least. Nearly a second actually out from Doc. So clean stuff from him, put Sharks in a nice position. Suplex back round with the M4. Ducking and diving for 2. Just Advent now with it all to do. Can he find any more from here? No, he cannot. So Sharks fend off against the 4 spy.
Yeah, good round, in all fairness. I think DRG gets a little fortunate, doesn't get traded. Yeah, U2 in hand, he just get bailed out, and then he has just enough space to run away. And that's probably enough. Bit of a, you know, one and done angle traditionally by Doc, but his one is more than good enough, and Jamion taking a hell of a lot of damage. It's this double hit that basically sorts it into place, and now for TYLOO, not getting a bomb down, struggling a little bit both on the A and B side. There is going to be a couple of question marks thrown up in the air here. No buy for them to work with. Sharks, an opportunity to maybe start to make a bit of a run themselves on this CT side. We saw this CT side was really good against Vitality. A lot of time. Ramp control was great, and DRG was the main man behind it as well. This guy was so talented. He's had a really quiet game, especially by his standards. He was a top fragger against Vitality. So far, not so good. Mercury, chunking an aid. These pistols already feeling a bit of the wrath of the util.
Spamming away here. TYLOO playing slowly in this one, not just charging in with the Glocks. They do have those couple flashes, trying to show tiny bits of presence, keep attention on B, which is working, to be fair. There's 3 over there at the moment. They might be able to isolate a fight or 2. Doc, however, is hungry for the eco frags. He does get traded. DRG, will he fall to the same fate here? Yes, he will. The Eagle finding success for a couple. Rotations have come back in. And the nade, yeah, he's going to finish one off and soften Advent up. He flashes round, would need a hell of a thing here, and it's not even going to get started. Bit of damage and some kill bonus, but Sharks taking the lead.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, you know, to a degree expected, but just making sure they're quite clean. Really decent as well. I'm liking how we kind of change up the setups a little bit. Doc is, he's loving these traditional kind of one and done angles, but making them stick. I do wonder how TYLOO are going to try and respond to him, because he's playing a lot of these sort of slightly off-angle positions, which can be quite difficult to deal with. So far, so good. Sharks playing some good Counter-Strike now. Suplex in towards his favorite AWP. And Zenithal taking a bit of a hit when it comes towards his buy, as he's only got a MP9. There's plenty of money left over, as do basically the vast majority of Sharks. So, no rush. Oh my god, Toxic slipped the net. Down that ladder, slip the net, free kill on towards Cars, and he's out of there, non-traded. They've now lost him immediately. They have no idea where he's gone.
Oh.
Jamyung figured it out. Pretty quickly. Yeah, he figured that one out.
All right. Mr. Young, looking good. Maybe catch it on a replay, but it sounded quite quick, didn't it? It sounded quite quick across the map there. All right. What is the plan here? Jamyung left to his own devices, it would seem. And he is, in fact, calling on the team to join him again. TYLOO liking this idea. Fake it out at B. Move back towards A. It's all on Suplex, however. Great position for him and kind of aggressive with the AWP as well. They're not going to smoke it out. Just going to go blindly peeking in and, yeah, don't want to do that. In that angle against an AWP, it's just a free one for Suplex, really.
Nice posted up again. An angle which he can fall away from. And he has support from Doc on site. Already looking pretty rough. They've got plenty util to work with here, but time is ticking. Now or never, boys. They start to make a move. Smoke will come through and Doc will play around. He blocks it a little bit as well, which is actually pretty good. But he might fall here as Jamyung, and he will. Jamyung continues to move, but he'll fall as well. Trying to keep it alive. The Orb's looking for another one. He can't find them. He's desperately dancing around. He can't do it. ZDR deletes him. Bomb will go down as well. And Ardennes are the only one who took a hit in terms of the investment, now on a much worse buy. He knows where Raven is. He heard the drop down. That's the only thing. He has no util to clear him, so he'll just swing him instead.
Super clean for that one. ZDR trying to creep round, catches him. His crosshair swinging as he peeked. Not ready for ZDR out in the open. A big 1v1 won by TYLOO there. And actually a big round overall. It looked very good. The position the Sharks found themselves in early and into the mid-round felt really good. There's the Jamyung frag. Patience paying off, but capitalizing beautifully. Still really, really well played here from TYLOO. And it's ZDR, a player that, you know, was probably the least recognizable name on this roster, even with the vast majority of their sort of benched players and notable active subs or whatever's going on at the moment with the TYLOO team. And he's topping the scoreboard across the entire server.
He's having a good game. He really is. 17 for him. It has been a real good addition. He does play some quite tough roles at times as well. And he makes a mistake. He's rotating through mid on those CT positions. On T side as well, he's basically the support. Icing in that sense, he's given a little bit of leeway, hoping that the likes of the Jamyungs and the Mercuries of the world can crack open some space. And there we go. Exactly that combination of the both. Finally, the opening kill. Tog is a charge. He's spotted out, though. Now you don't want to stick around. You've only got an MP9. Advent having a look. In through construction here as that Molotov starts to fade. He has the bomb. Don't overextend there. Losing that would be huge as Tog just sneaking through the smoke. And he might even be just getting behind them. He might just 5-7 up close. Jamyung will find it. And Mercury getting another. These two are incredible when they start getting going.
Yeah, really, really hot here. If we can get them activated at the same kind of time, then TYLOO are in for a really, really good finish here. But a fantastic round in isolation from the two of them. Joining around the same time. I can never remember. Jamyung definitely picked up in a pug, and then I can't remember if it was Mercury or Mosaic.
The Mosaic.
That was also, yeah. Okay, I did think that.
Yeah, there's sort of speculation.
Gone with my gut.
Along the lines of I think it's that he never really lost that kind of puggy nature about him, which obviously is very different fundamentally to the way Team CS has played. But it is weird, you know, we haven't really seen him play all too much. There was rumors that he was coming back to this TYLOO team. And yeah, it never happened. So
I think, did we see him like he was maybe playing in ECL?
Potentially.
There was definitely a couple games, maybe a qualifier, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Mosaic was in, and you know, he wasn't like listed on HLTV, and then when we got on the server, he was playing, and we were like, oh, wait a minute, you know. So
I feel like I do remember this. Yeah,
I think he has had a couple of showings, but maybe just in like a stand-in kind of capacity when someone's unavailable, or you know, he's really trying to prove that he's changed. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It's very, very tough. If you just don't have the mindset ready for Team Counter-Strike, it can be hard to work on that.
You know what they say, though, you know, bad workman blames his tools, right? Advent, you've got to find a way to slow through this guy now, I'm joking. Already making a move on towards the B side. There's no one here. Enemy's a pistol. Avada enters out towards construction. It'll come down, but yeah, I mean, this round is whatever, right? The only thing they care about is just make sure the AWP stays alive. If they can overwhelm somebody, get a freebie with a gun, that'll be nice. A dink and a drop. So it's good, but I don't actually think they're going to get the gun here, which is unfortunate. Kaze is down to make sure that is the case. If they could have picked up an AK of something of the sort, that'd be nice. Galil, I don't think they really care about. They're going to have M4s next round. Just make sure this AWP stays alive is the only real priority. Is Jam Young tempted to wrap back down and look towards elevator? Thankfully, it seems like no for now, but I say that. It's Kaze having a little look. They don't need to go in towards spawn. And they most definitely don't need to go towards elevator either. TYLOO, double digits. First side to crack into it as well. 3 rounds away from stealing away the Sharks map pick, which would be huge for them. They're able to do this. It sets up the series quite nicely. This felt like a real secure map for the Sharks side, just off the back of what we've seen so far, you know, this tournament. But if TYLOO were coming out and putting up these sort of performances, ZDR stepping up in a big way, we're seeing these flashes, these moments from Jam Young and Mercury as well, then maybe, just maybe, this series could be a little bit quicker than we initially thought.
This round, though, begins slowly. TYLOO, I think they know the importance of this. They need to find that opener. The RG, though. Yeah, unexpected angle for 2. Super clean transfer from him. Meanwhile, at middle, TYLOO players going to have to pick up the pieces. I think this was, you know, a double-pronged attack that they were looking for, but here it absolutely has to work. Boost is up, not fully committed. They will take the bridge player. It's a beautiful trade from Suplex. Retains that man advantage.
All right, not bad. Maybe a chance to work with. It's again starting to make a little move of their own. Denizawi's making noise, but he'll hear some as well. So there's something to work with. Swing at the corner. And ZDR again, man. This guy is really stepping up in a big way. 2v2. And they've got a chance. Retake utility isn't great either for the CT side. Hey, double flash. Nade comes over, but it's too little too late. Bomb already down, so they're not in that position. ZDR up close. M4 selected for the AWP, but he drops in towards his death, and that's a really decent setup. Nice and aggro by Kaze and ZDR. And a really good round out of the new boy on this team. Solid stuff. Really decently delivered. And TYLOO inching ever closer now to taking away this map. Sharks just do not seem to have an answer for this T side.
Yeah, it's rough. It is very rough. Again, they find themselves in a position that looks winnable, that looks doable, but just cannot convert it. TYLOO at the same time playing really, really well. Never down and out in a round. Always making moves. Always trying to get their strong individuals facilitated. I feel like that smoke has failed a little bit. At the very least, if you are going to go for a smoke like that, you've got to watch it as a CT player. Either way, they are aggressive on B here. They are confident on B, our Sharks. A decent read. 4 of them around. Is it going to make a difference on the low buy? So far, so good. Yep, 5-7 keeps going. Here in Azal will be traded, but now we've got the entire CT remaining team here. 2 versus 2. Bomb has bailed, however, and they're going to give A a go. Mercury will be in quite early on. Should be able to convert from here. You feel that M4 still in play.
Yeah, I mean, they just win the foot race. Nice and simple. Mercury going to be tested probably in a second. As Doc is starting to make a little creep himself, but Bomb will go down, no bother. Again, a CT side utility goes isn't great. They tried to catch one on exit as Kaze jumped across. It's Mercury trying to reclaim a bit of the space and try and fight here. It's Kaze's AWP who sees him off. Suplex can't catch them falling away. Mercury will see it off as well. Really good. Another 2v2 converted for TYLOO. And it's beautiful. You cannot complain about TYLOO at the moment. They are playing really well. in these clutch situations, in these big moments, making it stick. We saw this happen on the CT side, and now we're most definitely seeing it happen on the T side. Sharks have absolutely no answer for this TYLOO team.
Yeah, it's rough to see. It is very rough to see. I think fair play to TYLOO, looking really, really good on this T end, but Sharks, I don't know, just drop it. And arguably not what we've seen from them. You know, we've not really seen them face off against top-tier competition, but, well, I suppose Vitality indeed, but ultimately just one map. Not a lot of top-tier competition, I think, would be a good correction there. And it just doesn't look good enough. Doesn't look good enough. We've expected better from them. They had a nice map against Vitality. Looked very good against M80. Maybe they hear me a little bit as this round picking apart TYLOO.
Yeah, they're not dead just yet, but they're needing an overtime. Now, we had quite a few of those yesterday. Long old day at Counter-Strike. Maybe this one might be a little bit more the same. Again, though, pumping the brakes. Jamyung and Kaze, they are two that can make a round like this work. Kaze's good in the clutch. Jamyung just good in general. He's making a move. You got docking towards shore here. Got to make a decision. Time is ticking though. 40 seconds. As Kaze on the creep round this corner with the AWP. Might get a chance here. Spots the shoulder. Spots the shot. Hits it. Nice work. 2v3. And now it's starting to become workable. And a Molotov will come down to slow them down.
Jamyung to creep forwards. Flash comes in for him to have a peek at gap. Only 20 seconds here now. I think they might be conceding it. Or they... No? Okay, they are indeed going to move away. So Sharks will get number 9. Jamyung trying to take some names, but the round is ultimately over. Kaze opts to keep his AWP and keep that big bag of cash. He's up to 11k, right? So it's all good that he doesn't get money after time. The AWP far more valuable.
Yeah.
In his hands.
I don't think they're in any sort of period where they're even kind of, remotely stressed right now. This has been very very simple, but very much kind of plain sailing for a while. We do need to still see maybe a tad more out of them in terms of when they don't find the opening kill. That's maybe the only kind of gripe we can have, where they haven't found that first. They do look a little tough in the man-to-man situations. That nade is so good. ZDR, Kaze, all taking mean tags there. Already starting to creep up. Double AK is going to make a move to B stairs. Mercury going to drop a nade of his own. Trying to keep some attention drawn here towards A, but it doesn't seem to be a focal point for where this bomb wants to head. Oh.
The noise being made. Could be anything, I suppose, but they've got to be ready for somewhat of a boost. ZTR has made it in. Iran is out close to the action, but he's got a nade in hand. Flash comes in. Nade does indeed get released, but he goes down. A 1-for-1 is a pretty good way for TYLOO to kick the round off. Oh, a little awkward. Mercury at least gets the trade. I was going to say, moving in front of the AWP there. On the rotation, they're ready to go, but Mercury stands strong. 3 for him in total. The 2 of the most important kills of the game thus far. It's Doc all alone. He's known about, and down he will go. What a half to come through from TYLOO. They lost the pistol, you have to bear in mind, in that second half, and they didn't lose many rifle rounds, I'll tell you that much for free. Stealing away the Vertigo for Sharks. We will continue the Counter-Strike action after the break.
some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hey Future Pros! I took the elevator up to the top of Vertigo to show you the simple B exec you can throw, with the help of a friend. For this execute, you'll need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and at least 1 flash. Future Pro number 1. You will throw the left side gen smoke and the quad molly. To throw your smoke, get into this back corner. Find these 2 white dots and aim above the second one, in line with the stairs and just a bit to the left. Hold mouse 1 and mouse 2, then W jump throw the smoke. For the quad molly, stay in the same spot and aim to the bottom right of this protruding metal piece. Then jump throw the molly. Future pro number 2. You'll be throwing the right side gen smoke along with a side molly and a flash. To throw your smoke, get into the corner next to this wooden box and sandbags. Crouch down and aim to the corner of the box. Stand up and throw the smoke. Next for the molly, head onto the stairs and while stood against the side of the back quarter of the box, aim above this yellow mark and a little to the right, and simply throw. Finally, while in the same spot, pull out your flash. Crouch down and aim just below the middle point of the floor in line with this metal post. Then mouse 1 and 2 W jump throw the flash. This is a pretty nice B execute, and if your team's coordination is good, I'm sure you can break into the site.
Hold on to what you found. Days of deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise to me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are swiftly moving on to our second map, of course. TYLOO versus Sharks. I would say it was heating up. You know, it was getting a bit close there. Sharks, they win the pistol in the second half. We're like, okay, here we go. A bit of a game on our hands. And then TYLOO just took over, man. That T side was absolutely brilliant. Really, really impressive.
You know, you got to look at it and actually question what went wrong for Sharks, because you look at the Sharks that we saw against Vitality, or even the Sharks we saw against M80 just in general in the series, always fighting. We saw multiple individuals starting to make a difference, but I don't know, it never really came to fruition. They just looked maybe a little bit asleep at the wheel. They weren't quite themselves, right? This is normally a Shark side who, even if they are going to lose, they're quite fiery in these losses, right? You know, we saw it happening against M80, we saw it happening against Vitality, but it just didn't really feel like anything like that. It kind of felt like a side playing at 60%, which is kind of weird. And now, of course, we're going to head in towards TYLOO's map pick of Inferno, and we're left questioning, is this it, right? This is Sharks, backs up against the wall, you know, elimination on the line here, right? Losing this map means they are gone. There is no more room for error. And yeah, it just still feels like we haven't really got the proper Sharks yet.
Yeah, I know that's true, isn't it? We've had taste, we've had maps in places. Vertigo is usually the map where they look pretty good. However, I think they have kind of been figured out a little. TYLOO definitely more ready on that CT side for the B burst. Not to say that they weren't effective, but TYLOO, it was that T side, as we say, never giving up, never really checking out of a round, and always playing like they were at full strength, right? So, you know, if they needed Mercury or Jamyoung in the middle of a round to entry when it's 5v3, suddenly it's 3v3 and we're all even again. Bit of a head-to-head though. It's actually ZDR who stood out on that TYLOO side of things, right? Especially on that CT side. I think putting up, I want to say 16 kills even just on the CT side alone. So really, really solid from him. Maybe quietened down a little bit into the second half, but very, very consistent player throughout, and not a name that we look towards on this TYLOO team to take over. New boy on the block, but he is impressing.
Yeah, I mean, as well, you know, in this comparison, I mean, both of them actually play considerably different roles in terms of how they approach things. You know, Doc is very much that kind of, you know, Jamyoung-esque type player, right? Very puggy in your face. He's meant to kind of entry up as well as sides, and he did a really good job of it. I mean, Doc was very, very talented, and he always is, right? You know, we kind of, when our last game, when we did him against M80, we were talking about how Doc was the real shining light and everybody else wasn't really stepping up. ZDR is never the guy we really talk about on this team. He's the new guy, you know, on the block. He doesn't play great roles. You know, on CT side, he was playing basically mid-rotate, which he just never got any action because they didn't really ever come mid. So he was constantly retaking B, fighting B early of Advent, or going for, you know, retakes on the A site when they've already got the bomb down. So yeah, I think for me, I want to give this guy a lot of credit. I think ZDR played really well. He looked crisp. And part of it, I think, is Sharks just not quite understanding how to take this guy down. I mean, you know, it was like 3 different rounds in a row on the CT side where he was playing back 90 and they don't want Molly it. I mean, you can't fault ZDR for that at all. It's all on the shoulders of Sharks. But hey, when he's given these opportunities, he's taking them. So yeah, credit to this guy. I think he played really well. Doc, like I said, he played really well, but he was the only one who played well over towards Sharks. The only one even remotely kind of, you know, positive, right, in the sense of like consistency.
Yeah, I mean, there is a, like you say, an inconsistent factor, I think, is on the other end that I was going to bring up, really, with who joins him. You know, we've seen Doc look really good throughout. DRG's had a little bit, but Suplex is kind of lacking. You know, they do struggle on an individual level to join in with Doc. And it's tough. It's tough. You know, DRG maybe in the early games was calling around himself a bit more. Maybe they've tried to change that up. There's a lot happening on the fly, it feels like, for Sharks. They don't quite have their identity sorted yet. And they're maybe a bit starstruck to be here, right? Playing on LAN against some of the best teams in the world, seeing players that kind of inspire them. And I think it is something that they have struggled with, not in a massive way, but just finding a notion, finding a solid, repetitive, I suppose, game plan, I think is the way to a replicable game plan. It's really been tough in that sense, and I think that it has drained them a little bit as well to not really know why this round isn't working. It worked before, not working now. You know, it's very, very difficult. Their trial and error with this tournament, I think, has been quite draining for some of the players.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I think you're absolutely spot on. This is a dire time for Sharks. They find themselves now just one map away from elimination. We're heading to Inferno. This is a map that TYLOO have already played once this tournament. That was against G2. They did lose the map, but in all fairness, 13-10 is not actually that bad. Now, of course, we know G2 are not exactly themselves, but I think it goes without a doubt, especially at the back of map number 1 now coming in towards this. TYLOO are absolutely the favorites now in the series, in the map specifically. I mean, even if it goes towards Nuke, TYLOO are again the absolute favorites in it, just because it's such a good map for them domestically. So, yeah, worrying times, I think, is the big thing for us. We really look at this and say, this might be us kind of bidding farewell to Sharks, maybe ever so slightly unceremoniously as well in this series. They're yet to show us anything. And Inferno can be a bit of a tough mistress. They can be really difficult. They do play this map a lot. That's the one positive. But then the real caveat to that point is the caliber of teams they play against are pretty weak, right? We're talking, you know, recently Bestie and MIBR, not terrible teams in all fairness, but then most recently Glories, I've never seen them play. Yawara, never seen them either. And then, you know, you start to make your way down and it's like Case and Fluxo, who are in Flux as a team, Solid, who I've never heard of. So, you know, you're already starting to really delve into the depths of the Brazilian scene. That's not really a positive by any means. So that's the thing for me. They do play at a decent amount. The caliber of opponents they play on, probably quite minimal. What's the caliber of Prax looking like too? I don't know. Inferno for me feels like it should be on the lock and key by TYLOO. But let's see. Is there anything left in the locker for this Shark side? They've got nothing left to lose now as well. We're backs up against the wall. Give it your all, fellas. This is maybe a last hurrah on an international LAN environment for a while.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. I mean, look, as you were saying yesterday when we went into, I think it was our last series of the day, nothing is ever as it seems, right? Definitely in Pro League, it seems like the energy that we've had here on the B stream is that it is not clear cut. It is not a full picture painted by the stats and whatnot. It seems like the energy of being on LAN changes a lot of these teams, and a lot of the info that we've had to go off is based on online results. You know, we've casted a lot of teams that ultimately play a good 90% of their games, if not more, online. So that's the one thing I can give to Sharks. Of course, playing on the previous patch here, folks. Maybe if you've not caught that, if you are just a tuner-inner to the stream, so there won't be any new looks on Inferno. Not that they've changed an awful lot on the new patch. Either way, Doc is the first to call. He will find a head, and he knows what's up, knows that they're trying to get in behind him. Here, finds himself another one. Any more would be great. Oh my god, Doc! What is that? Holy hell. Kaze does indeed eliminate him, stopping him from getting the ace, but those final two, just blink and you'll miss it business.
Oh my. Kaze trying desperately to make something out of this. This is such a big ask, but they are grouping. There's a world. There is a world. Never mind. The world's very quickly whisked away from him. Doc, what a round. What a round. There's a reason. There is a reason we highlighted this guy. He has actually been a bit of a superstar. You know, the Brazilian scene, which actually goes so deep, but is actually quite top heavy. They're always looking for new superstars to step up, and I really think Doc did not to kind of discredit Shark what I mean, but actually deserves a shot on one of the bigger name organizations, right? This is a guy who, for me, has looked really good across the entirety of this tournament. And under maybe the right tenureship, we could see him become a bit more of a regular face on these level of lands. Sharks, it was obviously a bit of an upset to see them here, but a team like Payne could take a look at him or whatnot. Oh, then there's a nice shot. Mercury fault. Of course, no bomb plant for TYLOO. No money. They've got Glocks to work with here. So maybe a little tack pause without calling a tack pause situation. I think do people call it a fifth Laren pause? Is that what they call it?
Existence
pause. That's the one.
That's what he used to do back in day. Before my time as well, to be fair. It was like a 2014 type thing when I think timeouts were sort of less consistent across tournament organizers. So
I was deep in the trenches of FIFA Ultimate Team in 2014 before I got saved. I saw the light.
It was a good time. It was a good. Listen, man. Around that time, FIFA Ultimate Team was pretty good.
Yeah, I think up until like
all the homies at school on it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sort of sat at the back of the classroom.
Remember 2014 World Cup mode? Oh.
Yeah.
Man. That might actually be just peak. Just like that's it. I think I might have peaked in life there.
Really?
14 years old in 2014, just loving life. I think that's where I peaked, and it all went downhill from there. Pistol suplex finds Advent. We'll get deleted by Kaze at range. This should be pretty simple, but a couple of dings do make it a little worrying for a hot second. We're seeing off 3 kills to Arden is out. Simple round. No things. So they're just a pistol, so we're not really expecting all too much.
Pace pickup here into the follow-up round. Camera etiquette there, my guy. Goodness gracious. There's a head of hair as well, to be fair. Either way, first rifle coming in quite quickly. TYLOO looking to lay down the law here on Inferno. Their pick. Expecting big things. A very difficult pistol to stomach when one player just mows you down like that. It can be annoying, but also at the same time, you can be like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's how it's starting here. Suplex, big flick to open up, and immediately they back off. Well read from the Sharks.
Yeah, I think Jamyong maybe just thinks that he has this room to run around in ramp because his teammates are moving through mid, but it was a really good peek, and that's another really good peek from Mercury to respond. Molotov will force out a fight. Togs is how is he not dead? How have they not cleared him? ZDR just stops looking at him. I don't know what happened there. DRG's going to find one of his own with the MP9. I do not know why they've allowed him to stay alive. Unless they were caught by the flash as well and ZDR was just in no man's land. But Man, who knows? Another smoke towards Moto, though. This retake is difficult.
It is a real challenge. Thinking of nading through the smoke. Gonna wait for the first one to fall. Second one, though, they've got to go. Got to try and buy themselves a bit of time. Mercury reveals himself, but hides away, and they don't go through it. They don't feel confident enough. However, they will at the very last second. Mercury should be able to play around time here to try and keep them off the bomb. Oh, no, he does manage to get on it, though. It's not planted for him at all. Glock is out, but he gets the both. Oh, are you kidding? Mercury, what?
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How does he get the both there? I mean, even the time was obviously a big issue, but fair play. At the tail end, making it stick. You cannot complain. Not bad. Not bad at all. TYLOO going to find their first round, and it does require a little bit of heroics from a guy who has been incredible this tournament. And he continues to look exactly that. Sharks. Suplex, he'll actually trade out with Ardenazal. So he's picking up the rifle. And you've got Ardenazal on the Deeg. Maybe trusting Suplex a little bit more. Look at them quad stacking for Banana here. This is so aggro. They have left Togs with it all to do and so little to work with. He has no util, no kit, and no head armor to stop those Galils. My God, he's got such a big ask now as he's alone towards the A side. Even getting one here might actually be a big ask.
We'll see. Might get away with it. He's got some decent info. Oh, God, he's so blind, bro. Those flashes stacked on top of each other, and that's full white. So, yeah, away he will go, and they'll just save what they have into the next, try and give it another go in the follow-up. It's just unfortunate, isn't it, really? You take that gamble, you take that 50-50, it does not pay off. And there's not much that you can really do about that. So, TYLOO will even things up very quickly. Not really been a difficult run for them. Big clutch. Always looks great.
Yeah.
But calling upon those types of moments, those, you know, small percentage moments going your way, it's difficult to do that time and time again. So TYLOO going to have to cook up something kind of genuine for me.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I mean, also as well on the other side, you know, not being too, not being that hard for TYLOO, but it's a bit of a wild call, right? And then no two ways about it from, looking at what Sharks produced, a quad stacking through Banana, that itself is not the worst thing in the world, but they're so slow. They're not aggro at all. There's one smoke towards top car, and that completely forces Sharks to pump the brakes, and that's it. Jam Young, impact man of the round, but he only gets one kill, because that's all that, really, TYLOO needed. Sharks, full save, though, is good for them, of course. It does mean that they can go right back into the same sort of buy they've just had. Only one it takes to hit, of course, is Togs. The only one to die. Everyone else got exactly what they had last round. The only thing is very limited to Utah. And this time, the quad stack Banana makes a lot more sense. The flash is good. Jamir gets one. Might be another on the corner. Big swing from Advent. Can't trade. But do you now just rush towards the A site as Togs has got a Zeus? He might just get it. ZDR, watch out, fella. Oh, bye-bye. Love to see it.
Absolutely. Love to hear it, man. The yelp.
Yeah.
It's like one of the only things I feel that they didn't change from go into 2.
Give you your best go, man. You know you want it. I know you want it.
Oh, God. It has to... Why have we done that to us? It has to be, like, in the moment. Hold on. I have to, like, get far.
Mentally prep yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, never do that again.
You asked, man. Oh my goodness, wait, they're pulling the round back. They're pulling the round back. Hold on. Okay, can't derail too hard. Mercury finds a double kill from Bit, and they'll actually win a 2v4 there, Neo, by the way. That is the good luck of the Zeus yelp. That's all I'm saying.
And also, just to rub a bit of salt in the wound as well, you get Zeus and you win a 2v4. Fair play. And you know what? The big thing that actually comes down to, in the end, we were kind of laughing and joking through it, but actually the big thing was something I mentioned right at the start of the round. They had 2 flashes for the entirety of that round. No util. Yeah, they were ecoing, so fair enough. But those 2 flashes, both of them are actually using towards Banana. They have nothing to work with, bar what they can potentially pick up off a couple of corpses, which I don't think was anything. So they had to just fight their way in. The trading and the spacing was a little lackluster, and before you know it, TYLOO have made that 2v4 stick off the back of just a bit of a simple one set up. So, not bad. Not too bad. TYLOO taking a lead back. We expected big things out of them, you know, on this map as well. This is where they do pull off a lot of their best work, and yeah, my God, have they.
Spam, again, successful for the Sharks. An area that they seem to be finding quite a lot of kills from. So Doc going to take one, drop himself back, and this time it's a much better, much more legitimate buy. Utility does lack again, but they should be able to do something with this man advantage. Double stack in at the porch. Might see some business in a moment, but ZDR for the time being is just playing it slowly, letting his teammates gain the space over on B, and he's hoping to cut off some rotations, really. He's not looking to play very aggressive from Boiler here.
Get a chance. Suplex is looking... He's looking a little on edge. Wants to try and find a fight, it seems, and he might be giving it. Bit of a move starting to come through. DR. Now he's making a move himself, but he'll pick the time perfectly. The boost is great. The boost is brilliant. Oh, Dennis out for a double as Tugs will support him. TYLOO make a move and it fails immediately. And Kaze now left all alone in a 1v4. What do you do? Nothing. I think he has to go and save here.
Yeah, damn. Sharks, just a very simple setup. And it is a rarity for a reason, right? Because it can be so effective. Kaze does well to find one, but he's given his position away. Ooh, I like it. Off angle here. DRG slightly ready for it, but not one that you have to pre-aim all that often. So Kaze, I think, will have done enough to survive. And actually, you know, makes a round pretty costly. Yes, they can drop across, but there's no build of cash for Sharks with that win.
Oh, well. One little play there. Just one. Throws it all away. But yeah, nice little kind of setup in through short, especially when the initial short player falls. They just don't expect the second on towards the boost and the third playing long. Really good little crossfire. Weird angle. It's quite a cool one. Not often you get to see something like that. But all in all, Sharks, nice work. Game tied back up. Molotov's avoided, and a lot more coming through as well. Zampin is trying to be the one to lead the charge. Oh, but he fluffs his lines. A very labored spray from him, and Doc, clean as ever, deletes him. Jamyoung sitting up close too, but now Doc is crossed. It makes this a really dicey push for him without the support.
What are they going to do with this? Well-placed Molotov could make a difference. It seems like they do want to continue on with the B play. Going to contact in Jamyoung, entering round for the double. Oh, it's gorgeous. 4v3 and a very quick move here on towards B. So the Sharks players not really going to have a chance to get back in. But with that frag from Suplex, maybe they think about it. Still pretty far on the rotations. Going to buy plenty of time post-plant. Will be hard to read here for the Sharks. A re-smoke at CT might make the decision, for them. And they just weren't really there fast enough to lay any pressure down. It's hard to retake the bomb sites on this map, man, so it makes sense.
Big save. That'll be it, right? I mean, I don't really think it's too worthwhile. Unfortunately, that is the thing with Inferno. So difficult on these retakes. It seems like maybe made it a little bit easier by the recent changes. Obviously, there was the big update last night. What are your thoughts? Map pool changes, Manitoba Pass plus +2. How are you feeling about that?
Fam, look, it goes one of two ways, because we're always commenting about the fact that they should change maps a bit more often. Yeah. And this does feel like a pretty small gap in between the addition of Nubis and Dust2 coming in here. But it's the wrong map. It is the wrong map.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm in two minds of everything's fresh. The quality of life changes sound fab. Changing the econ out a little bit, that's kind of cool. It's not the base economy, but it's like weapon economy that freshens things up a little. Might see the CZ back in action. You know, force buys change up ever so slightly, but it shouldn't be overpass. Come on now. You know what I mean? No. Surely I get Inferno. Inferno feels like the one, actually. I feel like hardly anyone plays Inferno as a casual, let alone from the comp perspective.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. We'll come back to the conversation depending on if TYLOO can make something or nothing out of this round. We'll have to see. Oh, suplex pulls off the angle. And that does give Kaze just a little bit of space to work with now. Not that it'll be enough. It's a 2-2 stack through the both sides for the Sharks side. And that should sell it, but they are going to commit here. The flash should be good, should be really good. And it is. Simple, easy. Kaze. Oh, that's left. Nice shot. But he can't make it a second. And seen off. So, tied square again. 4-4. But yeah, I'm with you, man. I think, I think a lot of people voiced their opinions. And I don't know what the method behind the madness is. Overpass, it actually was the only map not played at the playoffs for the major. But I don't think that's enough information for Valve to be like, right, this is a map no one likes. I thought, it was relatively okay, but it is the second longest serving map in the pool. So I can maybe understand it, but it was also the first map they actually chose to update, and they did really big updates to it as well. So I don't know, for me, it feels like the wrong choice. I think it actually, Inferno, as much as I hate Inferno, which I do, I actually think it should have been Vertigo. It's actually the only map that had no changes, right? So at least with the changes to Banana and Mid now on the recent update, Inferno might be a little bit more open. We might see a bit more B retakes and Banana retakes, etc. But Vertigo had no changes, and it's also a map which is widely disliked by not only the pro scene but the casual scene as well. So yeah, I don't know, weird one for me. But I think the biggest issue I have with it is actually Dust 2. We've got now basically 3 verging on 4 maps which are very puggy in the nature. Inferno, Dust 2, Mirage, and then also technically Ancient as well, very puggy, but I love Ancient, it's a great map. But what they should have done, similar to Ancient, is, in my opinion, added another new map. If Train's not ready, there's plenty of other maps they could have dipped into. They did buy Season and Tusk, or they own Season already. They bought Tuscan, and then they never used this. They paid all that money for it, and they never used it. I don't know. Weird for me. I would have think this would be perfect time. CS2, new game. Obviously not really new anymore, but new-ish, right? Perfect time to add a new map to the pool. Maybe go into one of what the community can do, but who knows? ZDR, nice shot. I don't think it's going to make a big difference here, as they are set up pretty nicely on the side. It's okay, Jam Young. Bobbing and weaving. He's got an AWP now as well, surely not.
20 seconds. They should be able to pressure him out here. He is actually playing... Oh, to get rid of it. All right, fair enough. They're going to come towards him. Oh, for a second, but they trade him out, and they will indeed find yet another round. It's moving a bit slowly here, but some back and forth competition between these two teams. Certainly not over just yet. Certainly not Sharks checking out of things.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of nice shots. Nothing too problematic. But this game as well already feeling considerably more back and forth. When we looked at Vertigo, it was actually, TYLOO who took a pretty substantial lead, and Sharks who fought their way tail end of the half back into it. This one does really feel very back and forth. Neither side taking control of momentum. Neither side got control over the tempo of the game either. And all it takes is kind of one broken economy to do so. And this might be the round in which it happens, right? Both sides are a little bit feeble in the funds. This could be the one that, the straw that breaks the camel's back, so to say, in this round. And they're making a move. It's Doc who's going to take that first contact. A re-smoke deep Banana, but actually he's going to go too deep here. He's already pushed up in towards Logs and Cubby.
Oh, Jam Young taking a bit of a dig. Was that mid-air? That looked like it might have been mid-air.
Might have been. Oh,
might have been. Oh, the flash. Yeah, works initially for one. However, they come back round here now. It is kills galore right now, but it's TYLOO coming out on top of proceedings. Bomb should be planted momentarily. Again, the Sharks a little slow to rotate. TYLOO have maybe conditioned them in to be flat-footed here. And I think it will be a save.
Suplex. Oh, he was sticking around there for a second. Might have been a shoulder spotted, but in the end, he just doubles away as the threat loomed. But yeah, you're right. It's just going to be a save call. And TYLOO, like I said, very back and forth. They're going to be back into a tied game. And now we're going to actually a real opportunity to work with. I don't know how Sharks are going to go about this, but I think, as much as I'm normally very much, a numbers man, and I normally like to say, if only 2 stay alive, you're safe here. I think you actually play with your heart a little bit and say, let's buy back into this. These rounds have been actually quite close. And also, you've got an AWP as well. Try and facilitate something around it. You can drop over an M4 if you're suplex. Togs can drop a FAMAS. Doc can pick up a FAMAS and armor as well. So there's, or MP9 armor if you want the util. There is workable buys here, and I think maybe having an M4 and more isolated might be kind of worthless, where, it might fall and it might be all for nothing, right? That save might be completely useless. I think because of how close these rounds are, why not? And that's exactly what they're going to do. I'm glad we're on the same page here, Sharks. Makes me look smarter. Thank you, man. Double M4, FAMAS, MP9, and an AWP. Gonna try and make it work. And actually an alright amount of utility as well for the Shark side. So it's not the worst thing in the world.
Suplex. Whoa, my goodness. He's so quick with it, He is actually looking pretty good here on Inferno. Spotted out for another. Takes him 2. TYLOO down to 3. And a slow roll towards A, maybe. They are, not quite close enough, not quite confident enough to get in there. Rotations are around. What do they want to do here? It looks like group up at B. Your only real option. The rotation will come back in from Irena's out. So I think that Sharks will be relatively ready, but it's one of those logical things where mathematically, even though you're 5v3, you still outnumber the B bomb site 3-2. If you can get in there with maybe just losing one player, then you have a chance at the retake. Utility over the top. Just a flash. Ineffective here. Doc going to get traded quickly. It's Irenazao. He's not going to give them the fight. Smart stuff. Keep the man advantage there. DR tries to take it for himself. And he will go down. Bomb plant just about comes in. That is hella close. So TYLOO will be happy with that, I suppose. But Sharks happy to hit 6.
Yeah, actually a really, really good round. All things that, they're forced in. They're trying to make this one stick. And I think a Suplex just has a really solid start himself. The end is out as well. Tail end. Nice work. Couple of kills. No complaints. Beautiful stuff. Really is a good CT round. And that's why with those, when you may be on a bit of a knife's edge in terms of the econ, that force back in off just off the back of feeling alone is actually a good decision. They know these rounds are being close. And they made them work. Really nicely done. Really nicely done. And this could actually spiral quite positively. TYLOO with a bomb plant should be able to invest in. And they will, but yeah, it's actually not the kindest of buys. You got a Mach 10 and a Tech 9 for ZDR Mercury, respectively. Suplex missed shot. Aiming towards under there. And he gets caught. Jamyong is so quickly to the fight. Suplex trying to get out of there. And they're actually both combining for kills.
Yeah, they make that work somehow. It looked hella chaotic, to be honest with you. TYLOO nearly had their number, but they have drawn a lot of attention towards Long, keeping them there. Togs does well, finds 2, in fact. Kaze, nothing he can do. That'll be the half. Sharks take the lead, and looking pretty comprehensive here. Bit of applause, bit of a well done pat on the back at the end of the first half. We'll see if they can keep this up into the half to come. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sharks putting up a really nice first half there, to be honest with you. Very, very well played from them. Again, rifle play, pretty damn good. TYLOO just got stuck at the end, to be honest with you. Could not figure out those early moments. It was Suplex as well, taking a lot of names on the AWP.
He looked good. He did. The question being now, what's his response looking like in the second half? TYLOO, not quite themselves, but the CT side might facilitate a little bit more of them. Jam Young, right idea. He is all alone here. That's the only issue. And he's got no utility either. Flash will come round. Don't stick around. I'd honestly rather him not overfight and play full retake.
Yeah, it's kind of fair enough. Exactly what he is going to go for here. Meanwhile, towards middle, oh, we got to keep an eye on that. Togs around this corner does get eliminated. That's a big kill, and now suddenly there is a hefty flank on the way. Mercury with a team kill, though, stacking on top of each other. Here, and Azal also finds another before going down. That bomb nearly falls. Not quite. So much damage done. It is a 3 versus 3, but it's only Jam Young that remains healthy. He is letting that bomb go down very early on indeed as well, not wasting any time. Going to move forwards and try to clear some angles here, get some information for his teammates to work with, but he's got to do most of the work.
It's a tough 3v3, it really is, especially just with the HP of TYLOO. It looks like they're calling it, in fact, at the R Mercury. They're out of there. Jam Young going to stick around for maybe a couple of exits, but at this point, doesn't really matter. He doesn't have armor to lose, I guess is the only thing. He kills on the way out. Yeah, I'll take one. Nearly another. I don't get it. Too little, too late. Won't make a difference here. He's trying to get another one. We've seen a fire suplex. He'll go down to the bomb. So, Sharks. Good for them. Extend the lead to 3. And, you know, I'm not trying to put this on anybody, but currently right now, Advent is 0-11. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I think I have to at this point. 0-11.
Well, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. Don't jump the gun.
I think we've done enough waiting. I can't lie. 0-11.
Might win.
True. I mean, true. But you could win quicker. 5-7 up for him.
All right.
Nova.
Fair enough.
MP9.
Probably would be winning.
Yeah, if he wasn't 0-11 with about 8 ADR, then yeah. And that's the other thing as well. It's not even tagging them. It's just dying. He's out there doing cardio. Like, come on. Running around. Shuttle runs from spawn to the coffin. It's it's tough. It's tough out there. They're holding for a push through second mid. I don't know where the Sharks have spotted something in the way TYLOO play this, where this is like a common thing. They have 3 players trained on this. And TYLOO have 3 trained over towards B. Doc the charge. This is tough.
Yeah, this is pretty scary. Mercury round the corner. Still not spotted as yet. No way we're thinking of going through this smoke.
Oh my god. No shot. He's done it. Oh my god, he's got him behind. They have no idea. They can just leave him here if they want to. But they're going to come join. Ridiculous. So good from Doc. Double as he sneaks through. DRG going to find one of his own as well. And before you know it, that's that. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. So simple. So effective. In a matter of moments, it's all that's left of this sort of force buy out of TYLOO. What a sneak play, though, from Doc. Really well done. At the R and Kaze. All that's left. They're going to try and keep hold of what they've got. That's beautiful work. Sharks now up to a 9th. And they're not even getting any kills on the tail end as well as Doc finds one more. He started this round. He's looking to close it, but he gets close-lined by a Nova. Kaze at least has some cash in the back pockets for him. He'll take it all day. He's actually keeping it over the Mac 10 as well. But this is getting real dicey. This is meant to be a really good map, but Doc, this play is beautiful. Spots out 2, and of course the third round this corner. And when Jamyong misses a shot, he can just pounce. Simple as that. Really good work, though. This is what we want to see. A conversation starting to be had here. And TYLOO, I think they know that they are not in a strong position. This is not exactly what you want to see. I mean, I've already spoken individually about kind of Advent 0-12. It's simply put not good enough. And Coach Cammy going to get on the mic and try to make something out of this. At a 9-5 scoreline, they really are ever so slightly reeling now. The individuals aren't really shining either. You've got Jamyong and Mercury. 10 kills apiece. Back on the way. What have you got for us? This has been a bit of a weird game of Counter-Strike already, especially this Inferno. It's not really going to plan how we thought, at the very least. And Doc might want to go quick here. Big stack over towards B. As long as Sharks don't overcommit, they probably should be fine here. We'll see whether that is the case. Creeping the way forward, Doc. Leading the charge here. Got a quad Galil buy, an AK-47. And a fairly decent amount of utility in all fairness. Jamyong, one. Hot flash from him could be enough, but a smoke as well. This is a really dicey gamble site. They've not really looked anywhere else. It's hit Advent directly. That's that over up close. Kaze finds one. Doc drops, and yeah, they're just going to go towards A. They're going to pounce and realize nobody's here. And as simple as that. They're going to go in the favor of Shark. But TYLOO could have a little look in at the very least. The CTs are flying in towards the fight. Advent going to be the first to go here. In the charge around the corner. He might have been spotted. DRG. What is Jamyong just seen? How is Jamyong not seeing him? I have no idea. Advent going in as well. He will die. ZDR will die. Oh, and he nearly gets all of them. Nearly gets all. I can't believe Jamyong didn't see him. I have no idea where he was looking or what he was looking at. Well, that is a tough one. A real tough one. TYLOO. Kaze gets a couple of kills and an AK scooped up at the end, so we're not going to complain.
Terrorists win.
That's going to be Sharks up to a 10th. Potentially. Something starting to spur here as they're making this second map look pretty damn easy. As you can tell, it's been a couple of rounds. We have lost my partner in crime. He should be back imminently. He's stuck with just me for now. I'll kind of do the both of them. Can't believe Jamie doesn't see him. Doesn't really matter in the end. It was a low buy round, so I don't really care. Full buy back in place. A 5-round lead here. For Sharks. Feels like an unlosable position. Maybe, just maybe, a chance starting to brew in the corner. Does so much damage to Doc and DRG. He'll get caught. Jamyong got close, playing anti now, as he has support from sight. Advent will come and join him. Advent the one being given the AK. Kinda wild. It's a big decision to make. We shall see. Still yet to get a kill as we head into our 16th round. It's been a rough display. It really has. What's come through? This might force Mercury into action here. Togs goes through the flames. The flash is good. But somehow Air Journers are going to get out of there. Already looking pretty good here. Surely now a round that can be taken by TYLOO. Jamyoung holding backside. Smoke gonna fade. You took him over 20 seconds, boys. Got to make a move now. Haven't got a lot of time. Got to start stepping in, and they will. Flash in the corner. Nobody showing face. 10 seconds. Bomb. Still has to get towards the side. Still has to go down. And it might not even make it far in this venture. Tug is all that's left. And as comrades drop left, right, and center, he's forced to tuck his tail and save. And as Advent, he finally comes alive. 2 kills to his name to find this round for TYLOO. Better late than never. My God. Been a long time coming. Jamyoung 2 of his own as well. Very important. And Advent just stopping them getting on towards the site. And stopping that bomb going down as well to put that pressure on their shoulders. There he is. It got past the point where I couldn't play off anymore.
Indeed.
Hey, you missed it.
Apologies.
I haven't got a kill.
Not much. Yeah, I know. Not much I can really do about that one. Bit out of my hands, unfortunately. That would be the countryside infrastructure.
Flow.
No way. He's got 2. That's crazy. I think I did catch the end of that one, to be fair. I didn't want to jump in while you were obviously doing the good stuff. All right. Sharks moving up to a pretty nice spot here, it would look like then. So TYLOO work cut out. Maybe the previous round is going to be the start of something fresh here. Jamyoung left pretty low from some early nades, but Sharks looking to play for the same sort of end, really, or at the very least bait them into that.
We've run the smoke.
Back and forth, the mind games at the moment.
Something here, but a very slow round by Sharks. Off the back of kind of the initial, I guess, setback in that last round, they are themselves just pumping the brakes ever so slightly.
Coffin smoke over the top. Oh, they're going to follow up on it. It looks like it. Rotation's pretty quick here from Kaze, you know. Advent as well. The Molotov doesn't quite reach him. Jamyoung, oh, so low. Nearly goes down. In fact, Iren is out. Meanwhile, flanking out will find his frag. Oh my goodness, it all comes together beautifully there for Sharks. Just 2 remaining, and surely TYLOO not going to give this one a look. DDR on the extremity. Also low fragging game for him.
Ever closer.
Move to save it.
11-6, 2 rounds away from pushing this to a third. And it didn't really feel like a possibility off the back of map number 1, where TYLOO were absolutely in some pretty immaculate form. And I guess, look where we find ourselves now. TYLOO, they will have a bye at the very least. They got loss bonus built up, but I don't know, man. I'm not incredibly confident. Let's put it that way. This is a side of not showing up to play, especially in the second half. They've not really been themselves, or not exactly what we saw in towards map number 1. On the the flip side as well, it would have put Sharks in a with the benefit of hindsight, if they performed a little bit better on vertical. Look where we could be now. Them being just a couple of rounds away from staying alive in this tournament and eliminating TYLOO. It just shows can never let up, can never start slow the way they did on vertigo. I come back to bite them. Nuke is a map which is very favored towards TYLOO. But then again, so is Inferno. Look where we are now. I'm not going to completely read into it. Advent gets naded. Going to stick around for the fight though and drop a nade of his own. Damage dealt? No, actually goes a little too deep. Gets in the gap between the close wall player and DRG, tucks it towards locks.
Oh, Kaze can't land the shot. Sharks then have got pretty firm banana control here. And looking again to end towards B. I think you've got to start rotating someone here if you are TYLOO. There's no lurk this time around. It's a bit heavier. They will draw some attention in. Advent's got a little idea brewing. Maybe a boost up But no, actually he makes kind of the correct call here. It's Kaze that goes down in towards dark. The boost behind the smoke is perfect. You know, the parameters on the other end of it work beautifully for him. Advent sticking around here, calling upon rotations. Does well for one. Second setup for him as well inside the smoke. Looking to be annoying. It's actually Jamyoung doing so much through this smoke right now. He's dropped 2. Bit of assistance on that second one, but all the same, really well played here. Advent. Okay, I thought he was maybe going to spam through, but he thinks better of it because of his low HP. Irene Zhao much later this time, but on a flank once again. 2 versus 2. Togs caught reloading. Big kill from Advent. All down to Irene Zhao. Molotov goes early. Oh my goodness. Jamyoung does not survive. And the bomb not even really planted. Advent going to go in for the stick, but Irene Zhao gives it a good check and can just play around this here.
Yeah, he had the time as well, just about. No kit.
Know whether he's off or on. Advent the patience pays off and he peeks into him. It was a tough call for Irene Zhao, but the AWP gets it done.
In this case, I can give him his credit because he's actually played that well, really well. AWP when he's low, he's waiting. He doesn't overfight as well initially. Doesn't take a peek on the jiggle. Waits for the swing. Waits for the fight. It's really, really well done. So yeah, not bad from him. Not bad. Irene Zhao as well. I think the only thing he could have done differently is actually, rather than jiggle peeking and then trying to fight, is actually just dart across, tuck himself in towards that cubby. Even though it's left eye peek for you, you know you've got basically the clock is your best friend, but those things are very easy to say with the benefit of hindsight. In the pressure, in the situation, and then steps up. And now he's very confident. Probably overconfident because he's dead immediately to Doc. Yeah, a little too confident for me in that one. Pushing down Banana. Oh, they're peppering with Vyutil, and then he gets spammed. So short-lived for Advent there.
Still definitely recoverable for the rest of TYLOO. Kaze just has to be careful with how he plays it. He's ahead of that smoke, actually. Oh, and it's, yeah, a little up and down. Depends on how it's blooming for him to find the fights. He keeps going back in for them, though. The smoke has paid absolute dividends here. 2-piece for Kaze. Earns, rightfully, an ascendancy position now for TYLOO. They are still 3 on A, at least for the time being. Smoke going to go down. Jamyoung
holding. The flash is a beaut from Suplex. But another flash in response as Jamyoung pops himself through. However, Togs has snuck on by. He might be the difference maker. Jamyoung seems to be aware of this, though. This is the only difference. It's all well and good that Togs is in the back lines, but Jamyoung is aware. He knows. He hasn't spotted just yet. 15 seconds, and Jamyoung will fall. One swinger from CT. Mercury drops. So there's Togs and Suplex. They see off the round. And TYLOO staying alive bit by bit, moment by moment. This game is not done just yet. I thought it was, but there's a bit of form starting to be found here. This is a really important kind of situation. Kaze a double opener. Really good to see his individual confidence. And even on the retake as well, on the 2 versus 2, they backed themselves in the swing. Very, very decent work. 11-8, 3 rounds in it. And Sharks have a low buy here. So we're not really expecting.
Yeah, looking good. Looking good for TYLOO, actually. It's only really 1 more rifle round, especially if they can deny the bomb plant. Then they will be in a very solid position to even things up. Oh, we've kind of given them this one, though. I don't know if that smoke is really going to scare them off. It's an MP9 for Advent. Flash comes in. That slows them down for the time being. Only 1. They overwhelm him. And even without a CT smoke, somehow they get in. Kaze, I guess, not looking to take the fight. Bomb going to go down. I mean, weaponry picked up here. This is insane. This is insane. Irene Zhao is going to melt down. Nice usage of that utility. Double teaming out towards the first oranges. The bomb, I think they are aware of where it's planted. Off angle here for Suplex, but the flashes get the better of him. Doc, meanwhile, still on the Tech 9. In comes Togs. And Kaze, I mean, what can he do? He's on the AWP, and they have full ecoed here for number 12.
That's crazy. That is really crazy. Yeah, Kaze get an exit. Doesn't matter. Who cares? An AK scooped up, and it should be safe there. He'll get away in enough time. So Sharks are going to find their 12th. A ridiculous way to get it. You know, we were saying expectations are pretty tempered in that sort of round with a lower buy, but they just overface and overfight, and a Tech 9 running in your face is difficult to deal with. Kaze, we can't really ask anything of him, but we definitely can. These initial few fights, I mean, Advent only getting one as well was tough, but he was being just overwhelmed, and that was a thing. They've kind of realized, Sharks, as well, that this B site only actually has 2 people here. I say only, but it means that if they want, they can just barrel into fights. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Keep testing it. And again, they're going to do the same thing. You up towards top banana, going to try and keep them at bay and force out fights. They haven't needed to go to A. Kaze, that's crazy. Yeah, they haven't needed to go to A because B has been so free.
Suplex. Contact. Jamyoung just spots him coming around that corner before the AWP gets in. Smoke goes down. It's pretty early, though. We'll see here. Doc boosting above. Try and spot somebody out, getting cheeky behind it. Not gonna happen. Really, really slow build up here, Sharks, though. Just waiting for a fight to come their way, and it isn't happening right now.
So, let's see. Making a little move here. Jamyoung, that boost is obviously very good. They're not going to clear him as well, so he should get a freebie, and he does. Doc will fall, and I mean, there's information, right? There's 2 in this direction, but it feels like immediately they just pull away. They do not want to go looking in towards it, even though one simple Molotov would have forced them away. It's just the issue that, oh, for Sharks, they don't have one.
Kaze finds the first. They weren't ready for the AWP on that angle. He's been playing B for God knows how long. So looking very, very good here for TYLOO. The do or die round going well. Oh, not going to be recovered at all. And they clean it up easily, man. Oh, it's tough to see. Still, though, very quick return. Good in terms of the economy. Still close here as well. Overtime definitely on the cards.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There is a world. There's absolutely a world in which this can start to push towards that OT. TYLOO aren't dead just yet, and they are absolutely far from it. We are seeing a little bit of a resurgence tail end. It's just a question of, you know, like we always try and talk about, is it too little too late? It was quite a deficit. Low buy, it ends out. Gonna actually just get out of there as he creeps in towards under Mercury, gets his, but a trade. Not the worst. Kaze missed shot. Bad time to miss as well. That could be a saved gun. And it will be. There it is. I'm going to pick it up. So they've got an AWP and an M4 to work with. Double Tech 9 in a 4v4. It's not impossible.
No, certainly not. Go for something completely unorthodox. Really hard to deal with. Really hard to work around. A lot of guesswork for TYLOO. They will guess a bit correctly here as they bring Advent to join the fray. Looking to crunch in at middle. I mean, I'm kind of a fan, but they have to play it correctly here. Timing going well for them at the moment. They're swapping guns. Oh, no. Caught with their pants down, absolutely. That is an unfortunate one. Suplex, meanwhile, up high here to try and recover the round back, but maybe at this stage you might want to try and hold the AWP. Not going to happen for him. Down he goes. Caught moving in. 2 more rounds.
Oh, boys. Oh, boys. Time and a place, fellas. Time and a place to start you know, messing around like that. It was a somewhat doable affair. Actually shows that maybe he could have saved his teammate and got the kill before, but in the grand scheme, I don't think it's going to make a difference. It was a low buy. It's not the biggest thing to dwell on, but that was them moving in with whatever they could and coming up unsuccessful. So now they do actually have an eco here in round number 23. Low buy into eco is a brutal place to kind of find yourself in. And now they kind of wish they probably had the luxury of the Tech 9s, to be honest. Full mid-stack it. Gonna pop through. Kaze should get a freebie. Flash. Doesn't really even affect him that much. Mercury might go overlooked. Could mow them down! And with the combination of Kaze, he will. Beautiful work. 3 for Mercury, 2 for Kaze, and the pistols put to bed easily.
And it all comes down to this now. Sharks trying to keep themselves alive here. Of course, it would be lovely to get it in regulation and not have to keep that stress, keep that adrenaline up moving into an overtime. And then TYLOO, of course, CT sides especially, they love it when they hit the overtime, right? Because they can pull out a few strats that maybe they've been saving, that maybe, you know, pressure and money have not allowed them to go for. So it can change the game completely. Sharks have worked so hard to get a read and get themselves into this solid position. But we'll see. Minute 30 on the clock. Nadage looking good, not really resulting in too much, but banana control for Sharks has been a mainstay of this T side.
Yeah, it has. They've really made it look good. Is overtime on the cards. They have TYLOO found their form late in the game. DR been a little quiet by his standards, who was someone who was very, very important in that map one, but he might be tested here. What have you got for us? A double stack as well. Togs, he doesn't really realize he's walking into a trap. Oh my god, ZDR's making a move away. He could get caught in transition if Togs was to swing now. The timing is insane. Just as Togs makes a cross as well and starts to make a little move. And now look at the space he's got.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Smoke does go down, though. A good idea from ZDR that there is a man at the tail end. Quiet for a second. Nade onto the smoke. Nothing spotted behind it. Kaze will kind of call that. The timing gets away from him. Meanwhile, Doc with a walkthrough here on B. You've got to be joking. That's ridiculous. Surely gets traded. He does indeed. They're not quite going to rotate away. Big kill there from Mercury. Massive find. It'll actually be the bomb. It'll actually be the T side with 10 seconds left. Oh, fellas, I don't know about this one. Jam Young hidden away, just trying to buy time. They've got to take him down here. He's playing patiently. Flash comes over. DRG finds the kill to save the round, to keep it alive. Jam Young and his patient play may well have cost TYLOO, you know. We'll see how it looks now. TYLOO with 5 seconds. May well have let this one slip through their fingers. Togs looking away, turns back at the right time to find the frag. Orp creeping in, spots the leg of one, takes him down, spotted the other behind the pillar, and he will fall too. It's all onto Togs to stop the overtime, to get the victory here and now, and it will not happen. TYLOO with the comeback, the overtime required here on Inferno.
Man, ridiculous. Fair play to Kaze tail end there as well. So well done by him. So well done. And look where we find ourselves now. A couple of smiles creeping through for TYLOO, but oh, Sharks, that is dire. Really dire. How have you let that one slip? I mean, credit though. Absolute credit. Yeah, like you said, that patient play nearly cost them. And he probably should be getting at least one kill out of it. Alive. I want to say this Kaze clip again, right? This first one gets a pixel to work with, and the second he doesn't even get much more, right?
Oh my god. It's not even like he spots a player, he just sees movement. You know what I mean? Like a
T-Rex
snake or something. Yeah, exactly. Like just a apex predator. He just sees movement and goes for it. Oh my goodness, and the nades to kick things off here.
Oh no.
Oh no, Doc.
Oh, the spam. Bad to worse. Genizal, he will at least answer back. He's going to continue pushing. It's just Advent around the corner, so he might be feeling a little confident. This is where Advent's been anchoring. Might try and test. Missed shot by Kaze. We were just praising him, and that's a tough one to miss.
Yeah, it resets things here. Sharks are able to bring things back into the balance. TYLOO looking to guess correctly. Oh, they do, but it's suplex on the orb. However, oh my god! ZTR up top goes unchecked. Triple kill for him. Absolutely flattening the A-hit.
Man alive, my god. Maybe, just maybe, TYLOO, this resurgence, this second win that's come late, could be the death of Sharks in this tournament. The Molly and Spam combo, and the 3K as well. Beautifully done. Simple angle. ZDR just goes overlooked, and simple as a transition like that, man. It's really, really nicely done. You got to give him credit. 13 to 12. TYLOO advantage. CT side. Kaze making a move around. A decent amount of Utah damage as well done early towards Sharks again. Oh, unlucky. Oh, there you go. Utah damage again. Lovely. Advent gonna find one with an aid.
Beautiful find. Togs as well. His position going to be known, so they keep the apartment's pressure up here on the TYLOO side of things. Sharks. Flat. Very, very flat here. Running out of ideas here. And Azal going to pick up the pace with the Molotov coming in. Oh, and somehow he has split the difference. ZTR, though, takes a little check behind him. It looked like he was pushing down the stairs. I thought he might be able to get in between them, really, and at least find one. Not going to be the case. Nade onto the smoke here and a quick burst through it. Togs. Oh, it's actually DRG, excuse me, to find the double piece. All the same, Sharks have pulled it back and might be able to get a 13th here.
Yeah, I think you're right. 3v3. A lot of damage, though, has been dealt. It's the only issue I have. DRG, Doc, both low. Neither of them exactly sitting here comfortably or healthy. With a Molotov to work with as ZDR, there is a chance. Orb, first shot, a Butte. Doc looks for 2 as well. Molotov will meet him in towards New Box as he moves over towards second orange. That flash will catch him. And it lines up 2. ZDR, he's been a bit quiet today, but he's picked up his moment in towards map number 2. Oh, beautiful. Him and Kaze combine, and they've just got enough time to see it off. Like I said, ZDR, he's taken a while to wake up in this map, but my God, did he pick his moment beautifully, and they line up. That flash from Kaze as well is sublime.
Never a dull moment. Bit of a smile on his face. He knows what he's doing. Timeout comes round here from the Sharks. And again, on an emotional level, trying to keep themselves in it. You can see head in hands, man. It is a tough one. It is a tough one. It can be difficult here. Not super vocal. It's Kochi kind of talking at them. Not much chatting back. You don't have much time, to be fair. But either way, just trying to keep them together here at the very tail end and indeed squeeze out that third map.
Yeah. It looked really good for Sharks as well, right? I mean, that moment in particular was fantastic. Doc finding a kill here, and this is where it falls apart. That flashbang is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And, well, Kaze will see it off as well. I mean, super simple, super easy. 14 to 12 now. Oh, my God, Mercury. An onslaught was a potential there in towards mid, but he actually walks away with nothing as he falls. But at least Kaze will get a trade.
That first player's got to drop instantly is usually how it goes for those, and it just took a bit too much work. Still, looks pretty good for me with that trade coming in, 4v4, and they put a lot of resources in. Don't really get much pressure elsewhere, so they have to retake Banana. Now, they've gone very cheeky with that, just a walk down. DRG could have found himself easily falling here, but they feel they have the read, so he's just kind of faking things out over here, making a lot of noise, maybe even faking the nade drop. I don't know if that was nervousness or just a bit of a trying to sound cue it out. And as he smokes in, they will start their burst. Advent does take him with the nade. Meanwhile, over on A, they are very ready for this. ZTR's got a great spot. Tag only comes in for Kaze. ZTR now spotted out and just going to give them the sight. A quick rotation in. Oh, I would have loved that idea. So aggressive, so confident, but he in fact pulls away from it, just looking to buy a bit of time and keep the small amount of space that they have for these rotations. Through the smoke, they're going to go. There's actually no motor smoke here. Okay, I just kind of defaulted and thought that there was. Yeah, I think it did go down. It was quite early on into the play, so this looks quite good for TYLOO, actually. Big gaps to work with, all three coming in together. Togs is so crisp. He doesn't get the third, but he sets it up, and Sharks at least get one from their T side.
Sigh of relief? Yes. Good enough? No. Sharks will know that all too well. They have to do better heading in towards this CT, and maybe that's the expectation here, but makes you think, right? If Mercury had found just at least one kill in that situation, gone kind of 2 for 1, him and Kaze in that trade, what could have been that tail end of the round? Maybe a different story. But again, another thing that's very easy for us to say with that overview, with hindsight, which is, 2020, as they like to say. 14 to 13. TYLOO. Advantage in their court. 2 more rounds they need for overtime to be theirs. Those of you maybe new to CS2, 16 is the number we're looking for. You can see it top middle right there. DR. Make a move here. Mercury as well. Pop flashed into his boiler. Nobody up close. So bits of information starting to be gained here. In through apartments, they're starting to test the waters a little bit. And up towards B as well. But the bomb not committed on the back of Advent, who's just waiting around.
Or pushed off the angle and actually flattened as well. Togs up top. Are they ready for him? They might have somewhat of an idea. Mercury's trying to take his fight out towards long, nearly loses it. Meanwhile, Jam Young in prime position to get another. That's going to be the B bomb site open, by the way. They don't follow up on that kill just yet, drawing rotations back. And TYLOO, bro, have got them in the palm of their hand. Like Play-Doh, as we say over here in the UK. I think, is it? Nah, Plasticine's different. Either way, they're molding them, you know what I mean? They're able to work around this setup that they have. Togs does find one. Molotov down as well might scare them off, but not so much. Oh, he's going to get traded instantly, man.
What do you do the remaining two? There's no point saving, right? In the OT, 12.5k, they got plenty of money to work with, even for suplex and go back into the AWP, or potentially could be the final round. But speaking of AWPs, Kaze, lovely shot. Aerodenizal behind that smoke as he waits his chance in through long. I don't think he'll be given all too much. Jam Young, right idea. And the execution equally so. Beautiful stuff. 15 on the board. Map and series point TYLOO. Elimination point for Sharks. Survival is what they're looking at, but they might be on the chopping block in just a second. This has been, like we said, a bit of a dire display at times from the Shark side. I mean, even this sort of fumble here has been pretty rough to see, and they'll be on the second team to be eliminated, and it'll actually be both the Brazilian teams, because Imperial went out earlier. Be tough. Aaron out, moving down mid, looking to make a difference. It's Mercury to find the first. The AWP pop shot doesn't connect.
Looking good here for TYLOO. Suplex going to go back in. Oh, the fire working with him, but he can't land the shot. Manages to survive it. Meanwhile, Togs. Oh, he's lucky here. Looking for a bit more, actually. Confirming the frag on ZDR. And he takes a little turn. That'll be the death of him. 4 versus 4 now. As Sharks battling for survival. What do they got for us in this situation as well? The thing that worries me is running a little low on the important util. The ones I'm talking about are those smokes. And now they've used their last molly, so they've basically got a barrage of flashes and a couple of nades. 2 through B, 2 through A, and that's where the bomb seems to be heading. They're going to leave Kaze to have a little look in towards Banana. Nothing spotted, so he's going to group up. It's a pretty simple setup. Tog's playing in towards Mini. Suplex playing out through long, but he's holding long via mid. So if they pop out a balcony, he's not going to be able to stop them before at least one of them gets out. All the onus is on Togs here to make a difference. Yeah, the smokes come down quite nicely, but they do go maybe a bit early. Togs, meanwhile, the molly was there, but that doesn't secure it. Big kill here from Jam Young to take down the AWP, though. Suplex opting to get aggressive rather than waiting for the rotations, keeping that man advantage. Thought he could do something. It may well cost them 2v2, but they are split. They are miles away. Time going to be of the essence to stay alive here in the entire tournament, guys. This is no longer mid-group. This is no longer dropping down. Oh, Jam Young, how does he not get that? Kaze going to be known. The nade surely takes him out. And Sharks, skin of their teeth, but they're still in it.
They are so lucky that Jam Young whiffs. And it's rare that you get to say that. A guy who is normally so talented, so crisp. Maybe the pressure of the situation getting to him or something, but a very, very rare mistake coming through from Jam Young. And a real costly one. That would have been the round. That, itself done. Dead in the water. Oh, man. That is tough. That is really tough. Uncharacteristic from Jam Young to maybe feel the pressure in those sort of situations. And he started the round so well, right? That double entry is a beaut. Creep in the smoke. Doc gets a kill. And yeah, Kaze just this low HP in the nade. It's a simple one. 15 to 14. TYLOO close it here and now, or the Sharks take us to overtime number 2. That's the question we ask ourselves. TYLOO have plenty of chances. Can they do it?
Basic utility raining in. TYLOO maybe moving a bit faster bodies-wise down banana. Flash on flash. Oh, the fire nearly takes out Jamyoung. Not the best start. Certainly not the start they were looking for. And the nade nearly takes him out as well. Goodness gracious. So practically a kill round for Sharks. But they have to capitalize on that damage.
It's true. It's very true. They've got to try and do something to make it work. Already, though, 45 seconds, and TYLOO feel a little indecisive. Motor smoke to come through from Kaze. So we give them some room to work with, the very least, and a flash to come around that corner as well. So now they pop in towards A. Boys, you've got to make a decision. 30 seconds. Haven't got a hell of a lot of time to work with. They're still leaving one over towards B, and Suplex is all will step up.
Suplex. Oh, he's missed Advent here. Didn't spot the back end of him. He's weary. Yeah, looks like he did have that read there. DRG, meanwhile, standing strong, and it's another overtime that we go towards. 3K in from the in-game leader, getting vocal, getting active, topping the scoreboard for his squad as well now. The Counter-Strike ain't over yet. We've got more to come.
This is a guy who just continues to step up. DRG this tournament actually has been really good. You know, sometimes we've had you know, there's been question marks around IGLs in Brazil, right? And the RG actually looks really talented. His calls have seemed, for the most part, pretty sound. Maybe with a bit of a better system around him, maybe something could work forward to kind of improve in some of these situations. And I mean, fragging-wise, he doesn't let the side down. He's really good step up against Vitality. He was a real shining light. And like you said here, right, topping the scoreboard. Which is rare, considering how good Doc has been himself. DR. Gonna look in now. I'll flash over. Jamyoung gonna try and use the space he's given around these smokes. On up close. The AWP of Suplex been a little quiet. Sticks around, and then A's not really doing anything.
Can be a little scary, you know, when you see that smoke go down. If it's slightly off, it's not going to douse the entire thing, but all good there for Jamyoung. Setting up for an A hit. Advent moving back into T-spawn to retrieve even more flashbangs. Ollie goes in. The only thing to break the silence here, it's actually going to draw more attention to A. 4 for Sharks ready to go. Can TYLOO beat this setup? They've got brackets, playing slowly. Not a lot of time. The bomb's still not dedicated in just yet. They're sniffing it out. They're going to see what Jamyoung can find, and if he drops Suplex, maybe we're on for a B hit. However, he calls it off, and it looks to be A.
Doc, what have you got? The timing could not have been better. One and not a second. I should have got it. He really should have. Thankfully, there's so much support on this side. The flashes are great, but the numbers are just better. That's all that matters. Bomb down, round done. ZDR, no chances. DRG parked up. That's a, you know, pretty ballsy call. It has to be said by Sharks. Quad stacking late in the round like that, but man, it works brilliantly. Just too much firepower in that scenario. TYLOO couldn't deliver, even though there should have been a second kill here potentially. Doesn't matter. 3 more bodies to find. TYLOO a little bit shell-shocked by the presence towards the A site.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think TYLOO, though, really giving themselves away quite early. It was pretty telegraphed. Timeout coming in very early into the overtime. I don't think it resets, does it, across overtimes?
No, it does. It does. You get one more.
Oh, okay.
So you get one per set of overtime.
Per overtime.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Again, this is what my instincts told me, but maybe I'm feeling a bit insecure today and just not trusting them. Going with the opposite.
Doing great, Pookie.
That's all I needed, man. That's all I needed. All right. Now I'm going to full send it.
Yeah.
Making hot takes.
They help the homies out sometimes. Sharks. 3 heading through B early. And one of them might be a bit of a nade in a second. Oh, Jamyoung, this is aggro. I like this. The flash is well going to give him a lot of space to work with. There's actually no one around, but he doesn't back himself, so he doubles away. Little does he know, he would have actually had a lot of room to work with there, but he opts against it. Doesn't trust himself alone. So we'll just dip away.
It would be cool to see some wild aggression out of TYLOO. I think that would be a great mix-up into, you know, your second bout of overtime. I think it would be something that Sharks struggle to deal with. Trying to make a read here. Timeouts come in. Will it be a B hit? Looks likely. So Sharks are very, very ready for this one. But set up in a similar way. Suplex on the corner. Firing off a shot. This is something that they've gone for quite a bit on their CT side of overtime. However, he will start to pull away. So if TYLOO play this correctly, they'll find a window where B is not necessarily weaker, but also not necessarily stronger than usual.
So, Doc, behind the smoke, 35 seconds. He's going to be the first point of defense here. How does he want to play? He's going to drop a smoke zone and actually stick around for the fights playing anti. DRG also playing anti as well. So if any of them just walk the smoke here, they get a chance, but again, they're so slow here on the push. Molotov's perfect. DRG forced off his angle. The spam is good as well, and that'll get the kill. ZDR going to open things up. DRG, last side of the fence. What have you got? Only one. Arguably not good enough. And with 10 seconds, that bomb will go down.
But they were so slow, the smoke dissipated, and Suplex is able to find the opener, looking for a bit more. Great hearing here, maybe. Not entirely sure. Flash comes in. Kaze back on the angle, however, gets the trade. One towards CT. Where's this last man? Maybe it doesn't matter so much. Tog's taking his time moving round. I think they will be prepared for a banana move. A step potentially there. Orb takes him out. And TYLOO right back on the board, evening things up.
Well, 16 apiece. This game still feels like it has a little bit of legs behind it. Just when it maybe felt like it was going to finish, we're maybe going to see, you know, celebrations against TYLOO for staying alive. We are kind of seeing this back and forth come back into play, and that's how this map started. It was, you know, a very kind of back and forth affair. Neither side really looking good, but now with this sort of lacking consistency again, it does open up once further. ZDR. They can move in second mid here, and he's going to be given a lot of room towards apartments if he wants to take it. Decides to go for a lurk. He's actually got a pretty decent amount of space. He can go all the way towards Boiler. No orb presence in through short or mid, and a bulk player is playing deep, so that could give him room if they want to test A. But so far, all focus turned towards Banana.
Quiet round here. TYLOO want to nab this. Close the series out here and now. You can't allow it to reset. Sharks, the boost that they will get if they win this map. And who coming up next? Maybe not the cleanest, but I think they'll really believe in themselves. And you just don't want to allow it to go back to the unknown. Suplex. Smokes over the top, enough to scare him away. He moves on to the back corner. Calling for a flash here, but he's just going to go in completely dry. Now pushed towards the site itself. Flashes all over the place. Molly to scare his teammate off. He goes down. Suplex does land one. Is it going to be enough? No Moto smoke, but Doc can't capitalize. A long spray down before Mercury was able to spin and find him. Kaze seals the deal. And ERN Azal, what can you get done, my friend? It's not going to be an awful lot here. End of the first half of the second bout of overtime, of course, so he will send it in. Ooh, okay, quick double. Hold the phone, because he's got a bit of time, you know. Maybe, just maybe, if he gets this one quickly, but Jam Young outplays him, outmaneuvers him, and they'll take the lead moving into the second half.
Yeah, advantage TYLOO is good now as well. A bit to work with, right? I think at the very least, this is one of those things now where we can start to talk about what they can bring to the second half in terms of the individuals. TYLOO back on the CT side. We saw a couple of moments where ZDR individually was able to step up. Some of that banana aggression was pretty good. The only weakness that Sharks really continued to push was over towards B. They knew that they could kind of utilize that in their favor. Tac pause called. Coachy, the coach, great name. Again, has to be said every time. Getting on the mic here to speak to Sharks. They're trying to see what they can do coming forward in towards what is again, another do or die situation with the side. They are desperately trying to stay alive in Pro League. Try not to join their countrymen of Imperial in elimination of the first side, of course, earlier today. So far, not so good for Sharks. He found themselves a round down, and TYLOO 2 rounds away from taking their map pick.
Doc looking for an entry here. Much more aggressive stance from TYLOO immediately. Lovely little nade goes in onto Kaze. They're going to boost him up though here. Or watching for the boost. I think just watching for it really. Orp not going to join, but yeah, 3 on B, and as I say, an aggressive stance. Ollie misplaced. Flash goes in. Jamyoung spots nothing.
Long offer. A little bit of util coming through. Again, not a huge amount to work with. Under a minute now. They're once again going to make a little move. Try to test the waters of B, but the bomb is going to head back towards A. 3 players to beat them here as well. 4 Sharks. Need to be careful. They're still actually going to try and sell a fake in. It's Doc who's going to be the one leading it. CT smoke to come through in a second. A boost on towards second. Orange is Advent going to play anti. Yuto comes through, 1 rotating away. So yeah, Doc going to continue selling this fake. What can he do? The rotations haven't been dragged over either. Jamyoung spotted him. Double flash going to come around this corner. He's still sticking towards A though. They're not falling for the ruse. Even though Jamyoung finds a kill, but Suplex and Arto on his own.
Yeah, a bit unsure of the timing really is the big thing. It's just going to be down to ZTR in towards the pit. Had an impeccable overtime thus far. Not going to happen for him. Down he goes. Just 2 remaining here, and it is unfortunate. Mercury thought he had the timing, thought he had the creep, but just completely misreading the situation. Costs him his life, and it spirals from there, really. Oh, and a save in overtime. Never nice, but there's not much that you can do, and you've got Jamyoung on that AK, right? Top fragger here. Actually on the entire server, so he wants that one-tap potential moving forwards.
Wow. All tied square once again. Both sides now looking for 2 rounds consecutively to see off this overtime in their favor. It's TYLOO. Series is theirs. Stay alive in Pro League. If it's Sharks, then a 3rd map opens up and nuke might be needed. I'll have to see. Yeah, so far, not dead just yet. Unfortunately as well, they have a level of a play over towards the A side in terms of locking it down. It just doesn't come to fruition. They can't make that one stick for them. All in all, not bad. Still a little more needed though before we get comfortable about what we've seen thus far. Sharks have been inconsistent. Every time they find a bit of success, it does come back to bite them just after. It's kind of what we've been dealing with thus far. Bit of util top mid. The nade is good as Advent will find DRG. Some important kill as he has really lit up the last 10 to 15 rounds. Dark needs his kill and he can't hit it. Jamyoung deletes him. Smoke comes down. Maybe a little late on the swing. It's good. Jamyoung even more kills to his name. And in a matter of moments, Sharks left with 2.
Yeah, the return from TYLOO pretty effective here, and you can see that 17th makes all the difference. Back and forth here, but TYLOO with just a small edge in both overtimes. Couldn't close it in the first. And I mean, this 18th is not necessarily secure yet. Suplex on the contact, plenty of time to do it. Kaze, human error, could get in the way here. That will open the round back up. Togs, meanwhile, in the apartments. What is the timing going to be? Barrel spotted. Guesses the wrong side. It's unfortunate for Suplex, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Mr. Togs, then, what is he going to do for us?
Well, 1. It's not bad. We'll give him that. Decent start at the very least. Again, though, do need just a little more for the time being before we get back in a comfortability. Togs is going to find 1 more. He's not going to get the corner. Not a bad effort. Not a terrible effort, I think it has to be said, but all in all, map series point TYLOO again. So, what have they got, if anything, to keep them alive in the map in the series? TYLOO just need 1 more.
Yeah, clean finds in the end from Togs, but unfortunately just not enough. TYLOO, like I mentioned, couldn't do it the last time of asking. And they had a bit more room. So we'll see what Sharks have got in store for us here, what kind of mix-up they have. It looks to be a mid-rush, a do-or-die send. Oh, they go straight into the molly, straight into the nade. Mercury can't find the kills, but he's done some decent damage. ZDR cuts out an avenue of attack. Kaze gonna miss a shot, though. Surely not long for this world. Takes the crack, he ain't fast enough. And ZDR, he's known about. Molotov comes in. It's Advent trying to secure the round. He runs out of ammo. 2 versus 1, though. ZDR does not fall. And ERN is out to save the game. Jamyoung playing it patiently, waiting for his teammate, looking for a trade. Little does he know, he could have taken it around the corner there. All the same, ERN Azal knows that he's got to do something. Has he accounted for these players? No, he has not. Jamyoung's patience pays off, and TYLOO will knock out the Sharks. 2-0, 1917 on the final map. It is hard fought. It is very hard fought, but a clean series in the end.
It is. It is. You know, we have to sit here and say commiserations to Sharks, because they had a couple of moments this tournament where we do like what we saw. A couple of moments where we're a side who were maybe a bit of a surprise to us to be in this tournament, really showed what they're all about. However, when it comes down to it, TYLOO just the better team overall, and that does mean elimination. It's commiserations towards Sharks. They join Imperial in that elimination stage. The first 2 teams out here at Pro League, but man, there were some real moments here, back and forth. And I think fundamentally the biggest thing that we're going to talk about in this third map was the way it slipped away, right? That should not have slipped away. 10-5, and it felt like it was done and dusted there. And then TYLOO started to wake up and came back into it, and that's exactly what they did. A really good response.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic to see that TYLOO have got that kind of depth, and there were a couple chances, you know, 10-5 is one, and I think we were 12-8 as well, you know, so these are 2 opportunities really for Sharks to close things out when there's hardly any room for TYLOO, and then of course, no mistakes from TYLOO. But yeah, really, really well done. Taking it to another overtime as well. I think Sharks will be kicking themselves. They don't clean it up there and take it over the line. But a team that I think have a few decent individuals, a couple of rehearsed rounds, set rounds, but there's not a lot of flexibility to the team. You know, when scorelines start getting away from you, I think that they struggle to reinvent the wheel, and that allows teams to catch up a bit, or indeed they just don't have an answer if they're getting bested. But we've had quite a few maps from them where they have had a lead, where they have maybe even had a game-winning position, and it's slipped away. Difficult to deal with, but certainly something that needs changing if they are to continue on in the international Counter-Strike.
Exactly. The main thing, I guess, for TYLOO is you know, just a bit of a sigh of relief, saying, okay, it's not over just yet. We've still got a bit of kind of room to maneuver and a bit of room to work with here, of course, for them. Finding this victory does mean that they move in towards the next stage. I think we do have Kaze joining us for an interview, so it'd be good to kind of pick his brains off the back of a bit of a long series at the tail end, and a really good one. Thank you very much for joining us, brother. It's great to speak to you. First of all, basic as it comes when it comes to the question, talk through that game. You guys were looking a little rough at one point on Inferno, but you climbed your way back into it, pushed it to overtime and closed it. How are you feeling off the back of that series?
We kind of feel great for this first win of the match, I guess. So on Inferno, it kind of start a bit slow, I guess, at the starting. So we managed to pull through at the end, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It looked great. You guys were obviously having a good time and smiles all around there after securing the 2-0. I kind of wanted to ask about you guys coming in to international games and how maybe it can be a little bit tough from, you know, a faraway region. Obviously, you're getting a bit more experience under the Rare Atom banner. You had quite a bit, but a team like Sharks, surely you've never played off against them before. So how do you sort of focus on your own game while also prepping, while also getting used to the international environment?
Since we have roster change, we have one new player, so experience-wise will be quite less for him, I say. For the international region, we always fight is quite tough, I would say, because they play their play style is quite different from Asia, because usually in Asian style we always play like mostly random firepower rushing like this. So I would say compared to EU is quite structured, I would say. So yeah, it's quite different from both region, Asia and Europe.
Fair enough. Well, final question from me. I won't keep you too long. I've got a bit of a difficult one though, right? There's confusions around what's going on with TYLOO as a team, because you brought in a couple new players, of course. ZDR, who's on the team at the moment. Lyrics came in as well. Alman was there for a little bit, but now benched as well, alongside Mosea. You've got a very kind of big bench, so to say, compared to normal. What is going on with the team? There's big changes being made, but then a lot of players brought in, but then only ZDR sticking around. So what's the future looking like for this TYLOO roster?
The main reason for this the roster is to give the young bloods for a chance to play at the team. So usually the usual top 4 remaining players will guide the young generation. So slowly there'll be roster changes to give way for the young bloods to play in the main team.
Okay, brother. Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on. Congratulations on the win as well, and hopefully speak to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah, delay got savage at the end. I don't know what happened, to be fair. I think there was like delay on our end and then delay on his end, because you can kind of, it's funny when we're like in that moment of silence on our end, you can kind of just hear a little bit like the question coming through, and then you're like, oh, okay, I know when he's talking there, but so, not sure. Ultimately, there's not much we can do about it, but it's kind of funny. It just really, you can think about the answers nice and long and then prepare your questions. So that's kind of nice, I suppose. The aim high, of course, player of the match coming in here. It's actually ZTR. I say actually as a bit of a surprise, because he's not a player that you expect to be towards the top end for TYLOO. Mercury and Jamyoung also having really, really good series in and of themselves. One of the key things, I think, so Vertigo ZTR stood out the whole way through. Interestingly enough, on that second map, ZTR, he started quite slowly, didn't necessarily end at the top end of the scoreboard. That was Jamyoung, that was Kaze. But this guy into overtime, like I don't know where he'd been all game, but he just absolutely turned it on. And in that little comeback section as well, I think was a big part of why TYLOO were able to A, stay alive, and then B, take it in the overtimes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons as well, you can look at the stats overall, and actually Jamyoung did kind of put up, better numbers than ZDR, but it was actually about impact for us. That was the big thing. ZDR was so important in a lot of these key rounds. Vertigo especially, even though it feels like a bit of an age ago, but this is a guy who consistently stepped up, who was always reliable, and actually even towards Inferno, like you said, it took a while for him to get going, but my God, when he did, like tail end of regulation in towards overtime, he absolutely stepped up, and they needed him, right? He was, single digit kills all the way up until I think it was like 12-9, right? So it was very, very quiet. And then when they needed him most into overtime and they had to dig deep, backs up against the wall and all of this vibe, this is when we saw the best out of ZDR. So for me, the main thing that we want to give him for is impact. They needed a bit of a hero in overtime. And yes, Jamyoung was absolutely incredible.
Yes, absolutely. A really solid look coming out from TYLOO. Absolutely fantastic
stuff.
But
I think it's just
from them,
impact
but
for us is one of the reasons why we want to go
to a close. once again here, Neo. Been a lovely day, of course, you know, and it's been very, very clean, I think, from all parties involved. We waved goodbye to a few teams, unfortunately. That's just the way that things go down. Yes. But, of course, that is going to do us for today. We'll be getting into the nitty-gritty tomorrow. More teams moving forwards, more teams getting knocked down as well, decider matches and all that good stuff. But from the team here today, thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Something's in the air tonight. Something's in the water. The walls are closing in. This room is smaller. Another desperate eye. Another face out. The clock is ticking down. Embrace the chaos. This isn't over. It's only begun. Feels like a cold war in a burning sun. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. Tension getting higher. I see it in their face. It's time to do or die, yeah. To make or break. Fight fire with more fire. I watch the flames grow. You know I could break an empire in a single blow. This isn't finished. It's only begun. Nothing's unblemished. The damage done. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. This isn't finished, it's only begun.
Hey, Chad.